outside of my beard, and I was like, God damn, it's hella like condensation or dew or whatever you want to call it outside. Like it just picked up on it just from the ride. Like I said,
Yeah,
it's
it's
only
crazy.
happened a couple of times, and I ride every day. Obviously, I can't drive, right? So
Hmm.
it's the same distance and route every day. So yeah, it wasn't that, but it was just like condensating on it, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, there's that much like moisture outside? Like that's crazy.
Um, Usually, when we're here, we start with when we got somebody new. We start with what are you taking? When were you diagnosed, and when was your last seizure? Uh, I take lamotrigine, and my last seizure was a couple of weeks ago, maybe like three. Um, Seamus, you're on mute. Oh, there you
Uh,
go.
oh, well, I think I've been seizure-free for about 3 months. So
Nice.
three
Nice.
3 months ago, but who knows? Uh, I have a VNS and an RNS.
Mm.
Am
Oh,
taking
nice.
Fimcompa, Zonisamide, uh, XCOPRI, and Keppra.
That's
Right.
quite a combo.
Um,
Yeah, well,
right.
I'm hoping to switch the Keppra to I think it's like Bictra or
Big
something. Like uh
Briviact.
yeah, that must be it. Just like it's something that has it's basically Keppra but with less side effects.
Yeah,
Just
Keppra can have
'cause
some nasty side effects.
well, I've been
Mm-mm.
on it for who knows how long, so
How long ago did you get diagnosed?
when I was 4.
When you
Oh
were
Had it.
fuck.
4?
Yep. Uh
That's a long road.
yep. I
Happy to hear
Um,
that you're been seizure free for a few months. That's good news.
well they did uh put like scoop a part of my brain out that they thought had the seizures, but then I started having them again. And now I'm on all this medicine and somewhat keeping it under control.
Is
Um,
it lower dosages since you have the VNS and RNS?
Uh, I
Or do you know?
I've
Or
Fimcompa 12 milligrams, Zonisamide 100 milligrams, Lyric Keppra. I don't know
mm,
why they say the medical term. Uh,
mm.
500 milligrams, XCOPRI 250 milligrams. Uh, but yeah, it's what happens.
Yeah. I just got last or well now it's June, but um I had a EMU like middle end of April, and then after or during that I had three seizures just for that, few days I was there. So
What?
just recently I got whatever you want to call it recommended for yeah, for the
They
RNS
Yeah, the
I
RNS
thought you
it is either the RNS or the
or sorry,
VNS.
VNS is what I got
Uh the only
recommended for.
problem is that I have to scan. That's like I would rather
Mm.
scan than take all these pills.
yeah.
yeah.
Kate's
Mm.
got an RNS and a couple of us have the VNS. James is getting one, Mark's got the VNS, and Kevin's got the VNS too.
Yeah, I was gonna
So
say Kevin.
And
Yeah.
Tom.
Tom's got one too. I always forget about that.
Yeah.
I didn't. Yeah, I forgot about that too.
I think he said he got it turned off, but he has it. It's there. I think he said it wasn't working. So he couldn't see his doctor for a few days. And I think he said he put tape around his arm to like keep it on his chest for the whole time that he had to wait
Oh
to see
wow.
his person to redo it. So then he just told him to turn it off. I don't know
Oh
how many
yeah,
decades ago this was, but
it
yeah.
kept zapping him and wouldn't
Yeah,
stop. So
it
he
was
just
Yeah.
stuck the magnet.
painful in the beginning. Like you could almost feel exactly where they put the wire through.
Ooh.
Ugh.
Just because you knew, oh, it's gonna come, and then it would be a sharp pain where they put the wire through your neck.
Like where
Uh,
they like cut you open or
yeah,
whatever you
but
want to
you
call it.
eventually get used to it. Now it's like I barely feel it at all. But just for the first
Okay.
3 weeks, you're gonna
Okay.
feel like someone's stabbing you in the neck.
Ugh.
Uh,
Ooh.
That's not going to be
Ooh.
fun.
but it's basically because it's a electrical, you know, a bunch of electricity going through your neck.
hmm I
Um,
I I don't know how long it's been now. I forget. Probably like 10 years or so, but I had my gallbladder removed. So I had, a couple incisions from that, and it was super hard to walk like standing completely upright, just because you use your, whatever you want to call it, like your
Your
chest
core.
and abdominal muscles to walk. So it took me a little bit to finally get fully functional again, or however you want to word it. But so I imagine it's probably the same. You can't really turn your neck all the way to the side or fully up and down, right?
Yeah, it was a while ago, but I think they cut
Mhm.
you on the neck, in on the chest, and made a incision in the brain. Like they kind of laced it.
Mhm.
Uh,
Okay.
I don't know. It was a
oh,
while ago. It was like 10 or 12 years ago when they first came out with it.
Oh wow.
interesting
Yeah.
question. Since you do have the beard, um, and James has a beard and he's going to get the VNS, he was worried about them cutting his beard. How'd that go?
Uh, I didn't have the beard when I had the VNS, so
Oh man,
why
James.
But
are you
but it probably
attached
should
to?
be like down
Um,
in the neck, right? Like under
yeah, they
the
cut like
beard.
right
I'm
here,
guessing. I'm guessing.
but
Yeah. It should, dude, if I if
I
I have
didn't
to get
have
a
a
cut,
beard.
I'm gonna
I didn't
cry,
have a
man.
beard then. I'm only 30, you know, 34. It's like uh
Yeah, I'm older than
I
you. Yeah.
oh well. Uh
I'm
must
more older than all of you.
I just look
uh
good for my age. No, I'm
What?
playing.
No way. No way. Yeah.
um, someone told me I look 26. Don't believe that. Uh,
I would say
yeah,
mid late 20s to be honest, but I forget if you said your age before, but
yeah. I'm a
that's my like
uh,
straight honest
few
guess.
years
I
younger
mean,
than you.
obviously you always want to say like a little like a year or two younger, but
Just a
that's
few under you. A
my
few.
straight
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
Oh
Just a
yeah,
few
yeah,
years
yeah.
younger than
I'm
you.
I'm 40 if nobody remembers or
I
if I ever said
remember.
well,
it, but
I remember how much more people are older than me in this room. How much more and less. I'm good with remembering numbers. So
I'm 40, Andrea. There's no way you're older than me.
I'm 48. I'll
What
be
the
I'm
fuck?
49
older
the
than
end of the year.
Andrea.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say
Seriously,
it. What the?
yes,
Um,
I'll be 49 this year.
I'm offended that you're lying to me.
I am not lying to you.
I'm joking around, but if you say so, all right.
um, What was I gonna say? Oh, Andrea, Pickle
Yes,
Rick. I don't know if you watch Rick and Morty. Uh, yeah,
I don't,
but
but I saw it. He's cute.
um, I had the vape pen. Remember? Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. Now this one, you just put it in there, and it's in there. Uh, Now I can hold it. It has a little hole right there instead of having a vape pen holding the button. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So I got something here. Oh, Andrew, this is for you.
Oh,
Sorry to
good.
throw it out there for you.
It's all good.
Everyone else can have some advice. It says energy drinks. Hi, I've had epilepsy for about 5 to 6 years. I haven't been drinking energy drinks for about 3 months because my father thinks they make my seizures more frequent. So I'm asking, is my dad right? Do these types of drinks actually have any effect on epilepsy?
My
It,
answer is that
Um,
depends on the person. Some people
yeah,
are highly triggered by them and other people aren't. I'm fortunate that caffeine does not affect me.
yeah, me either. Haven't had an energy drink in a while to know about the energy drink things, but
well, and no caffeine can affect some people,
Yeah.
but
know your body.
It's
uh,
very individualized.
mm,
I've stopped recently, but I used to drink coffee damn near every day. So I don't think it's the caffeine or anything. I only get like an energy drink like once or twice a month. I just I'll buy a Red Bull just because I like the F1 team, so I'm like I'm gonna buy these and just support them, but I don't have the actual energy drink. I know those have a lot more, like I don't know what you want to call it, like vitamins and other stuff in them. So those things might be affecting the person.
mm,
So yeah, I don't know if it's the energy drink or just the caffeine itself that might be throwing this person's stuff off.
A couple of these
Just
comments here. One said your dad's probably onto something. Caffeine and sleep disruption can definitely be seizure triggers for a lot of people. So cutting them out for a few months was a smart to test. Hmm. Uh, yeah. Another comment here says he's correct. I drink only coffee and there's times where it causes me nearly have focal seizures. I've never touched an energy drink. I know those will put me over the top. Um, Another one says yes. Most probably energy drinks are really unhealthy anyway, so a mixture of high caffeine and shit ingredients will definitely be a trigger. Okay. Not everyone is as fortunate as Andrea to be able to drink this stuff. I do not. Uh, yeah.
yeah, I
Kate,
You've
do
been
energy drinks
drinking them
bother you?
less.
Okay, okay. How much less? No, just kidding.
Yeah, caffeine doesn't bother me necessarily, but I don't have a taste for it. Literally drink like water, and I had a margarita last night for the first time in years, and that was delicious. But still, that's gonna be like maybe once a week thing. So I drink water pretty much just out of choice.
and
A little protein drink every now and then. That I know that has some like energy booster things, but yeah, I don't think drinks are a trigger. That's for me.
yeah, and
Anything
I
you
was
can moderate.
sorry. I I was gonna say too, even when I do get those, the Red Bulls, I always get the sugar-free ones.
Me
I
too.
don't know if that, I don't know if that makes any difference, but yeah, I always get the sugar-free ones just to keep it a little bit on the healthier side.
I don't see how
So
you can drink Red Bull. That stuff's disgusting.
because I'm supporting F1 team, that's why.
You're not supporting F1, you're supporting Red Bull.
Well, but they own the Formula One team, so Like they don't just sponsor it, they literally own the team. So it's
Okay.
That's you depriving your health and selling your soul to big business.
yeah, twice a month or so.
This
So
talk about okay, that's probably why this college kid just pulled up in the driveway out of nowhere. I didn't
I
sign up.
had like the giant ass can or something. I always get the small ones too. I'm just
No,
like,
this college. I'm calling this out. Like, have you guys ever heard of people still going door to door as an intern to welcome you to the area and try to sell you shit?
no, I didn't know
Yes.
that was a thing
Yes.
in 2026.
Apparently, it is.
What were you saying,
There-
Seamus?
No, I was or it might have been because I was in South Carolina
Okay.
and
You're like,
you
yep.
know, visiting my brother because my mom just bought a house down there.
Okay. Congratulations.
Yeah. Well, don't congratulate me, tell her. And a bunch of people were walking the rounds, trying to sell her stuff.
Oh wow.
Because I guess they have a bunch of churches down there.
Yeah, these faith-based areas maybe are big on it.
Yeah. It's almost like night and day. In North Carolina, it was completely different than South Carolina. It's like there was triple the amount of churches.
Wow.
I'm not dissing, you know, I'm not saying you can't believe
Yeah, it's all good.
anything.
No, but it's definitely something you have to get used to living
Mhm.
in. Like,
Yeah,
watch out if you have a
Mhm.
rainbow on something. Get some
that's
nasty
true.
fucking looks.
At least, or I mean, not all of California, but the area where I'm at, like, I don't remember like door to door religious stuff since like the early 2000s. And it was always like Mormons. Like they would have their Bibles in their
Yeah.
hand, the name tag on their shirt, and they'd be like, "Do you want to come to our church? And here's the verse that we want to read to you." And I'm just like, "Yeah, I'm
Oh,
not into that. Have a good
Hey,
day.
James.
Bye." Just
Hey,
close the
James, they
door.
got me. I answered the door. I went to church with them. Eventually, they got me baptized. Uh, Someone told me I was in a cult. I don't know.
What, really, in a cult? That's going overboard. Like everybody can have their own belief and religion and do what they want.
You never
Obviously,
know until you try, right?
obviously there's
I've
people
seen some
going to
stuff
the
on
door,
TV that
so
makes
there's
me think.
people into it. Like, but saying it's a cult is kind of like over the
Uh,
top and like super disrespectful to whoever's into it, right?
yeah, they're good people. I'm just saying, someone told me I was in a cult. Not that I know of, but there is some stuff that I've seen after I watched some TV documentaries and stuff that leaves me skeptical. But
hmm.
yeah.
Well,
So,
I mean, this is over the top, obviously, but a documentary or a TV show can make anybody think a certain thing. Like there might be a documentary
oh,
out there that's like Nazis are great, or some crazy shit like
um,
that, right? Like,
when I kind of get a hunch, I do more than a documentary. There's a lot of stuff I wouldn't
oh
looked at that leaves me skeptical. But yeah,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
just
for sure.
small things that I didn't see then that I'm seeing now. But yeah, if they take
I,
any
I was,
offense, it's the truth. It's what I
yeah,
seen.
but I was just trying to be extreme and say like one show can make anything seem good or
Mm,
bad.
Any
right.
movies or TV you guys ever give credit for like influencing the epilepsy at all? Like, has that ever been enough of a trigger to like stress you out so bad you end up having a seizure?
Where has TV represented epilepsy at all?
Oh, I don't
I
think
think
I was
TV
gonna
has
say
ever
that.
represented epilepsy, but that's why I'm saying like some of these movies and documentaries, or if you see something that, on the flip side, if you see something that you like, or if you're listening to like some
Uh,
heartbreaker playlist or something, like has that ever been enough of a trigger to that you blame on like causing a seizure?
Not that I could think of.
Okay. On the pediatric side, I've heard some pediatric neurologists literally suggest that like you shelter children from some things if they're like really, really into it. They just say be aware, be
Are you
cautious.
Are you talking like watching too much TV or something?
No, it's literally the content, like what they're watching. So the screen time, obviously, that's always a thing. But then they'll advise something like, if they're really into, okay, like anime. So some of the animes get like more on the violent side. Some are just all like, I don't know. I know you can't say like comedy, but just like daytime TV basically. And yeah, for some reason, I heard a pediatric neurologist just talking about how we should be like more aware of the content of what our children are watching, especially if they are prone to seizures, because they're saying that even what you're watching could potentially be a trigger. I guess if it influences your emotions to a certain extent, but I'm still skeptical about that.
Yeah, it might be. And I have sound trigger my epilepsy, but I've never had any anime thing or something like that.
So with sound as a trigger, is that like a certain frequency or like, car horn or like sound?
I don't know. I was a kid. You'd have to ask my parents.
Did you ever heard of musicogenic seizures?
No. That's
Okay.
probably what I had.
Hey, so you outgrew it though? Like that's
I
not a
haven't
trigger
really
for you anymore?
outgrew it. I had one three months ago, but I only have them at night now.
Okay.
When I wake up, like
Oh yeah.
I get up, and sometimes I have them. Well, I could tell I had a seizure because I just bit my tongue. You know what I mean? That's like
Yeah. You
I
taste.
don't know.
Okay, now I can't deny it. Something happened.
Yeah, but uh, the sound I mostly outgrew.
I got something else here. It says, I got fired for having a seizure at work. Long story short, experienced a seizure in training. Voluntarily disclosed my disability. We agreed to keep it under wraps. Trainer disclosed that HR or management, without my consent, admits this via email. I never asked for an accommodation, medically cleared to return, experienced discrimination, excessive emails, threats, and termination, bullying, and poor performance reviews, and threats of write ups. This was due to expressing I felt I was being discriminated against. Post medical leave, trainer retaliated with the above excessive stress, caused a seizure at work again due to nature of work. They suspended me, attempted to force me to resign. I refused. I wrote a statement including the attempt at getting my resignation. I called the company compliance hotline. I emailed giving date of my doctor appointment where I asked for accommodations. Twice I was denied, even if a conversation about accommodations. I received a letter prior to my doctor appointment that I was fired. The reasoning given was due to my symptoms at the time of my seizures. They used my post-ictal demeanor as a reason to say I lacked situational awareness and urgency. I updated my report with the compliance hotline and placed an inquiry uh, with the EEOC, as well as kept a tight timeline with detail. I also emailed HR and requested my personal and medical records under the laws that allow me to do so. Do I get attorney? Is there any way I can file a suit? Um, I'm not sure if they can fire you for epilepsy.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
that's medical discrimination depending on where you live. If he lives in certain countries, then I know people try and keep it secret because they can do that. But
except for here, right? It's not legal, right?
not in America. If he is in America, that would be
Okay.
illegal.
I would definitely consult an attorney about it and see what they say.
Um, oh yeah, it also says, is it worth it? Yeah, I think you should do that because if you don't, they'll probably do it to somebody else. They'll keep doing it. Uh, yeah, then you'll get your job back at least.
If you'd want it.
Yeah, they'll pay you. There you go. That's a good one. Um, comments here. One says, "Go after them, but leave." Why would you want to work for a company like that? The
Yeah.
rats. Another comment here says, "Get a disability rights attorney ASAP. You've got documentation of everything they did wrong." hmm Another one says, "I would talk to a lawyer. I doubt you can be fired from having a pre-disclosed health problem." Um, they said they fired her because of her post-ictal state. Um, that's interesting because in my post-ictal state, they asked me to stay at work, and in my post-ictal state, I agreed, um, which was dumb. But
See, I don't understand what that means, but
uh, post-ictal
But
is the phase after the seizure, the coming to, and
oh,
the confused stage. Yeah, post-ictal is officially when you come to what you remember
I see.
after the seizure. Um, but yeah, mm, I'm a runner too, so I ran off during post-ictal state. But at work, they asked me to stay, and I think it was because of the money. I was just like, all right. People leave for smaller things, like hurting their hands and stuff. I remember stuff like that. And I was like, you guys asked me to stay after a seizure. I don't know why I agreed, but I finished the shift. Uh, Another comment here says, shitty situation, dude. Hope things get better. Why would the trainer need your consent? Yeah, that person should look into a lawsuit, like you were saying. Oh, Andrea, another one for you, of course. Me and you. I don't know if you take lamotrigine. Do you, Shamus?
Lamotrigine, it might be a medical abbreviation. Who knows? Of one of
Okay.
the ones I
Um.
take.
it's either
Uh.
lamotrigine or lamictal,
I,
typically.
no, I don't think I take that one.
Okay. Um. Well, I got something here for me and Andrea. It says memory loss and lamotrigine. Hi, I'm a female, 23, with J and me. I took 300 milligrams of lamotrigine, and I feel so stupid. I forget the day-to-day stuff that's important, and so frustrating. I feel stupid. Do you guys experience this as well? And if so, do you have any idea of how to fix it? If you don't take lamotrigine, advice is welcome. Are there any concentration exercises I can do or any supplements I can take? Uh, I don't feel stupid. I take B12 by Nature Made. It kind of keeps me focused sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't. But my attention span is way off. It's bad. So I try. Um, Concentration exercises. You know any, Andrea? I do not. Anybody know any concentration exercises that you can suggest?
I'm pretty sure all of epilepsy medication just makes you. They don't necessarily need to say it, but have a bunch of side effects that are bad.
Yeah.
I know I'm definitely not as sharp as I used to be. I'll put it that way.
Same.
Do any of
Also,
us
Yeah,
have
was
I have.
memories that are longer than 20 seconds?
That depends on the day.
yeah,
I'm joking about the length, of course, but yeah, I'm just saying we all have not the
Sometimes it's
greatest.
really that bad.
Yeah.
yeah. My long term is good. My short term is it's not there. Uh,
Yeah,
yeah.
literally like I don't know, like a week ago or so, I was like, yeah, I'm going on my, on my bike ride. And then when I got there, I got like I don't know, like however long you want, like half a mile or something. And I was like, why am I here? I started taking the same route that I, take to work, but school had ended, so I wasn't working. So I got like, a little bit on that same route, and I was like, why am I going this way? This wasn't the way I meant to take. I was gonna go on, another trail. Like, what the hell am I doing? So I turned around and went back the other way, but I was just like so set in my mind or in my, daily thing. I started going the same way I go to work, and I felt so stupid. I was like, I ain't telling anybody this. Like, this is embarrassing.
You just told the whole world on YouTube, James.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just, yeah, saying it a little bit
Yeah. You
later,
did.
but
You remind us the best part of why we keep coming back. Anybody ever done that with people? Like I got introduced to somebody yesterday for this job interview, right? And of course I, threw nice to meet you in there. And they said nice to meet you for the third time. So yeah, that I couldn't help but just giggle that off, and I know I just I was so embarrassed. I could feel myself looking embarrassing. But yeah, that guy, that ever happened to you guys with not knowing people who apparently you did know?
Um, Sometimes I just go along with it because uh, they'll want to have a whole conversation. For instance, I can say I had an aunt. Well, actually, uh, I had a family member. I'm not if she's an aunt. I'm not sure what she is, but she's a family member, either a cousin, auntie, something. She pulled over. I know her daughter. She's like, "You remember me?" And I'm like, I was like, the voice kind of, but the face isn't giving me any hints. So I don't see. I was like, not really, not by the face, but I do know that voice, and I know the name you're talking about. I remember the name, but I didn't remember anything else. I was just going along with what she was saying, and yeah, and then eventually she was just like, "But you do remember my daughter?" And I was like, "Yeah, I remember your daughter for sure. I just don't remember everything about you." Um, but she had pulled over on the side of the street when she seen me. So if I would have said anything like I don't remember, there would have been a whole conversation right there on the side of the street. So then I was just going along with what she said, just to get the conversation out of the way and get it finished. Cause um, yeah. Do you remember me is not a question you want to answer while someone's pulled over on the side of the street. When you say no, I don't, because she was an older woman. She's definitely going to remind you about that Christmas back in 1990 or something like that. So I was just like, yeah, I remember that, and that. Yeah, it was over after that. But yeah, Kate, sometimes you just got to go with it. Like the people who always want to pray for me would pray it away and shit. Uh,
Once
yeah,
again, glad to know I'm not the only one.
I always just let them pray. Just let them get that out of the way. It makes
And
them
you
feel
think like
good.
securing a job is an accomplishment? My own mother looked like she wanted to slap the shit out of me, saying, this can't be, you can't work on site. It has to be remote part time." That doesn't exist. That's literally not out there. So you know, a job is a job, and yeah, your loved ones always have good intentions, but easily piss you off sometimes.
Yeah, that happens. The life of an epileptic. But I got something here. It says, what happened to me? Oh, what happened to me? The whole day Saturday, I felt seizure brewing. I seriously thought I was gonna have one. I ended up having a nap and in the evening to try and see if sleeping would get rid of the feeling like I was about to have one. I got up a few hours later. That night, I was downstairs saying good night to my mom, and then I'm waking up on top of my bed wearing my clothes I had on the previous day. I have no memory of leaving the front room, walking up the stairs, entering my room, and getting in bed. The only thing I remember was giving my mom a hug goodnight. Then I was waking up Sunday morning. My back was sore, but I'm pretty sure that was because of the awkward position I passed out in all night as I was laying on top of my cushions and without rather and what not rather than because of a seizure. I'm just confused. Don't know what have caused that or why it happened, but it isn't the first time this has happened, and a few times in the past. There's been something where the whole evening and the whole night has been wiped out, or times like this before this, or only a portion has been wiped out. I guess it's possible I had a small seizure between saying goodnight and going upstairs, but I genuinely have no memory of it, so I don't know what is happening to me. That sounds like a possible seizure. Um, Shows all the signs, just not remembering stuff. You just wake up somewhere else and you remember being downstairs. Definitely sounds like a seizure. Um, it's like those times where I wake up and I'm at the hospital. It's like, oh, what happened? And before someone could come over and tell me, all the signs, when you got that bracelet that says fall risk, I know what happened. Any of you
Yeah,
guys,
I
does
hate
that sound like a seizure? Go
the
ahead.
blanked out memory. You don't know what happened, especially if you wake up on the floor bloody or something.
Mhm.
That used
Or
to
an
happen to me when I
18
was
inch long scrapes on your arm overnight.
yeah. yeah.
Oh, yeah. Woke
Oh,
up with
did
plenty of
that happen
scars.
recently?
uh, like 3 days ago, about, and I'm not gonna give the details, but yeah, I'm 99% sure I had one last night as well. And then there's, I don't know if you can see it, but yeah, a bunch more scrapes on this arm too. And those were 2 different nights. And then what ended up happening last night was a separate one as well. So I think this Compra is
Not
fucking
going
me
well.
up.
I
Yeah.
Mm.
I'm switching to Victorvet or whatever the hell it's called.
Briviact,
Impact?
Yeah, what
Briviact.
the one with the B. I'll just say that I would like to switch to the
Oh
B one.
yeah. I took that years and years ago, and they ended up taking me off of it because it wasn't working for me. But
Oh,
we've had, like I said, the Vicompra that I just started on. One person on here said it didn't work, and then another person said like, "Oh, I'm perfectly fine on it." So it can
Know
be,
your body.
your body. Yeah, that's what we always say that on here, is just everybody's body is different, because
Love the
it's very
voices.
true. One thing that, yeah, works for one person might be utter crap for another person. So yeah,
All right. Know your body.
hard to tell.
You can do it with the voice, though. You got it.
Wait, did I? I didn't even notice.
You did a little bit. He's like we always say, know your body.
My bad, my bad.
It's all right. It's you.
Doesn't get any better.
Couple of comments here. One says seizures can affect memory for sure, but so can other things. Best find a good doctor and follow up with them. Another comment says the same thing. Speak with your neurologist. And another one just says, if you have epilepsy, then this might be a seizure. Yeah.
Well, sounds like they teleported from downstairs to upstairs, so I would assume that's a seizure. Or from one place
Yeah,
to
I've
another
said
place.
my last one I teleported from the train station to the hospital.
Oh, well.
Yeah, that was fun. But I got something here. It says, I'm terrified. This coming weekend, I'll be home alone for 4 days. I have a friend coming over on Saturday for a couple of hours, but then leaving because they have plans. But my husband and 2-year-old will be gone, and my 6 month isn't up. So I'll be home, not going anywhere. I'm terrified. I have this impending doom feeling that won't leave, and I'm trying to just tell myself it's just about anxiety because I've never liked being alone even before the seizures, but that's not working. I honestly don't know what to do. I've read that keeping the TV or radio on helps, but what do I do when it doesn't? What do I do when it doesn't anymore when the silence is too loud? Um, I wouldn't be home alone, especially feeling like that. Let them know before they leave.
Sometimes you don't have a choice.
Yeah, that too.
Or small things. Let a friend know. Maybe let your next door neighbor, know about it, and they can check on you here and there. Like if they're home. I mean, every situation is different, so it's hard to exactly answer. But you might have a friend, family member. I think there's like the medical bracelet thing. Like you can push a button or it knows about you or something. You can like that.
Yeah.
I'm just
Get
throwing out random
cameras.
ideas to help.
A good one would be to get cameras. If you're home alone and your family is going out of town real quick, they can watch you.
That's a good idea.
Get them in
Baby.
places that aren't invasive, like everywhere except the bathroom.
Nice.
Yeah.
Big brother yourself up. Is that your recommendation then?
Kinda. Yeah.
That's pretty,
Just
some like reality show, and then like the family member or whatever can just check the app on their phone so they can see you every half hour or something and know
If
I
it's
to
spied on my cat from EMU.
Yeah, the
is it
cameras
like
I
let you know every time?
have motion detection. So if I set that up for a family member, then they'll have like pop-up notifications on their phone every room I move into. Every time I get up out of a chair, oh, motion detected. Here's Mark, you know. So yeah.
Um my mom,
Are,
when she didn't see me on camera, she called. Where you at?
Wow.
What are you doing? Are you at home? I haven't seen you in a while. I was like, I'm just chilling in this part of the house today where there's no camera at. But yeah, she's like, "Are you okay? I usually see you go to your bedroom or walk down the hallway or this and that." I was like, "Yeah, I put cameras in here to, when they were gone. Now that they're back, we just got cameras just surveilling the house, and you still got the password." Um, so yeah, you got to find people not like my mom because she's gonna call if she doesn't see you and she thinks everything is. I usually see you. Yeah.
yeah, my
Yeah.
parents or my mostly my mom, but she's brought this up, is she's like, oh, can like, how about a GoPro on your bike, and then like we can watch it and see how you're doing and blah blah blah. And I'm like, so basically, even when I am out of the house, I can't do anything on my own. Like,
Yeah.
what the
I'm a
hell?
mama's
Like,
boy,
You,
so
you want some privacy.
hey,
yeah, be able to like
I'm a
have
mama's
some fun
boy, so
without my
yeah,
parents
there's
watching me.
that.
I mean, a lot of the younger crowd these days already basically do that to themselves anyway. Live
Just do all
streaming
the time, like
everywhere they go.
selfies and
Yeah, yeah, riding my bike. Going to school. Hell yeah! Look at that car. Ran a light. Um, yeah. Some of the younger they grew up with cameras in their faces all the time, um, whether voluntarily or not. And so it
Uh,
might not bother some of them as much as it bothers others who've
yeah.
been used to a little bit more anonymity, a little bit more privacy. So,
And I
yeah.
have thought about it a little bit. I mean, it's been over like the 15, 16 years I've been riding my bike, but I have been hit by a car twice. So it was like a couple, not a couple, but both of those times I'm like, they weren't my fault. So I was just like, damn, that would be nice to have this on camera so I could be like, look at what
Oh,
this asshole did to me.
so
Like,
you,
it's
you
their
can have
fault.
video evidence. Okay. Yeah. He
Exactly.
did this, not me. I was
Yeah,
not
You
my
want a
fault.
you want
so
a
it's
dash
both.
cam for your bike.
It's exactly.
the
It's both
GoPro on the
reasons.
helmet.
Oh no, I always do, because one of the times I did have a helmet on, but I have the picture somewhere on my computer. But it was like a 6, 8 inch crack down the middle of the helmet. Like, if I didn't have the helmet on, it would have been at the least very very bad, injuries to my head. And obviously, none of us, need any more head impacts, right? So so it was, yeah, it would have been nice to have that on camera. And then this chick like had her car insurance company like try and call me and say it was my fault and blah blah. It was this whole issue that went on for like 6, 8 months. And I was still working at the bike shop, so I told their insurance company, I was like, "Look, I work at a bike shop. I got a new helmet. I know all the bike laws, like this and this and this." And then finally one day they just stopped calling me because they knew they were on the wrong side of it. Basically, it was it was fun. It was interesting, but it was a pain in the ass to deal with it for that long. Well, and it was a pain in the head, obviously, for a couple days. But
Yeah. Did you go to the hospital?
no, I didn't. I pulled a pookie with a thumb, and I because come on, man, I got to give you. I got to joke about.
Yeah.
I'm gonna joke about that. But yeah, no, I ended up not going. I just had a pretty bad headache for a couple of days, and like I said, I was
Minor
still working at a bike shop,
minor
so I got a new
concussion.
helmet replaced, and maybe that's why I have more now, right? Because of that. Who knows what, yeah, what happened. But
Yeah, I don't want to say go to the hospital, and then you said your head hurt. Minor concussion is possible, and then yeah, sleep with a
no,
concussion.
I had a hit, like I said, it was a couple of days long. So yeah, pretty sure I had at least a minor concussion. And it was just, I had only had like 3 or 4, or not only, but you know what I mean, like 3 or 4 seizures at this point. It was like 20, like 14, 2012. This was a long, long time ago. So it wasn't as bad for me at that time. So I was just like, I'll deal with it. And my medical insurance was different at that time. So it would have been more expensive than it is now. So that kind of kept me from doing it too. I know it's a dumb idea saying it this long, in the future, but I did what I did. It was dumb. I know.
Has anybody ever had MRIs or like any imaging that brought some like good news? Because I know during
Oh,
all
not
my
good.
years of treatment, they always said things like, we have to get another CT and MRI and X-ray and all this just to make sure that your epilepsy, you don't have like some hidden tumor and this, that the RNS isn't going to be a waste. So in this like years leading up to the RNS, I had a lot more imaging done, and that got annoying.
Yeah.
Did anybody ever have anything good result from the doctor's orders?
I went to get Minnie an MRI, and only I think once I had a seizure, like not even a seizure, just like they were flashing lights and playing sounds and everything, trying to get me to have a seizure. But it's just that kind of that they knew where my seizures, what area of the brain they were coming from. That's and they
So it's
took
like
that
narrowing
out.
down the focals.
Yeah, like the they explained it like electric currents coming out of the brain. They like showed a map, but uh they said this is our most likely spot, so we would like to do surgery there.
Um,
Did you have
forgot
a
what I was gonna say.
EMU before that?
Uh, I was
Or a
I
EGU at least?
uh I probably have been in the hospital more than my house, but so most likely.
Jeez.
Same.
Uh,
They
also,
probably like made you have one, right? At one of those
yeah, they
staves or something.
hooked the
Excuse me. Sorry.
nodes to the top of my head, if that's what an EMU is.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Did that in a sleep study.
Gotcha. I was just asking because,
Oh,
yeah, like I said earlier, I had one a couple months ago, so I'm just like, yeah, curious what you went through, during it, after it, or whatever. I mean, yeah, you don't have to tell me every
um,
detail, but I'm just asking
Yeah, it's fine.
questions.
uh, Kate, you said anybody ever find any scans that did what? That showed anything or something like that? What was
Yeah,
that
did anybody
question?
ever really have any conclusive data come from imaging?
Yeah, me, but it was like the second time I had a seizure. They're like, okay, yeah, we know what's going on.
So what
Yeah,
did what was it, an MRI or an X-ray or a CAT scan? Because like you're the one who had the TBI, so I would assume they had a lot more,
yeah, they
data
had some old pictures, some new
right
pictures,
when it happened.
some
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah, they were able to just be like, all right, we knew it was coming. Basically, 11 years after the first one. Uh, yeah, simple. They knocked it out with a couple tests. Yeah, here's this. And I was just talking to my mom about that because I hear everybody saying they're going to EMUs, they're getting tests this day, they have appointments. I'm not getting appointments. And I think it's because they already know what's going on. So they call me when it's time to get a refill. Basically, there's nothing else to test on me. Uh, we know
How
why
long
and
ago?
how. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, how long ago was that for you?
The accident, my car accident when I was a
The
kid.
the procedure, whatever.
I didn't get
Sorry, I
any
didn't.
procedures. I didn't get no procedures, but
Or the
yeah,
scan. I mean, or yeah, whatever
that
you.
was around 30 years ago. Yeah.
Oh wow.
And then like 11 years later, that's when I got some more scans after having 2 more seizures. But they had already diagnosed me after the third seizure was the second one they said, and yeah. Yep, they knew why and everything. There was no questions, and yeah, my mother got all the information and we went home. Simple. I
I'm
didn't
finding
get
more
all
and
that
more.
information.
You agree that you have to be more proactive for like to get answers for yourself. You have to like make sure the doctor wants those answers.
I was 16, so like I think this is a big reason why I didn't know much about my epilepsy and I just went about life is because my mother got all the paperwork after the appointments, and there really wasn't information passed to me. Like, this is what you should do. You should sleep more. I was in high school. I just went about life. I wasn't having them all the time. It was similar to now, every 3, 2, 4 months, whenever the case. But yeah, no test done on me. And I was just having that conversation with my mom, like, yeah, I see why. It's because they're already like, we know what's wrong with you. And yeah, they had one test where one lady wanted to do brain surgery, and I told you guys about that, right?
This
I
is
think
not
I
I
don't
have.
recorded.
remember.
Oh wow.
Surprise, surprise, I don't remember.
Yeah, I can't either. Maybe you said it on here sometime, but I just wasn't here for that
Yeah,
time.
Um,
I think when absolutely nobody remembers the story, then it's probably not one you shared.
That's generous.
I'm sure I share it.
Out of all the
Uh,
hundreds of hours that we've been talking on here, I wouldn't be
We've
surprised if
not.
we heard it.
One of us would have at
Well,
least
it's my
some
first time, so
vague hint somewhere that there was.
Maybe you told Jeff because he's not here right now, and then you might have
Yeah,
just been speaking to him only.
um,
I don't know.
but
Regale us
tell
now.
us.
Here's your
Yeah, let us
opportunity.
know.
Yeah.
um, funny thing is, I forgot. No, I'm just kidding. I did forget for a little bit, but it came back to me. And then the other funny thing is, we were talking about memory. You guys were like, "Oh, I forgot this and that," but the test was for memory. She wanted to do. Oh, she showed me this little scan of my brain from a couple of different angles, and she was like, "You see this little spot right here? You see that little spot right there, whatever." And she was like, I'm just gonna get a little bit of your skull, and then I'm gonna get this needle. I'm gonna take right there, pull whatever it is right there. I don't know if it was liquid or whatever. And I left the appointment and I didn't go back. And
But
she said, I'm too young for my memory to be that bad. Um, that surgery was necessary. Um, Never seen her again. But she did give me medication with 3 refills, so I just never went back to her. Uh, Yeah, I don't mind my memory being bad if I don't want my head cut open, unless it's just like I really have to. Other than that, I don't want any more procedures done going up under the needle. I mean, the knife.
You ever get the vibe that the doctors really aren't into long term though? Like as much as they write refills and things, like I'm hesitant to even go back to this primary care because it was a month ago, and I still haven't gotten the referral processed for the neurologist. So I still don't have a neurologist in this place where we're living, and I'm getting curious. Like, what's the RNS doing? You know, is there any like long term effects from getting like zapped 100 times a day? So, just out of curiosity, because again, I still don't have access to my own data. Go NeuroPace.
Mm. Mm.
uh,
Uh,
personally, I do not think primary cares are as effective as neurologists. Like they, in my opinion, just want you out of their office as quickly as possible so they can see the next person.
Kind of feel like all
mm.
doctors are like that.
Well, that's just from my opinion. I am.
I agree
My
though. I think neurologists and epileptologists are typically a lot better than like a PCP, but I still feel like they just still don't give you enough time.
I
I
feel
don't
like
know.
my
that's
first
what
neuro,
There are good
my first
ones
neuro
out
was
there.
cool.
Mhm.
I had my first neuro from the first seizure. I mean, well, the second seizure. Since then, pediatric neurologist basically. I had him until last year. Uh, he retired. So that was 19 years with that guy. And he's just like, yeah, I'm going to retire in a couple months. I was like, so there was no reason of me coming to this office. And he was like, well, we're going to have an appointment the day before. And that last appointment made no sense the day before he retired. And then he was angry because I came to Reddit and I found out what a focal seizure was. So I told him, I think I've been having focal seizures for around 10 years now that I know what a focal seizure is. And he was really disappointed. He was. And he was like, how could this be something you not point out? And you're going doing this long. And he was like, do you know how bad that could be with me not pointing it out? And I was like, to be honest, you never told me there was another seizure other than a grand mal. Honestly, all those years before Reddit, all I knew was the grand mals. They'd be like,
You
"What
should
kind of
have been
seizure
a
did you
better
have?"
doctor and asked more questions.
Right? Ask me, did I know anything? But yeah, that was once again when I was a child or when I was a minor. I think all the information that he probably was given wasn't to me and wasn't passed along. And then I grew up and I left home. Didn't exactly leave too far, but yeah. So I just went about life, and epilepsy is here, and I'm here, luckily. Um, but yeah,
Hey, congratulations for not letting epilepsy set the pace for you.
uh, yeah. What you said. I got something right here though. It says I accidentally double dosed. Have you? I double dosed on Fight Compa. I want to start off by saying I'm fine. Worthy, nothing emergency worthy going on so far. I'm just slightly out of it, I guess. I like my ADHD medication symptoms worsened a bit, like maybe a bit of mania, I guess. But yeah, not an emergency. I took 8 milligrams instead of 4 milligrams. Contacted my neurologist. He hasn't responded so far. Contacted the GP. She said I should be fine, but not take tonight's dose. Anyway, I feel like I'm floating in those like weird things like that are like the beds, those mattresses that are soft. Thoughts are absolutely fucked, and my usual side effects are blown up to 10 times than usual. I have some shallow breath, but it's just my breathing just slowed down, but I'm fine, right? Anyway, I was told if it gets out of hand to go to the ER and that's it. What are your thoughts? I honestly feel slightly like, in quote, up, like I'm giggling. I don't even know. Vision is also weird, like usual. Anyway, I just wanted to say that because I'm terrified, but I'm also calm. Like my head is terrified, but I guess, but everything else is sedated. Do you think I should go to the hospital? Anyway, I think maybe if it gets worse, I'll go anyway. I don't know. Luckily, it's not a busy day. Tingling going on everywhere. Damn. Anyway, it's terrifying. So, people, please check your meds. What do you think? And check your meds before swallowing them. Yeah, this person was like all over like the place. Like, I said like a lot during that. And that's what I was reading, not just what I was saying.
Uh,
Like, yeah, like, nah, go ahead.
You think that comes from them mentioning being like slightly manic or mania in mania? I'm not familiar with that too much. What do you think?
no, I think she should be more concerned with Pimcompa specifically, because they only let you that and XCOPRI for some reason. I don't know why. The other medications I could get as much as I want if I want to.
They're
Uh,
stingy with XCOPRI, aren't they?
yep. But they
Because
only
they're
give a
controlled
2-day
substance, like
window.
the category of drug that they fall into.
It must be. I don't know.
That's why I had trouble. Like the mail order pharmacy sometimes told me like not doing it at
Yeah,
all because it's
that's
controlled and stuff like that.
but uh yeah, I mean I have taken 2 doses before and I'm still here. So he she shouldn't be too freaked out.
Hang out with somebody who knows what to do. Just
Yep.
aware of the situation and just try to stay chill.
It was
Um,
it was weird for me when I had to get the Fargompra. It wasn't allowed to be like mailed to me. It had to be picked up in person. Might be different for, different states or whatever, but yeah, for here at least I had to pick it up. I'm on a 6 milligram dose daily, and it's it's screwing with me on the 6. So, but not like physically wise, if that makes sense. It's just I just feel like crap most days from it. I have a friend I talk to a lot, and I'm sure they like think I'm insane recently since I've been taking it, but it is what it is. I think I might take a little bit lower dose, at least until I talk to the other doctor and do all the stuff with the VNS, and I'll see how it goes. I want to go to a lower dose, but like it hasn't been doing anything physically. Like they shouldn't be worried about going to the ER. They could just probably take a long nap or something and and
And
have it
don't let the
wear
doctor
off.
make you feel
But
bad when you go back to the doctor, letting them know that, starting on this date, you went back to 4 milligrams.
mhm.
They might look like they want to cuss you out or something, but don't let them make you feel bad. Because the doctors,
I,
a lot of times, as soon as you tell them you modified their treatment plan, they
yeah.
really want to take it out on you. But remember that this doctor should have made themselves available and more proactive about getting you on the right dose in a good amount of time.
Well, at this point, I really don't care what the doctors say. I'm more annoyed with what they're saying half the times than what they're telling me. So, so I'll just work it out on myself. And when they first prescribed it to me, I was taking 4 milligrams of it instead of my current 6. So it's not like it's gonna, do something crazy to my body. It's just gonna be a slightly smaller dosage, which is with something like that, you'd have to kind of slowly back off, right? Like we always say on here, you don't cold turkey a seizure med. So it would just be like slowly backing off of it.
um, Mark, icebreaker for you today. It's an easy one. You don't have to run from this one. Um, like what? Like the weather out there? Like, no, I'm kidding. How's the weather?
Right now,
That's the icebreaker. Like right
uh,
now.
93 degrees
It's
outside.
hot everywhere right now.
Um, oh wait, no, it's gone down. 89 degrees. Uh, wind west southwest at 5 miles per hour. Rain expected within Oh wait, no, it says precipitation unlikely. I don't know if I trust that though, because the radar looks really soupy.
You'll be like,
We'll
I'm gonna go
see.
sit outside if it's gonna rain. It can cool
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, I mean,
Great.
I love the rain. I miss it.
Um,
Extreme drought here right now. We have been ever since the beginning of the year. So any rain at all is desperately needed.
Mm.
yeah, we're at a fire warning and a heat advisory until 11 p.m. tonight. It will be 104 today. Um,
Wow.
yeah, so
I'll I'll take this weather over that weather. Thank
right.
you.
That's why I'm staying in the house. Well, I'll be live all day, so hey, by the time I get done, it might be dark. Uh, Angel, we can ask about that good old Philly weather. How's it going, Angel?
Yo, what's up?
How's it hanging?
Good, good, good.
It's always good to hear. Um, the icebreaker today is how's the weather? But I seen your message. You're playing in the fire hydrant, so the weather must be good.
It was, well, it felt like it was 100 degrees earlier, but yeah, there was some rain, but that didn't
Mm,
stop us.
right. Um, I got something here. Says I'm going for a 7-day EEG, video EEG. Any advices on this frustrating procedure? I have temporal lobe epilepsy, which usually gets triggered while eating most of the time. And they want to check the localized part through the video EEG. I really hope whatever the results is, they don't ask for a brain surgery next. Any advices on how I should spend this week? Things I should expect? Um, Take something so you don't get bored. Uh,
I would suggest for that reason, trigger as many seizures as possible because it definitely goes by faster. It sounds
mm,
so counterproductive, but in all the EEGs that I had to do, they finally shut the fuck up about getting more done after I had like 4 TCs in 2 days, and they counted like 10 focals every day. Yeah, there was a lot. So get the data, and just make that what the week is all about. Like Pookie said, bring a book, bring something to stay occupied, but the more seizures you have, it does go by faster.
Bring entertainment, bring snacks in case the food sucks, and expect no privacy.
mm. James, you just went to the what's it called? EMU recently? Oh, he went out the room.
I had one
Um,
in February, and then I think his was in April or May. I'm doing another one in a couple weeks, but
mm,
it's at home.
Nice.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
you got the ambulatory.
yeah.
Oh, I hate those.
Yeah, I go to Kansas City for tests on the 22nd, and then they hook me up to my bag of brains, as Toaster puts it, on the 24th.
I
So,
hate the ambulatories. You got to carry them around. Your head's
you
all
know,
wrapped up.
I'm less concerned about that than the lumbar puncture they're doing on the 22nd, and then a
Yeah,
4 hour drive home.
it's just you're like always like, okay, I gotta be sure not to move this wire too much or whatever because that will mess up the whole 72 or whatever how many hours they're giving you the ambulatory for.
So
I
is
get
the
hooked
lumbar
up
what's the
on
lumbar
Wednesday,
puncture
and then,
do? Why are they doing all that at the same time?
well, they're doing MRIs and the lumbar puncture on Monday, and then Wednesday they hook me up all the way through the following Monday. And then on Tuesday, I talked to the doctor. So yeah, I honestly, the only thing they told me about the lumbar puncture was that they were going to look for some autoimmune something or other. But I mean, it's not going to be the first time I had needles stuck in my spine, but I'm still not looking forward to it.
It doesn't sound fun. Um,
At least it's not because
mm,
I'm in terrible pain. That's what
mm.
I just hope I don't get the headache they talk about afterwards. But
Are you doing like acupuncture or something?
no, they're gonna go stick a needle into my spine and pull out spinal fluid and test it for something. Your face
So,
just
That was adorable.
um,
I've never had one, and hopefully never will.
well, I mean, I've
yeah,
had neck surgery and back surgery before, so I've had all kinds of pain injections and stuff in my spine. So it's probably not going to be anything, but I
No, the
still don't like
lumbar
the thought of it.
punctures, yeah, lumbar punctures like over within like a half hour. It's real quick. It's not.
Yeah, it's like getting an
for sure.
epidural, Kate,
Yeah.
except they're pulling stuff out instead of putting stuff in.
Yeah, but
Uh,
it's numbed up and you don't feel anything except like some pressure. It's
The pop I
oh,
don't like.
I know what an epidural is. It just I was thinking like, what the hell is it? But it came to me. I'm sorry, I shouldn't even have said that out loud. Go
It's
ahead.
Oh,
okay. You
just so
didn't
you
give
know,
birth
I
to
forgot which
children, so
one.
you don't know. It's the
Pickle
pain block they
Rick.
give you when you're having babies.
Oh, I did C-section. I did C-section
Oh,
and miscarriage, so yeah, we're good.
My
Mm.
ex-wife, I forgot how many they had to give her overnight while they're waiting. Like, I know they had to give her so many shots overnight to speed up.
bit,
multiple epidurals repeatedly over the
Let's make
whole.
that pickle the new like face for the channel. What do you guys think? We never had
I
a
think
mascot.
that's
That's already
Rick and
trademarked. It's
Morty.
Pickle Rick.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
that's Pickle Rick from Rick and Morty. That would be copyright infringement
Yeah,
in within seconds.
right.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't know how litigious um
I don't know who made
Cartoon
this, but
Network is. But Disney bought the IP, didn't they? I think
yes, yes.
they bought Rick and Morty, signed it up for at like what
Season
season?
9 comes out today.
Yeah, they bought it at like season 6 with a full all the way up to 10 seasons guaranteed. So, yeah,
Nice.
9 coming
Uh,
up, and there's definitely at least going to be a 10, possibly more after that, depending on how the momentum is.
9 comes out today.
Today, I did
Yes.
not know that.
Um,
Oh,
yeah, I will be watching it. Um,
well, how about that? I, on Eastern time, will be in the future. I will get to see it 3 hours before you will, won't I? Will I?
yeah, yeah.
Or wait, no, do they air at the same time all across the...
I don't know.
probably.
This is a question I should ask Google, not you guys, right? Um, yeah.
um, I got something here, you guys.
Yep.
It's asking for advice. It says, I'm feeling pretty overwhelmed right now and could really use some advice or support. I moved back with family after going after getting custody of my son so I could pay off debt and get back on my feet. I finally started to feel comfortable again, and then I had 2 cluster tonic-clonic seizures in 2 days. Now I've got more medical debt and I'm on Vimpat, which has been really hard on me. One of the hardest parts right now is parenting while living with the family. It's not that I don't want to be the parent I should be. It's that I feel like I'm being undermined. For example, they'll give my son candy after 8 p.m. or suggest letting him swim right before bedtime, even when I've I've already set rules. They also sometimes say he shouldn't cry at bedtime when he doesn't want to put pajamas on or brush his teeth, but sometimes he does cry before finally doing it. And I feel like it's just part of being a toddler and sticking to the routines. It may it makes routines really hard to maintain and add stress when I'm already dealing with the seizures and recovery. On top of all that, I don't feel like I can really rely on my neurologist. I've tried looking for one. I tried looking for a new one, but the closest options are in the next city over, and I don't want to have to Uber that far or feel like I'm burdening my parents even more than I already do. Has anyone else dealt with cluster seizures like this? Mess medication side effects from Vimpat or medication side effects from anything in that point, or at that point, or family members undermining your parenting while you're trying to recover. How do you handle that? Um, I don't have actually. My father is the only one that tries to undermine me,
You
but
should have
I'm not.
plenty of
I'm,
experience, Pookie. You have 6 of them.
uh, my father was the only one who did the undermining thing. Actually, my stepmom did too. But my father mainly, and it was just like I felt like I told him I feel like you're just trying to be the father that you weren't to me. Um, just allow my kids to do whatever and like just let them do it. Just let them do it. They're just kids. I'm like, and like this person said, you want to set a routine and you got to stick to it. My dad's like, my house, they don't have to do anything. And I hated
You
it.
need
I
to
just was like, let me go in another room and ignore that. And he's like, I bought a bunch of food. They can go make their own food when they're ready. You don't have to cook. They have a bunch of, yeah. At my dad's house, I have no control. Uh,
That sounds
yeah,
like a
shit
nightmare.
shit like that. You gotta nip that in the bud quick and let them know you are the parent. They are not the parent, and it is your child, and therefore you can make the decisions. And yeah, that's just a bad situation.
yeah,
Yep.
it isn't fun. So yeah, you guys, any suggestions dealing with cluster seizures and medication side effects?
If the
Uh,
side effects are too
like
bad, talk to your doctor.
is the
Sorry, I
son
didn't
having cluster seizures?
Uh,
believe it's the
no,
dad or the parent is having the
the
seizures.
parent.
Yeah, 'cause
Yeah,
it sounded like she was saying when that happens and they're out of it, then their parent is the ones like
Oh, they
taking over
take
the.
over.
Yeah, yeah. And I definitely get that with Nana, hanging out with the grandkids when I was just out of it for days on clusters, and you know, it's a pick your battles kind of situation in my case
yes,
because it's not
worth
life
an
threatening.
argument.
It's not actually an emergency, but it will probably have some long term effects. I know it has had long term effects, and it is what it is. I mean, let's try to just turn this into some kind of teaching moment when they're old enough to listen to you and comprehend what the situation was. If the memory is still there, then we can talk about it. But when it's happening, it's really just it unfortunately like a pick your battles thing.
Yeah, with
Yeah,
my
it's
dad,
really
it's a
tough.
pick your battles. It's not worth arguing with him over. So, and I just say that all the time. It's not worth the argument. But it's still, like you said, it messes the kids up. It's like as soon as we get home, now they're like trying to do this, this, and this. And I'm like, no, this is not your grandpa's house. We're not just going to keep doing what we were doing at his house and mine now. We're not visiting him anymore. So it does mess them up and routine and all that. They're not going to sick to it after Grandpa's house. So yeah,
I'm watching it happen with
sorry,
my
lady.
grandson right now because my
Mm,
grandson spends so
you're
much
the
time at my mom's house, and my daughter will tell her, she doesn't want him watching TV before school, or whatever the rule is. And mom's like, well, he had to earn it. I'm like, no, you need to put your foot down. That's not, if you don't want him doing it, then you need to make sure that she knows not to do it. So,
Exactly. But some parents really are convinced that they are the only ones who know right and wrong.
well, that's why I'm not
right.
speaking to my mother.
Oh,
Yep.
Um,
And they want to
so
control it.
yep, I'm doing nothing right. I'm like, you weren't
exactly.
there. Now you're just trying to be the father you were. Yes, you weren't to me. That's what I told him. I felt like you try to be the better grandparent because you weren't a parent. Uh, I
And
know
then they
that
called you
touched a
out saying
nerve.
you're giving the kids a bad example.
Yeah, I've heard that one too. You're setting a bad example. Oh yeah. Um,
This is a good subject for today. I got a lot of examples.
yeah,
Or
man.
they throw your seizures right back in your face.
The part where there's
It's their fault.
where like when I have a seizure, I feel like I'm needed more. I feel like those are times where like my dad's calling me more after I had a seizure because the kids do this, the kids did that. Like they were doing that for 2 days in front of your face, and until they broke something, it was not a problem. Yeah,
I stayed outside mowing the lawn for an extra half hour today because I didn't want to come back inside. That's what it comes down to.
you
And
went
yes,
over the
like
already mowed
5 degrees.
lawn.
Oh yeah, I did. I raised my voice when
Just
I shouldn't have. I knew I was gonna hear 10 different things that I did wrong, and yeah, I literally just decided to go right around to the front yard after the backyard.
yeah.
But
You
hey,
got to
mission
keep
accomplished.
control. Like Andrea said, say something. Get it under control because I just gave up. The arguments with my dad, it's way too much. And instead of arguing with him and getting all roared up, um, it's not worth it. Just let him be grandpa, and
At the
yeah,
same time, they should respect that you're the parent. They don't
uh,
respect that, and
No, no, that's clear.
maybe
She
it's
can't
worth a
ever get
fight.
away from that.
Is boundaries.
uh,
To put your boundaries down, they got to respect your boundaries.
Yeah, but then you set it up as respect, and they're like, oh yeah, well you still need to
yeah,
respect that it's my house, that I do things
that
my
part too.
that's
Oh my,
their like respect
right,
them outweighs expecting them to show you respect. Like they're always priority. Their needs, their
right.
wisdom, like beliefs are always priority.
Yeah, it's always like I can do what I want to at my house, and you do this when you take them away. And oh yeah, Kate been through
Okay, I
that
won't
too.
bring them then.
Oh, try
Um,
going through that shit with a husband. Husband and parents at the same time. What the
I did that.
uh,
I did that with my
So you
mom,
tell
and
them
then
to
I was
all
like,
fuck off.
"Fine, I'm gone." And it's like, "No, you can't threaten me to leave. Like you
now this
can't
one's
leave."
living the life. I'm good. I'm good.
yeah, my grandma used to do that to me with my mom, and yeah, my mom used to be like, "All right, then you keep them."
Mhm.
But yeah, I stayed with grandma for a few days. Uh, yeah,
And now we
man,
know best how to just
good
make it work.
times. Now I know just sometimes with my dad, some arguments aren't worth it. Andrea, I understand what you're saying. You got to say something. Might be worth the argument and all that.
Don't say
I
something,
just
it's never
don't.
gonna change.
Uh, I said something enough to now where the next thing I say is going to be an argument. I've said enough. Yeah. There's nothing else I can say. It's like I keep
there's
saying
one thing
this,
you can
nothing's
say.
happening.
It's got 2 words in it. And you can sum it up with one big middle finger.
And it's something you don't want to say in front of the babies.
Hence the sign language.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the funny thing
But-
is that I told my dad, you need me. You called me so you could see them because you work so much. You wanted me to be here with them. And I was like, so we gotta compromise somewhere. Can I get some control? But grandpa's house, grandpa's rules, I just ignored it, and yeah.
It depends on what the argument is over, but if they're
The
completely
argument is
undermining
just,
your authority with your children, then you need to put a stop to that.
yeah, it's like, stop yelling at them. Just let them do what they're doing. And I'm like, you got upstairs, downstairs. So I got 6 kids, and there's stairs and running and screaming. Grandpa allows it. I can't say anything, and I forget that I'm in his house sometime. So I'm like, hey, and he's like, look at me. Why are you looking at me? I'm just trying to tell him to slow down. But yeah, you guys, man.
Oh, yeah. They'll be quicker to put a stop to you that before you even get a chance to put a stop to what they got going on.
Right. Oh,
If-
Kate, I love that we could relate to this.
Oh, yeah. But the best part is actually being able to finally tell them that final fuck off and just get on with it. It happens.
I did the podcast. I could not do it in his house because it was just so loud and he just was letting them run everywhere. So I went in my dad's backyard and did the podcast one day. Whole day, like 9 hours on his back porch. Nice backyard, but yeah. Had
What
to
sent you back
avoid,
there was so nice.
yeah. It was cool. Yeah, you guys gotta go back,
More
watch that
power to you.
episode.
We're all
Hilarious.
here, and I'm sure we're all gonna keep living through these battles together.
One day at a time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I got one here that says, anyone ever took, oh no, anyone ever took Briviac? I don't know to even bring this one up. All right. Well, it says generic Briviac side effects. My daughter has been on Briviac for a year since they have come out with generic version now. The name brand one will cost $1,393 a month. I'm nervous about switching her and her having side effects. Has anyone ever switched a medication because of the price?
Carbatrol. Mine was Carbatrol and extended release. They only had it name brand. They but a lot of my medications, the Carbatrol and the Briviact, were 2 that I did the name brand generic switch after. Oh, no, the Carbatrol I had to switch before I got to the highest dose. Briviact was one that I was on the brand name, and just every time you went back, you're still having seizures. Yes, take another pill. So I got to the max dose of the Briviact and then switched to the generic. And that's, they just said this is to determine if your drug resistant epilepsy is more selective when it comes to brand name to generic, or if you're drug resistant to like this entire class. I think I had like 4 more, the Ficampa and like all the newer ones after Briviact. But yeah, the doctor really just sounded like they were trying to come up with another reason to get some more time on the meds. When I did the switch, you always have to do it slowly. Like I couldn't make a change in medicine more than once a week, and it was like just half a pill, tiny dose. It took months. It always took months just to switch from the generic to the the name brand to the generic. But I never had any issues with side effects. When I was titrating down, I know I was more like lower threshold, but I mean, there wasn't anything like surprisingly bad about the Briviacetrum, whatever the generic name is, switch. That
Verocetum.
was, yeah, that was one of the ones that I was on for a lot longer because I didn't have to get off it because of the side effects. I just had to wait until the doctor said I was out of time. You're still having seizures, and this medication hasn't controlled them well enough. So now we got to try another one, and continue that for a couple decades.
Yeah, I did that too, and that was shortly after
Hey, Angel.
Keppra. I was on Vidpat, Briviac. I can't remember what else, but it was a cocktail, and I don't remember any side effects with the Briviac. But again, I was still having seizures. But then again, I'm like when I'm drug resistant, so if the Keppra stopped working on me, what was the Briviac going to do if that's Keppra 2.0?
Hey, the doctors will still try it because once again, Keppra was one of the first ones, and after I tried 10 other medications, they suggested going back on the Keppra. Like, try this one last time before you RNS because you can't get ablation, you can't get the whatever that other one is where they just take some out. And
Yeah.
they determined me not
resection?
eligible for VNS. Yeah. Resection and ablation was what they first cut off the list, and then VNS was not a option. And then they said go back on Keppra just for the hell of it until we can line up all the tests and everything we're going to need to start thinking about RNS. So yeah, that's another thing that they usually suggest. If you haven't taken a medication for some years, try it again.
Epicote was the last thing I tried again, and I can't try that anymore. I mean, I like it, but it's too hard on my body.
I think they said that one was bad for babies too, so I never took Depakote.
Yeah. It's too hard on someone's body sometimes. Like for me, it was my liver.
A lot of us
For Kevin, I
patients
think it's his
have
bones.
digestive issues. That's for sure.
Wow. Anybody ever switch medications due to the price? Was the question.
When I
I
went
have
from
not.
Blue Cross to Medicare, I couldn't take Carbatrol anymore.
I have not because my insurance covers generics, I believe. So they always paid everything. So I never had to pay for switching medications or switch because or whatever the case.
Yeah, for a while they only have a brand name, like the extended release. That was only as a brand name, so I had to stay on the private insurance if the doctor, to get the doctor to even prescribe it. And that just all went out the window. And I know we weren't prepared for getting off of private insurance, but you can't really expect the doctors to warn you of that stuff. It's just another thing where patients have to be proactive.
There was one I couldn't get because they had something else that this is when I was getting medicine delivered to me. And they couldn't do that through the delivery service. And I'm like, why not? And so it's like, you got to do this one. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, no. My medicine is mostly paid for, but I have switched medications before, but I think I was on oxycarbazine at one point and it didn't work.
Did they tell you to titrate down and start the other one at the same time? Or
Yeah, I
Okay.
was supposed to take not just take
Right.
it cold turkey, like I think someone was saying.
Yeah.
But to just take it quarter of a pill less every other week, and then after a certain amount to introduce the other medication.
I appreciated being able to titrate down at the same time they added a new one. So one of my neurologists got in the habit of telling me to stay on the dose as prescribed, add the new pill, take that for 2 weeks and make sure you don't have any like unmanageable side effects, and then start to titrate down on the other one. And that was the most like unbearable experience because I was such a zombie.
Well,
Weeks.
I was zombie on that. I am glad they took me off of it.
Yeah.
But no, that I get most of my medication paid for.
Mm.
Must be the insurance.
Yeah, my insurance paid for mine, so I didn't ever have to switch a medication because of the price. Not yet. But I do got something here. It says drugs and seizures. Over a year ago, me and some friends tried meth. Oh wow. Mm. Huh. Let me breathe for that one. All my friends were fine, but all my friends were fine, but my night was awful in all caps. Ended up seizing, and my friends called an ambulance. I ended up having 2 more seizures in the hospital, and the doctors told me it was from my prior use of bucerin, buspirine. Anybody? Anybody ever heard that? B U
I'll look it up.
S P P I
Buspirone.
R.
It's an
Buspirone. Okay.
antidepressant, a stimulant
Oh,
antidepressant.
an antidepressant. Yeah,
Okay.
antidepressants are bad. You can get hooked on them. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. Um, Says I ended up having 2 more seizures in the hospital, and doctors told me it was from my prior use of buspirone or buspirin. I have been off of the buspirin for 2 years prior. Well, this weekend I'm wanting to try MDMA. Of course, tested it at first, but I'm scared of having a seizure. I tried cocaine after the event, and I was fine. But has anyone else had any experiences? Uh,
Please tell me all the responses are just telling them like 988 and all those like hotlines
Yeah.
and you know
Um,
oh, don't bother.
I don't know if he knows, but antidepressants, they can cause seizures, like almost all antidepressants. So I don't know if he had a
That's good to know.
psychiatrist that
And not to
was
mention any unregulated drug you're getting, you don't know what you're getting.
I thought that
Right.
he was like saying, "Oh, I drank too much and had a seizure."
No, he was talking about meth, and now you want to do MDMA and then coke, and yeah, that's the kind of thing where you don't
He
know what
said
you're.
he already tried coke. He said it was
Oh, okay.
he
How
did
do they know it
fine with
wasn't
that.
from the coke?
No, he said he did. Yeah, I don't know what he feels like. He said if he was fine with that, but who
Yeah.
knows?
Probably didn't get anything real. They cut that with something. Anyway, no.
Um, so there are some comments here, and I'm gonna start from the top because, like you said, Kate, what are they saying? One comment here says there's no drug out there that's worth the risk. Another one says, I basically ruined my life with drugs, man. I can't stop you. And it seems like you made your choice already. But I'll still tell you to not do and to think before you do. Anyway, yeah, people with epilepsy are way more prone to drug induced seizures. So be careful. I had my first seizure due to a benzo withdrawal. Then a few weeks later, I had another one. Then they would keep happening once every few months. I'm on stable med and haven't had a seizure in years. My doctor said drugs aren't the reason why I started having seizures. The first one was likely due to a benzo withdrawal, since I hadn't taken anything in a couple of days at that time, but haven't had more seizures even after getting off of benzos is likely due to something in my neuro. They said I've always been prone to epilepsy, but the benzos had nothing to do with it. And it's just a coincidence that my seizures started happening after getting clean. Mm. Benzo withdrawal. First time I heard that.
It's a very high chance you're gonna, from speaking from experience, it's a very high chance you're gonna have a seizure.
Now, a lot of times they call even like a headache. I always thought headache was just, whenever you say withdrawal, I think it's like a seizure. You know, I think of the most like extreme symptoms or like part of withdrawal, but it's not always like that. Sometimes even if you're just getting like a headache, but it's not the seizure headache and it's not the RNS headache, it's like in a different place. That's what pharmacist told me was probably a result of the titration or like withdrawal.
Yeah,
So,
the pharmacist
yeah,
straight up warned me. It's like you're most likely going to have a seizure. I was on clonazepam, and I was trying to get off of it when the XCOPRI. I think the doctor even moved it up to 300 at that point, and I was like, "No, it's like this is too much. It's already like knocking me out most days, and I gotta be, you know, my fatherly roles on the weekend. So it's like I need to be there for my daughter, and that's number one priority. I can't be like, ugh.
that's when I started, kind of writing my own treatment plan.
Want to do the same, but I'll read these comments here. One says it's truly not worth it. I know how it feels to feel like you're missing out or left out, but the fact is that drugs are overrated as fuck. Big hugs. Another comment here says my firm answer is never do drugs. I've known too many people with their lives ruined as a result of occasional use. Turned into dependency quickly. You never know. Everybody's body is different. I'm not suggesting drugs, you guys. I'm just saying. Everybody's body is different.
Yeah, don't do drugs.
Yeah, don't do drugs. One more comment here says my partner has epilepsy, did ecstasy, MDMA, and had a seizure. Not worth the risk, in my opinion. He's never going to try it again. He's also fine after cocaine, if that's any help.
And
Yeah,
don't forget, in different parts of your life, it could be different too. Just because we got away with this shit like before we were diagnosed in high school
Very true.
doesn't mean that it's going to be okay, down the line in your 30s. So just that's when it's definitely not worth, yeah, whatever. Find some other joy in your life instead of trying to like need to have that experience from, whatever drugs.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, like a bunch of us have said on here, like, and me personally too, it's like had only a couple of seizures in my like young to mid 20s or whatever, and now they're every freaking 2 months. So it's getting older, and I've never done coke, MDMA, whatever they're talking about.
When your memory is gone, that's
Yeah,
like the same deal. When I found out about focals, like that there were other kinds of seizures, then I'm looking back thinking, oh, okay, so maybe that wasn't the drugs. Maybe those were seizures, and Yeah, again the memory
Like,
is gone, so can't tell what it was, and definitely can't regret anything that you can't even remember. So we just have to like use all this information moving forward. Never gonna figure out the reason the seizure started. That's for sure.
yeah, but you never know ahead of time of using certain drugs, like if it's going to make you forget, or something like that. I mean, obviously I smoke, I just did it on camera, but but other than that, I've never used anything else. I've just been like, meh, don't care. So and I still have not constant, but regularly spaced out seizures. And yeah, so it could be that, it could be something else. So it's hard to say, to this person at least, if that's the reason or it's not the reason, or they
That's just
want to
Don't
something that
suggest drugs.
grow up and don't even want to anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah,
very, very true too. Yeah.
find hobbies that'll get you away from drugs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That might help.
Go
new
on a
crowd
hike.
and whatnot.
Instead of trying to fit in doing certain things, just find something that makes
Yeah,
you happy that isn't doing drugs. To each his own. Know your body. Uh, but I got something else here, and it says, I almost made it. I would have been 2 years seizure free on June 5th, but I had a breakthrough seizure while I was asleep on May 12th. I woke up to paramedics in my room. Uh, what's bothering me is nobody understands how it feels. I had such peace of mind while I wasn't having any seizures. I truly thought I was going to remain seizure free for years to come. Anyways, like usual, my license got ripped from me, and nobody around me really understands how all this feels. Does anybody have any similar experiences? Because I'm feeling lonely. I'm not gonna say they snatched my license from under me because I was in high school, so when I got my license taken, I already didn't have one. It was just like you can't drive, and I was just like, oh, that sucks. And
I'm in the same boat as Spooky.
yeah, I was in high school. This was over 20 years ago, so I'm just like, all right, I guess I won't go do the driving test. Uh, yeah. So then, yeah, I didn't drive for like
that's
18
gotta be
years.
devastating though. To be able
Yeah,
to
I
get
think
it all back and then taken away again. Oh,
It sucks. It sucks.
but thank you for sharing
yeah.
your experience, because that's exactly why I'll never even have hope of getting the license back or doing any of that, any of those like epilepsy free life kind of decisions, because yeah, it's coming back. I'm gonna have to get surgery anyway. So
For
yeah,
me, I think that was the point where, or at least one of them, where you learn to adapt. You start learning to adapt to your epilepsy.
the only time I started actually like living peacefully, seizures included, was when I was started legitimately being grateful for the memory loss. Like there are certain things that I'm grateful for not remembering, and I don't mind moving forward that way, but I need to be aware, considerate of others when it comes to, how my memory affects what I guess we can safely call like a lack of social skills.
Yeah, my
Mm.
look at that. Before, my first one was when I was 20. Wait, 20? No, 05, 19, 20. I don't know, whatever. Around that time, and I had been working since I was 15. So, when you're that age, you're just like, I want a car, I want a car. So I had been saving up, for a while, and I had like bought my own car. So I owned like my own car, and then just, yeah, had my license taken away from me. So that was like a killer thing. I was working, I, was going to college. So then when you can't drive and those things are, a good distance from you, it completely like upends or, changes your life, whatever you want to call it, at that age. So for me, yeah, it was different. It was not fun. You had to start thinking about different things, but for at least this state, the first time it happens, it gets taken away for 6 months. So I had already, when I started working at 15, I was at a bike shop, and there was the first bike shop I had worked at. So I already had, multiple bikes and could get different places. I was used to riding around everywhere, so it wasn't terrible, but obviously it sucks. I was dating somebody at the time, so that made things with them even tougher. It was just each aspect of your life can, even if you don't have all three things going at once, it's definitely a big change. So yeah, I was not happy with it. And then that's why, like I've said before, I kept driving for a little bit after. I was just like, yeah, it's just one. It's not a big deal. I'll continue with life. And then, after, I can't remember, like third or fourth one, I was just like, yeah, this is a terrible idea for me to get back into a car again. And haven't driven in like 15, 16 years now at this point. And like Katie was saying too, just like her decision, there's no chance or no even thought of me getting a license or getting back behind the steering wheel of a car. I mean, you give me like an Indy car to drive, yeah, sure, I might do it, but yeah, honestly, I have no thought of
It's
getting
even
back behind the
worse.
steering wheel. That would be worse when you're going like over 200 miles an hour.
This one
But
might be
hey,
a
Sounds
those
like
little
cars are
fun
those
though.
easier,
cars are
but
damn safe, so I'll be fine.
Yeah, they would only ever put an IndyCar on a closed course to begin with, so you wouldn't be putting like other average commuters at
That
risk.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's a very good point. That's
Recently, they
the
shut
reason
up.
I wouldn't drive
They
one, is
sh-
because you might be injuring other people. Like if it's just me, then screw it. I already have head injuries. I'll get in this car. But
what
What
were
were
you
you
yeah,
saying,
if
saying,
you're
Seamus?
Shamus?
serious, no,
oh no!
yeah,
Recently, there was a
no drive.
road race near where I am, and they shut down the entire street so that they could race.
Yeah,
Really?
definitely they have like street courses, but
Uh,
still it's just those few drivers. It's not like you're next to like a minivan, that's full of
Did-
a whole family and
um,
children, right?
was that a
I
legal
mean,
race
I
or
know what you're saying. I'm not
was
trying to
Just,
be
just
rude, but yeah.
I'm not even sure. I wasn't watching. I just know I wasn't allowed to walk where I wanted to.
Oh
So,
man.
Oh, nice. Damn, you're lucky.
No, they do that stuff all
um
over New England. I know I've seen that in Pennsylvania and Jersey and Massachusetts, Maryland, all over. Yeah.
but I have never, obviously, I've never had a license. But I do feel bad for this person because it seems like a car is almost a necessity if she's from the United States.
It pretty much
Uh,
is, yeah.
like you
I,
need a car. You need a car in order to do anything. Go to the
yeah.
store, you need a
Mhm.
car to get there. Go to the, you know,
go anywhere basically.
library.
And
Yeah.
I mean, you can walk.
Go pick up your kids from school. You need a car.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
car, car.
there's also been a lot
Pretty much.
of uh the American culture built up
Mhm.
around the automobile, the car
If
was
you rely on public
invented in
transportation, you're on.
America or whatever, right? In there, so it's kind of always been romanticized, and part of growing up has always been getting your driver's license. At least back in the 90s when I was growing up, that's what I remember. It's like
Yeah, me too.
you
It's
go
like
to
a
high
rite of
school and halfway
passage, right?
through high school you go to driver's ed, and then you can, if you're lucky, you can get a car of your own and drive yourself to school. Um, but um,
And don't you
yeah,
love how like everywhere except for a doctor's office will still say, "Show me your driver's license" instead of an ID?
yeah.
Yeah.
There was one time the dispensary worker when I went was insisting on my driver's license for some reason. I handed him the medical
MMR.
card.
Yeah, the
Yeah, I
MMR
handed
card should be
him.
enough.
Right, and he was
The,
like, "Oh
yeah,
no,
they would just
you
need
just need the driver's
identification.
license." Yeah, I don't know. I mean, lucky I still had the license around, and it was never reported to the DMV in Florida. I
I
don't
did
think
have
it's
the oh, I
automatic
had the
reported.
worst doctor. See, my
So,
doctor didn't have to do that shit. I knew that bitch was lying.
I'm
uh,
just really
yeah,
jealous of everyone that has access to public transit.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
I am trying to figure out public transit, at least to be able to get
Websites usually
into.
help.
The problem is the buses are never on time. Even
Yeah.
if you,
They don't they don't even have it around here unless you live like in the city, and I don't live in the city. I have to
Exactly.
cross a major interstate to get to a grocery store.
Oh,
well,
Can't do
that's
that
the
on my
thing.
bike.
You gotta travel like 5 miles to get anywhere. It's like, aren't there walkable cities that you can be making?
Not where I live.
really, yeah, never really been
Yeah, that is pretty
a big
far.
concern in the United States, I guess.
It,
probably
it's,
because of this culture that they wanted, where you want to have the idea that you need a car so you can keep that business going.
mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah,
They don't
like
Well,
have it.
yeah,
They'll have
and
a
it
city
was,
without public transit, but they won't be without a car dealership.
yeah, true. Yeah, like
is it
I
a
went for about
chicken or the egg kind of situation? Did cities get built up around automotive infrastructure because of the car culture, or did car culture develop because Americans had to use automobiles to travel around just to get anything in their poorly designed cities? Um, I don't know. But
Hey, sounds like something to talk about on Saturday.
maybe, yeah.
yeah,
So
I
just
I
went
as we
just
were
don't
for
talking
like
about,
having
go ahead, James.
I was just gonna say um I bike everywhere. I've biked for, even when I had a car. But yeah, well, everyone else knows, but Seamus, you're new, but I work at a elementary school. And so, like first, second, third graders, and I don't know, a few weeks ago, I can't remember now, but a second grader, we were talking a little bit, and she just goes, "What kind of car do you have?" Like it was like she's like what 6 or 7 years old at that time, and that was just like a perfect question. She just assumed that I had a car. It wasn't even like, "Do you have a car?" It was, "What kind of car do you have?" And I was like, "Oh, I can't drive." And she's like, "What? Why not? Both of my parents have a car. How come you can't drive?" Like it was just at that age, she just assumed that any adult like had one. It was funny. I was gonna say
Yes,
around
there
just
must
tell
around
your
have.
here.
Bacardi's on the
What was that? I'm
I was
sorry.
gonna say,
What
just
was
tell
that?
her you got your Bugatti out in the parking lot.
I know, right?
Yeah, she'll never
There was
know.
actually a Lamborghini around the corner from my house over the weekend. We have we have very rich neighbors. Like there's a couple of houses around there. They have like I don't know what year exactly, but like a 60s Mustang as well, and it's in mint condition. They have, if I don't know if you've ever seen one because there's very few in the country, the Mercedes truck that has 4 rear wheels. I don't know if there's 4 rear wheels and 2 front. So it's a 6
Is that
wheel
the
like
G
pickup truck.
series wagon?
Yeah.
I can't remember what model it is, but it's like a
Ooh.
super raised pickup. I talked to them about that like a few months ago, and they said like, "Oh, we had to import it. We got it from our family in Dubai and blah blah blah." And they have like there's always crazy insane cars over at that place. And he let me a few days ago check it out and actually gave me a ride around the block like in it. It was like one of the um what's it called? Convertible as well. So, and it was a pretty warm day. It
Put
was
your
freaking
seatbelt
awesome. I
on.
had never been in one before. I was like super
Smiling.
happy. Yeah, I don't even know what words I want to use for it.
All
And like
giggly.
over here, my parents have like a 25-year-old fucking sedan like car and like but yeah,
Mm-mm-mm.
it was cool, but yeah, exactly. Those guys have all those cars just like, a couple houses away. And then I got kids asking me what type of car do you drive out of nowhere. I'm just like, I just ride a bike. I just like to get exercise.
Lie. Like you can lie to them, tell them you got a Lamborghini in the parking lot. They'll
I
never
know,
A
know.
lot
right?
of those vehicles are actually investments to a
Yeah.
lot of those people. Just looked it up here. Um it's the Mercedes AMG G63 6x6 is the
Mm,
six-wheeled pickup truck thing.
that's what it
It
is.
was
Yeah, there's
only
only like
produced for
11 or 12 in this
between
country.
2013 and 2015. The
Oh,
original
okay.
MSRP was $513,000. Or wait, no,
Damn.
Yeah.
$511,000.
And then importing
So
it too
current
is,
current
oh,
pre-owned sale price is roughly 1 to $1.5 million, depending on
holy
whether
shit.
you
Really?
find somebody willing to sell one. Um, so yeah, they're kind of almost treated like fine art pieces are, where you buy the thing and then, years later, because there's been so few of them, um,
What?
they are worth a lot more. So,
So that's 1.5. And then they have the Lamborghini, the Mustang, like bunch of, wow. Those people have like endless money basically. That's insane. I had no
Probably
clue it
not
was
the
Yeah.
like that.
case. They're probably most people that look like they're rich aren't really rich. I used to work in banking. They're
Yeah, that's very
yeah,
true.
either they're not really rich or they won't be for long
What?
if
People
they're
in the
like
bank
right.
aren't
ostentatiously
actually
looking
rich.
rich.
The used car salesman isn't actually a rich person.
True. They just have like one suit that they wear all week long just to look impressive to whomever they're selling cars to.
Most people just
Um,
have so much debt piled up that they don't really have anything to their name. They owe everybody money so they look good while they do it.
All those like hot cars and everything you have, your assets are at risk anyway.
That's true. You
got
could
credit
total it the
cards,
next
paying off
day
credit
while
cards.
driving it and just be screwed, right?
Then have to fuck
Yeah,
some
Or
just
the people
insurance
who
company.
There's those people who pay credit cards off with credit cards.
Very true.
Yeah, never
Hey,
broke.
Jacob, advance
Never
America.
use your money. I got
Especially in
something
America,
here.
right? You just credit card, credit card, credit card, credit card, like just one after another, right? Everybody will sign you up for one here. Maybe other
Yeah,
countries
that'll
I
get
got
do,
you in
but you know
something.
trouble.
them.
What
What
you
was that,
got
In the
for
long
me?
run, you'll get in trouble.
Well, and
I got something
there's
here.
always the possibility of asset forfeiture. The government could just come and decide, no, if they
Yeah,
don't
like you
like
owe
you.
everyone too much. We're taking the rest.
Didn't know that. All right. Well, I got something here that says promotion. I have had updates from multiple close friends that they have gotten promoted at work. I am at a dead end job and told my boss I will quit if I'm not promoted within 2 years. Has anyone felt held back or passed up for a promotion because of epilepsy? Should I quit? Um, First, you should not quit. Uh, then to give your boss basically uh,
Ultimatum.
give me a promotion or I'm leaving. It's what this person said. Like, you can't do that. You mess around, not have no job.
Yeah, don't
Don't leave your
don't threaten
job
to
and
leave unless you've actually got something else lined up. Not a good
yeah,
situation
try to
to
give your
bluff
boss
in.
an ultimatum.
I've only had a
Um,
professional job for like 3 years, so I could never hold a job long enough because of the, seizures and all this other stuff.
okay.
Yeah, asking for a promotion might work, but demanding one is probably not the best way to approach the situation. Well,
Yeah, they said I told him I'm not promoted in 2 years. Hmm.
Yeah, that sounds like he is demanding, you know,
Yeah.
Sounds that way.
but like a little temper tantrum or something.
Kind of harsh.
and
I'll
why
read these
would they
comments here.
necessarily assume that epilepsy is the reason that they're getting passed over? Um,
No idea.
it sounds like they might just be a difficult person to work with.
Very much
That
possible.
is a possibility.
I'll read these comments here. One says, there is so much missing in this post. There are definitely jobs in which having epilepsy is a downside. So, what kind of job are we talking about here? And the person says, I'm a dispatcher. My boss is lazy, shows up at 9, leaves at 12, took the entire month of April off when his sister had a baby. Hmm. And the next comment here says, your deadline approach is bold but risky. Make sure you have a backup plan brewing while you wait to see if they call your bluff. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
gotta have a
mean,
backup plan.
if I were their boss, I see no reason not to just call their bluff, right? Just
Especially as a
Right, you're a
dispatcher.
dispatcher.
let them
Yeah.
go if they want to, and yeah, don't bother giving them any more than the absolute minimum pay raise possible in the time that they're left there because they've already announced that they're leaving, right?
Yeah, 2 years. Tell them you got 2 years while I'm out of here.
2 years to find their replacement. They could, yeah,
Right,
take their time and find a really good person. Some nice work ethic, won't
right.
threaten them.
Um, One last comment here says, not quite the same, but I was bullied for being epileptic when I was doing a work replacement at a uni. Since then, I've been told, I've not told any of my employers. It's not that I think it would hold me back. It looks like I can't stand. Uh, looks like I can't stand. If it's a dead end job, that may be the problem more than epilepsy. Mm. Yeah, anybody out there watching, don't give your boss an ultimatum. Yeah, because if they call your bluff, then you're unemployed, and that's definitely gonna suck. Um, I got something else
Well,
here.
yeah, it sounds like they believe that they're entitled to um, a promotion or the same sort of career progression that they're seeing from
They're friends.
from whoever it is that they're comparing themselves to. Who knows if what they're hearing from their friends is actually realistic and actually happening to them too? Because if they're seeing the social media facade of their friends, then that's just like the best that their friends can manage to try to get people to think that their life is going on, like not necessarily the reality of where they're at. So, um, yeah, I, I don't know. Sorry, that just popped into mind. I don't know. Nobody's n necessarily entitled to any sort of, promotions or progression or
A
anything
lot
if
of
they're
times you'll
not.
you'll get a job that it is included in the contract, saying every 5 years you get at least 50 cents more or something minuscule, but
Right.
a lot
Yeah,
of
but
contract jobs do that.
you're not, yeah, you're not entitled to anything more than that, above and beyond. Um,
Oh yeah, and they could find a lot of other reasons to terminate employment immediately for
oh
those
yeah.
same contract gigs.
Yeah, work at Walmart and tell them I'm leaving 2 years. You'll probably leave in less than shorter than they'll be like, all right, how about you do that today?
I mean, yeah,
Uh,
Walmart, they
I
could,
mean,
yeah, they could have your replacement there and trained by the end of the day.
that's funny.
um,
I mean,
yeah,
I've been at my job for nearly 6 years. Technically, since it's for a public school, it's a government job. I'm
Ooh,
still make. I mean, technically, because it's a public school, right? That's who funds public schools.
yeah.
I
mm,
haven't, other than I guess what you want to call like a bit of difference in minimum wage. I haven't had a fucking single penny added to my pay since I started. It's just utter, it's shit. Like literally in California, fast food workers make more than I do for being responsible for hundreds of kids' lives. Like that's how shitty the situation is. Like
How
it's
was
just
fast food? Was fast food worker responsible for a kid's life? I'm just curious.
He's comparing it, saying fast food doesn't have the kids, but they make like at least $20 an hour or something.
Oh,
Whereas
like
working
they,
at
I just
yeah, I'm
that.
just saying that yeah, like they're
contract,
watching over meat being flipped over, whereas I'm responsible for kids being injured, hurt,
Oh,
whatever, and they make more than I do. I'm like, how does this make any sense in
if you
some
have
sort
ever
of
experienced
world?
food poisoning firsthand, you might not be quite so flippant towards watching meat on a grill.
But that's like
Pun
a
intended.
couple. Like I have to watch the school that I work at has nearly 700 kids. Like, do you think a fast food I or not I'm not being sarcastic, but like a fast food worker doesn't, maybe depending what place you work
Okay,
at, but in one shift they don't make 700 burgers or 700, okay,
Oh,
yeah,
they could
700 fries.
easily,
Be a
they could
good day.
But
easily make more than that.
I'm just saying that,
Yeah.
them making several dollars per hour, not even per day, like per hour, is kind of shitty to me. And especially when I'm talking about
You might
myself,
want to.
right? So it makes me even more like, grr, like type of. So
Hey,
yeah, I'm probably
James,
going a little over the top. I understand. My bad. My
you
bad.
might want
But
to give them an ultimatum.
well, I don't. With
You got
my
2
situation, I
years.
don't really have an
Gonna need a
ultimatum.
raise.
Demand
It's
fast
either
food
work there
wages
or
or
nowhere.
else.
Okay, well, we give a lot of credit to everybody who can maintain their job and succeed in the industry that they are employed in, and definitely not denouncing
Mhm.
how anybody is paid, or just thank you for what you do, for sure.
Oh
And
man.
to be honest, I enjoy it. I enjoy what I do too. It's just seeing them smile and whatever is nice. So I guess that is part of the pay, just a nice feeling or whatever you want to call it, like out of it. So I mean, it is what it is, but I would like to have a little bit more money in my pocket. I mean, who doesn't, right?
Hey, does
Wouldn't
anybody
we
else?
all?
A lot of times when I see these epilepsy posts, a lot of them, come across as like the ones about relationships and long term stuff. Did anybody else have, like, how did your long term plans change after being diagnosed? Like, I know none of us are really late in life, but we've all had seizures, it sounds like, for some years. So from what you remember, from what you can tell, how did your long term plans change? Like, for all the years we were growing up, it's like, what do you want to be when you grow up? And that was the probably most obvious thing that changed first for me. I didn't want to be a vet anymore after I knew I had
I wanted
seizures.
to be an astronaut.
I couldn't be a
Everything
pilot at all.
changed.
Yeah.
I wanted to be an astronaut, and that took a turn for the worst. So there's
I
obviously no
wanted.
astronaut. The training, the guy, there was a program at the school. So yeah, the training, the guy said he doesn't think I'd make it through it. Hey,
Anybody else ever given up on like
yeah.
long term relationships too?
Both, yes. I wanted to be a race car driver. I think we all know that. I did
What
prefer,
if you
like,
had a
I don't know
seizure
if
in
you want
zero
to call it.
gravity?
Yeah, that would be
I mean,
terrible.
there would be nowhere for you to fall, nothing for you to hit your head that hard on, at least. Just a little bump, and then you bump, bump up.
It'll push me
So,
off or something.
yeah, honestly,
Uh,
microgravity might be one of the safest environments to have a seizure.
Right?
I mean,
Oh, not if, imagine if you threw up
you're
in the
not,
space helmet though,
as long as you're
oh
not
my goodness.
or the blood.
near
Yeah,
any like important
no. Oh,
switches or windows to crack open, you
Well,
just
well, see, at
go
least
for
there would be no
fire.
gravity, so you wouldn't really flop around if you have a grand mal. You just kind of gently float. So
yeah,
it
but
might
you
be
kick
better,
one
right?
thing on the spaceship and it's probably like $1 million fix. There's no sheetrock up
I
there.
know I'm joking around, but
Uh,
yeah. But I
Wanted
um,
yeah,
my
I wanted
kids
to
to
be a
rely
race
on
car
me.
driver. I did
Yeah.
professional go-karting until I was in my teens, won a couple of championships. I was pretty good at it. And then believe it or not, I got a pretty good head injury. I still have the helmet that's all scraped on the side. I have it on video. I rolled over, flipped a couple times, slid pretty far. I have the racing suit too, which is completely torn in the shoulder. So maybe that's where it started, getting that injury, but but who knows, right? But I was decent at that and would have wanted to be that. And then like 80 said, yeah, relationships ended too. Like I've said on here before, my wife was a bad C, a word starting with C. She was terrible at being a spouse. So I ended that because, yeah, seizures were a bad thing for her. So,
What about you, Seamus?
right.
Have your long-term goals changed?
that went away.
Well, I have had them kind of my entire life.
Okay.
So I didn't really. I kind of came to terms with it a while ago. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe that's what I'm coming to the conclusion of, is just like, even if you feel the way you do about like how you manage something, you don't expect to have long-term relationships, but it's really just because of the memory. I mean, after a certain amount of time, people are just gonna not want to, I tell them right off the bat, don't expect any kind of like full dedication, like my life all about you thing, because that's just not how it is. You will never be the priority. And they take that as boundaries, but then a couple months into it, it's just like, you don't remember how much fun we had on like those 2 or 3 nights and whatever. Like they just really take shit personally, even though you let them know from the start. So I don't know. I
That's
think other
exactly what I
people.
was gonna say
Yeah.
too, is you either have to or know somebody that has it as well so they fully understand, or you just need to tell them like instantly, like the first, like,
It's just you have a
not
hard time
not
not
literally, but
filtering
like the
yourself.
first 10 minutes you meet them, right? Like, just be like, all right, if you're gonna put up with me, then here's what's wrong with me. Like, right?
That's the thing. I mean, after a while, see, Andrea, you don't
Bye,
you
Andrea,
don't
have a good
see it
night.
as like a problem or like a bad thing about yourself. So yeah, you let people know what's going on, and then still can't help but feel guilty later on down the line, when obviously they're starting to like you more than you like them, and probably because of the just not on the same level emotionally.
Yeah.
When I forget something, I don't know who they are unless we talk for like 3 hours a day. And yeah, no, not worth it.
Hmm.
Yeah, that could suck. It reminds me of that one movie, 50 First Dates.
Yeah, that's right. Forgot about
Yeah.
that. That's hilarious.
Good comparison.
Is it similar to that? It's like, I don't
Good
remember what
Like,
we
I
did
comparison.
mean,
last
obviously
time,
not as
Oh
but
no,
bad
I
as
take
that
notes,
level, but
and my notes are never forgiving. So yeah.
yeah. I mean, obviously not as bad as for like literally forgetting everything every day, but yeah, like it feels like that. Like when you're, I don't know what you want to say, like meeting somebody you're trying to have, be a good, partner or something. Like you want to remember like basic shit like their birthday or things like that. But
Well, I've
sometimes,
never been good with birthdays or names.
yeah, I'm terrible at names and dates too, because there's 6 digits in it, so you're just like, oh wait, was it, was the 10th their, like, the
That
actual
was like
day, or
I've
was the 10th the
never been
year?
good with
So
it.
But guys, when it comes down to like relationships, they're talking about, you remember that time and you mix it up with somebody else. Like, what the
oh
fuck?
my goodness.
Yeah, no.
that's the worst,
There's just
like different names.
Yeah,
like
that would
different
suck.
places. Yeah, no. Just completely confusing things like that, and it's like you can't come back from that.
Be like, remember when we went to, and you're gonna be like, nah, I've never been there. Then you're like, oh, okay. Uh,
You're telling somebody like,
yeah.
my son is having fun passing this dealership because this is the first time we've seen this car, and it's just this wicked long pause, and he's like, "Girl, that's the car I picked you up in when we were by the lake," and I was like, "Oh shit."
Well,
We did not see that many Teslas. But okay, yeah, that was another embarrassing one.
Yeah, I haven't had
My
any
notes are not
embarrassing
forgiving.
situations like that. Uh, has not happened to me yet, and I don't plan on it. So yeah, sorry that happened to you.
If you want to get out there and keep living, expect it to happen. But that's the
Yeah,
thing. You could gotta remind yourself this is how it is. You let them know that your memory is not all the way there, and this is the proof. That's all. But that's another reason that too,
Yeah.
I'm just determined to like not commit to a relationship. Don't like get the label in there or anything, and it doesn't seem to be helping. The friends with benefits guys are just as much like you're mine kind of thing. So,
Or you might even
And
forget
on
that
to
you put a
epilepsy.
label on it, right?
yeah.
So I got
Fuck,
something here.
somebody's probably watching now.
No, actually. But I got something here. It says the uncertainty of seizures, horrible. Is there anything we can do to improve it? I have tonic-clonic TC seizures, as well as small seizures longer than absent, 10 to 45 seconds with 5 to 20-minute postictal period. The TC seizures are controlled 100% by AEDs, but I have not found AEDs that provide effective protection. My neurologist recommended we try RNS, and while it's still quite early, 6 months in, I'm having some number, I'm having seizures, typically clustered every 2 weeks to a month. The uncertainty that comes with this is really hard. Is there anything that can help identify when one of those seizures is oncoming so there is time to react? I go no aura or anything. Has anyone else had similar seizures as these? If so, anything that you have found which has been an effective treatment? Um, Tonic-clonic seizures, never got a warning. There is other people though I have heard say they get warnings or signs and they know what to do. But me, once it happens, it's too late. If I had a warning, that would be nice, but nah.
Yeah, I usually get
RNS
an
credit for stopping
aura.
my tonic-clonics.
Same, especially if I go into one of my absences, because it's
Sorry,
focal to
Seamus, I
bilateral.
what did Seamus say again?
Oh, no, I said I usually get an aura if something like that happens.
Does the aura, do you catch, like, does the aura tell you for long enough that you can at least, like, have time to sit down or get somewhere safe?
Well, it varies. It
Oh,
could
okay.
mean, sometimes it's just going on constantly, but if it gets bad enough, I know, okay, well, this is probably going to be a seizure. Just kind of like if you had spun around a bunch,
Hmm.
just dizziness or something. But
Okay. That sounds like a good enough, at least to have any warning. Do you appreciate having the auras, or have you ever had like a fake aura or something?
no, not that I can remember.
Oh, okay. Hey, mine.
But uh, I I have a pretty decent memory.
Nice.
Uh,
Do not.
Yeah, I give RNS credit for being off of medication now and not having tonic-clonics anywhere near as much as I used to. It's been so far, I think, one this year. Yeah.
yeah, but I only had one, and that's because I was missing a chunk of my tongue. That's why I think.
A
Uh,
lot of us do that.
I only
Okay,
had
so
2 this year, and they were right on schedule. So, yeah, just when things went just as planned. Every 3 months. Yeah,
I think I'm up to 4 this year so far, or 5.
I mean, from what they're saying
but
in the post, though, it sounds like I would go like either go through like the testing, start the process for evaluating whether RNS is the right thing for you, but don't hesitate to get maybe a second opinion too. A lot of doctors out there will welcome a consultation and actually look at all the records, and I mean, hopefully, if it's simple enough, then maybe they'll provide a different opinion or ask a question that you just never heard before.
That's
Mm.
what they're doing for my VNS. Is I have one more. They've already scheduled me for it, or scheduled me for it. But um, the neurologist, I have one more phone appointment with them to have them. I don't know what you want to call it. Ask me stuff, go over other stuff to make sure that this is all good, I guess.
Mm.
And that'll be July, so less. I think the 8th. I think they told me. So that'll be a little bit less than a month till that, and then they'll schedule the VNS.
Yeah, nice. Congrats.
New chapter.
Yep,
I
I'm
got
kind of
something
happy
else
too because
here.
I'm hoping it'll back me down on the meds. Sorry, go ahead, Buki. My bad.
I got something that says, "Am I having seizures or anxiety? I keep having episodes where suddenly it's hard to move. Like I try, but something's pushing against me, and it's hard, like a paralysis or something. I get scared and panic and start to become nauseous. It almost feels like I'm physically melting down. I'm always fully aware, but it's been happening for years, and everyone just keeps saying anxiety, panic attacks. I've had brain MRI, CT scans, loads of blood work, and 30-minute EEG from years ago. But I feel like that wouldn't find it because it's too short. I'm losing my mind, feeling like no one believes me. I have a whole list of symptoms that are too long to put in. I never fully seize or anything, just a scary feeling for about 5 to 10 minutes or longer at times. I have to fight the feeling or move as I'm panicking and feeling like I'll pass out. I also feel incredibly light or weightless sometimes. Just need help and some assistance. From someone. Um, Advice. I don't think that sounds like a seizure, but then I'm no doctor. Uh, some people's panic attacks do show like seizures. I've heard several times. Yeah, could look like a panic attack and could be a seizure.
Are
Mark,
they
thoughts on
on
that?
antidepressants?
I'm not sure. They did not say. Does that sound like a seizure, you guys?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's tough. It could be their meds, or it could be their just how they're like, I don't know what the right word, like just how they're feeling at the moment. If they just need to lay down and get the emotions and feelings out, it could be either depending on what type of seizure they're having, right? I mean,
So this
Yeah.
might figure out
that's
more
my
of a
opinion.
conclusive answer if they take enough, like, keep record, see if they notice a pattern.
Yeah. Uh, One comment here says, looks like panic attack, but there are some focal seizures that act this way, especially in aura stage. But normally it lasts not more than 3 minutes. Um, this person went into status, is what they're saying, right? Longer than 3 minutes. Where they say 5 minutes is status, right?
5 minutes is status.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Consensus is go to the emergency room, I suggest, if that's happening over and over. Talk to your primary, get a
Yeah,
referral to a
get some sort
neurologist. Hmm.
sorry, I was just gonna say get some sort of test done. I mean, we've all, even today, we've talked about several different ones. So not like a certain one, because again, as you said, we're not doctors, but but whatever the doctors recommend when you're there, get something checked out, tested to figure more out, right? I mean,
Yeah.
opinion, non doctor.
Um, Anybody here donated plasma or attempted to?
I believe so.
Oh, Seamus, you said you have?
I said, I think I have.
Oh, okay. Well, I have a
Donating
post here.
blood, right?
Donate plasma. I don't know exactly how they do it, but I think it's much deeper than donating blood.
Well, they were asking me for a study, and I said, take as much as you want. So,
Nice. Uh,
maybe.
oh.
Was it something specifically for epilepsy, or do you remember?
Yes, it
Okay.
was. Supposedly they have my blood frozen and may thaw it out if they uh want to study it later. Who knows?
Want to make a clone of you, or no? I'm kidding.
No.
I know, I know.
The most I've heard is what was it, gene therapy or something?
Okay, I didn't know that
Uh
was like a thing.
or no, keep going. I'll remember it eventually.
All right, I got something here. It says life afterwards and moving on. Did anyone else develop severe self-esteem issues after their first bout of seizures? Did it ever go away? About 5 to 6 years ago, I had a series of grand mal that left me absolutely fucked up, and it's been a huge struggle feeling like, in quote, a person ever since. I've been getting therapy, but it barely helps shake it. Very difficult trying to bring myself to do social things or do things when I'm drowning in my self doubt and questioning everything. It impacts having, it impacts have a huge, oh, its impacts have been huge. I don't want to die, but I wouldn't mind if I didn't exist. I'm almost certain that I didn't have my partner or my pets relying on me, I would have exited a while ago. I want to be happy, just don't know what to do. I want, I want to make other people happy. I'm just tired. So the question here was, did anybody develop severe self-esteem issues after their first bout of seizures and did it go away? Uh, I think I kind of
Mhm.
did, but it went
Yeah,
away because I
you
was
will
in high
get it.
school. I kind of was forced to because I was around those same students all day. So yeah, it was like get over it because it's just gonna keep happening all day. I'm around these kids all day.
Even now, you will get depression from time to time from seizures. But come join us. Come here to epilepsy. You in season podcast or the epilepsy universe Reddit. Come join the family, and you will be better.
Press that thumbs up button. Uh, yeah.
Yeah, that's helped me a lot. I did between having those differences in jobs, um, just the feelings you feel, my ex being rude, a lot of things just kind of brought, yeah. They do bring you down depending what like you're going through in life, but you don't, yeah, exactly. Like Angel was saying, join us. It's helped me a lot. A lot of things on here have, but yeah, you're gonna get them after a seizure, especially just because maybe you feel like crap physically, maybe you can't drive or something like that. It's hard to say. Like we always say, everyone's different, so
Is
it's
anybody else
not
ever
like
hesitant to tell your doctor
everybody.
something though, because you feel like they're just going to throw some more pills at you? Like I feel like getting another diagnosis on the chart would be a big no-no. Can you hand me the phone?
Yes.
I think that pointing something out
Uh,
to my doctor, it has to be like really significant these days because he might just try to give me a pill um, without any research. Because for some reason, last time he didn't do any research. He just went off my word, and I never met that guy. And I think if I was to tell him anything, he'd be like, "Okay, I'll go pick up this prescription from so and so." Yeah, I don't like pointing out things that don't necessarily bother me too much. Like I tried to not point out the insomnia, but I think my sister may have. And then they wanted to do a bunch of other tests. Then they wanted to give me something to sleep, and they gave me hydroxyzine, which causes seizures, which they didn't check. So yeah, I just didn't take those or get the refills or any of that stuff. Uh, yeah, I feel like if it doesn't bother me, don't waste your time. Because yeah, that's what's gonna happen. Is they're likely gonna want to do this to get you on something new. Um, yeah, and this is someone my primary sent me to, so this person should have known I had epilepsy, and to give me something that has a side effect such as seizures, it just made no sense. I'm taking something to not have seizures, and then I'm taking something that can cause seizures. Didn't make sense. But yeah. Um, did the self-esteem go away? Yes, it went away. Um, but yeah, you will get the self-esteem. But like I said, I was in school though. So once I was in school, it was like children. It was just like I can't keep crying about this all day because I'm gonna be around these students tomorrow, the next day, the next day, next year, uh, and next year because I was a sophomore when it happened. So I started to go years and days with these kids. So I'm like, okay, time to get over it. There was no more running from it.
And at that age, like you don't want to get made fun of or like that, like changes
Um,
your mindset, right? Or well, you know
I
what I
didn't
mean. Being
get
like a
made.
young teenager, I'm not saying you specifically, but most people have those thoughts, right?
Me, I just kind of
At that age.
I did have like the self-esteem problems, but I think it was more me worried about it. I don't think the kids were paying as much attention as I was. I was like trying to avoid students because um I had a seizure. So to be like, students over here, I know those students are in that class, so avoid those ones. We'll go this way. We'll take the long way because those kids are staring at me when I pass them, and I know they're staring because they see me have that seizure. And eventually, I had so many seizures in so many classes. There was only so many routes to classes that I had to get over it. I couldn't take the long route because uh, eventually the long route was just the route where everybody was. There was no ways to get around people. Um, yeah. So, yeah, how long did it take you guys to get over that first bout of self-esteem issues?
I I didn't really have them at first, just because, like I said, I was in college. I was driving. I had a girlfriend at the time, and she was like really, I don't know what the right word is, like accepting of it. So I had her to kind of help me through it. So I didn't really have that bad. It was like once several of them happened and it started taking away more things in life, that's when I started just being like, like, I can't drive now. I can't, do this. I can't do that. That's when they started getting like, worse for me. And now, like I said, I can't drive. It affects working, other things. And that's when it got really bad. It was later in life, not the first one or whatever this person was asking. It came later on,
I was
if
a
that makes sense.
14-year-old going to puberty. It took a bit because even with a girlfriend and everything, it was like, yeah, I'm trying to regulate what the hell this is.
Mhm.
And it took a bit.
And too is like you said 14, like you probably weren't like at first, like you didn't get your license taken away, or they didn't, give you a bunch of meds that you had to take. And like you said, obviously going through puberty at that time, so that's definitely a different change. But you didn't have to deal with all these side things, right? That kind of
Yeah,
like
I
messed
was
you up
constantly
too,
having
right?
seizures, constantly getting put on different med. Well,
Mm.
I'm trying to remember. Um, I know I had to go through. I know I read a or somebody read a post, and they're talking about like 30 TCs
Oh
or
wow,
something. They went through 30 TCs. I'm like, I did that before I was 20.
damn, that's crazy. No, I was just assuming and asking with my earlier stuff right now, but that's crazy, man. I couldn't
Yeah.
imagine that.
I remember having like 3 a month, and some of my seizures. I would have one, and then like not fully come to,
Hmm.
and then another one later that day or right after that one. So mines were way more. Like I said, mines are like 3 to 5 year now. So that's way better than what it used to be. I'm not having doubles as much. Um, but the other parts that are getting worse would be the wandering. That happened once last year, and it wasn't fun at all.
I'm assuming those are
Uh,
absences.
yeah, I'm trying to figure out what it is and get in control of those because I don't want that to happen out here since I moved. Because I do not know where I am. Like if I was to wander too far, um, I'd be absolutely lost. But when I was
Hey, you can
wandering in my
always go back to
hometown,
your hometown.
when I was when I wandered around and got lost in my hometown, that was a little easier because it was just like, okay, I'm lost, but I knew someone in every area. So when I got lost in my hometown, I was like, okay, let me just go to somebody's house because I'm feeling weird and I need to get out of the streets. Uh, but
You could have wandered over here, and I had taken care of you, man.
uh, I'm thinking that my mind was telling me go home, and I thought maybe hometown. That's what I'm thinking. I went to my hometown instead of going home. That's the only thing that came to mind. Um, yeah.
No, man, because you were only like what? How far? Like 15 miles away from me, or whatever.
No, I was about when it happened. I was about 4 miles away from you. Uh,
Oh, damn, that close? Dang.
yeah, but I after the seizure started,
Hmm.
I went all the way across a bridge, and
What? What? Dang.
I took 3 buses and a train to get to the location I was at when I came to. Uh, when I finally noticed where I was at. And I was like, how did I get here? And the only way to get there was 3 buses and a train at least. So I took at least 3 buses and a train, and I don't know how long I was out of it before I noticed, get the hell off the bus. And then I was
That
just
was
like, okay,
definitely
let's find someone that we know. And all I could do was cross the street, and then I had a TC.
that was
But
definitely
yeah,
clusters and definitely I would say status worthy.
The
Yeah,
thing I'm thinking is like,
something longer. If you were able
how
to get on like multiple like modes of transportation, you were still aware enough to be, moving your body around, but out of it
right?
enough to
Who
not really know what's going on.
I don't think like I even knew. I don't know what the hell was going on because I don't even know how I paid for these. To be honest, I don't think I had money at these points. So I'm just like, who paid for this bus and train and so on? I have no idea. But
That's
I know to
crazy.
get where I was, I had to at least take 3 buses and a train, which I guess in an absent seizure, that's a long time. Angel said I was clustering
Yep.
basically, uh, which is can be scary, I guess. Because when I came out of it, like I said, all I knew was I'm somewhere that I know that I'm comfortable with, and I can go anywhere and find someone in the area I was in. But here, oh man, I can only imagine waking up somewhere and just not knowing the area. And yeah, I'm trying not to do that. And it's like really hot. So I could imagine just like coming to randomly somewhere. In my last place, I didn't have shoes on when I came to my last time, and the
Damn.
ground would be really hot. So, um, yeah, that would suck.
Did you have your
Uh,
shoes on before your seizure started?
um,
Like, did
I
you
don't
take them
know.
off in the process of seizing and wandering or whatever? Or did you start wandering off without shoes on?
I'm thinking maybe I started one start. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure, but
Are you missing a pair of shoes? Maybe that's a good way to go about it. Did you? If you took your shoes off
uh,
mid-seizure and you didn't have them when you came to, then would the shoes be left out somewhere in the wild?
um, no. This last one that I had, and I woke up with no shoes. I was at home at a family
Oh,
member's house,
okay,
and when I came to, that's when I was out in the wild. Um,
okay,
but I was
okay.
actually at an apartment. It was an
Gotcha.
indoor apartment complex, so I was still lost because I wasn't on the right floor. And
Yeah,
then I went. I was 2 stories down. Supposed to be on the fourth floor, and I woke up on the second. So me, just confusion of where I was at. I think I went. I have no idea why I went there, but the guy's house that I went in, I told him I know somebody who lives here. He's like, "No, you don't." I'm like, "Yes, I do. I know somebody here." And he said that he did not do anything because he knew that something was wrong with me. He said, because I see the ambulance over there all the time. So I figured something was wrong. Um, and I told him, you would have had the right
that's
away if
good.
you would have done something.
That's
And he
yeah,
said,
that's a
"Yeah,
good.
I understand." He was like, "I understand that could have been bad for you." And he was like, "But I could tell something was wrong." And I was like, "Thank you, man, because you could have fully just did whatever you'd like to do to get rid of me." Um,
He could have just called the police and been like, "There's this random ass dude in my house right now.
he
Come,
could have just
like,
shot me.
arrest me." Or yeah, he could have done even worse, right? Like,
He
Yeah,
had the right of way.
California Castle Law State.
yeah,
Yeah, he had the right of way. I honestly walked into his house, uh, and it was just like he watched me. So I think he he knew something was wrong because I remember like bits and pieces of it. I remember following him, and I remember him acting. Well, I was gonna say I remember him acting weird, but I remember him being confused as to why is this guy following me. Uh, so he looked back a few times, like, "What's going on?" Because when he passed me, is when I just jumped up, like, "Hey," said, "What's up?" Because he said, "What's up" first. And then I just said, "What's up to him?" I stood up, and then he's walking and walking and walking. And I remember him looking back. I'm sitting there thinking, "Why you keep looking back at me?" Uh, but as soon as he got to the door and he unlocked it, he pushed the door open, and I just walked right past him. And I didn't know that was weird. I went right into his living room, laid on the couch, literally. You know how you stay on one part, like the arm is on your right hand side. It's the three pillow couch, and I laid on the right hand side, and I laid head on the middle pillow, and he sat on the far left. And he asked me, "Are you all right?" And then I was just like, "Yeah." And then he said, "You said something that I couldn't understand, and then you got up and you got mad and you walked away." And this is the next day, the story that I went and got from him. And yeah, he told me that's what happened. And yeah, I went and apologized the next day, told him, I was having a seizure. And he was like, "I knew something was going on. Didn't know what, but I knew something was going on." And yeah. But when I got back home to the apartment where I actually was supposed to be, um, I picked up the controller because I was playing Grand Theft Auto when it happened. The pieces were all falling together. So I had somebody on the headset who put the rest of the pieces together for me. What they said is they said that I was crying, but we were playing. We were playing online. Like I'm fully just like still engaged in playing, but I'm crying. Uh, so they muted me. Yeah, so they muted me, but they continued to play because I was very active and I was a good player. So yeah, they said the next mission I wouldn't press the accept button, uh, and they said shortly after that, then I just joined. I joined, but then I just stood still, and they said that's when they unmuted it, and I wasn't saying anything, and they said as long as I was in the game, they're not just gonna quit. So they just continued to play, and I was just standing there. They said, so yeah. When I came to, basically that's the story that they told me. Is I was crying and stuff. I told them the story. I went downstairs, went in someone's house, got a couple laughs, and then yeah. Long story short, I don't know when I walked away, but they just said I just stopped walking. I mean, stopped moving. And that's when they noticed something's going on with this guy. It was the person that I had usually played with, so he was just like, "What the hell is going on?" Uh, well, since he's playing, let's just mute him since he's crying.
Yeah,
uh,
that's
I
kind of
totally understand. I'd
bummer.
mute me too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're trying to have a good time playing some games, and a dude on the mic just bawling. Yeah,
Yeah, if it's not like somebody
Okay.
you actually know or something, right? You just be like, what the hell? All right,
Uh,
I'm done with this.
nah, it was somebody
I
I
mean,
had
like
been
somebody you
playing
play
with.
with, but not like, your
I feel like
best
I knew him,
friend or your
I've been
neighbor,
playing with
right?
him
Or
for
something.
years. It was kind of like a best friend and a neighbor. You get to know people over
Oh,
years
okay,
of
okay.
playing these games. Um, just years and years of playing with people and leveling up together.
Hmm.
Grand Theft Auto has been out for maybe way more than 10 years. So
almost a decade. Yeah.
yeah,
Gotcha,
yeah.
gotcha.
So definitely feel like some of these people. It's like, yeah. But then I don't think I told him I had epilepsy. He was just curious to why I was crying. And then when I told him I had epilepsy, and then he was like, one of those people, I know somebody with that.
Mm.
Hmm. So yeah, I didn't want to go further into the story other than him knowing somebody. So I was just like, yeah, okay. All right. You know somebody. Good. Let's move on.
Oh.
Um,
Hey,
yeah.
do
You guys don't
you guys
wander?
watch? What was that?
You ever wander off?
No, mine are pretty much all, or they are all Grand Mall. So I just fall wherever I'm at and flop around like
I
a
know how that is.
fish.
Um, yeah. So, what was the other thing? You were gonna say something. That's why I stopped, James. But if you're done,
I was just gonna ask if any of you guys are baseball fans or
uh,
heard
kinda,
about
not
the
really.
story about the Royals pitcher 2 nights
He had a
ago.
seizure.
No, he didn't have a seizure. Well, at least yet. Um, he threw a pitch and then like the batter hit it, all the like right off of it, right? And at 107 miles an hour, the pitch hit him right in the forehead. I was just wondering if you guys had
Oh
seen it. It just
no,
instant
I hadn't.
right off the bat, right into his forehead. It was yeah. You can find the video online if you want to see it, but it's
I'm
fucking
not.
Yeah,
insane.
they make the batter and the catcher wear helmets for a reason,
Exactly. Yep. That's
and
what I was thinking.
the pitcher doesn't. Those pitchers don't even get the ball up to 107 miles an hour. So
Exactly.
yeah,
It's
um,
fucking insane. It's just the batter hit it. It hit the pitcher in the head, and the batter, run to first base. And he called time, threw his helmet off, and then ran directly to the pitcher's mound to check on him because they
mhm,
used to be teammates a couple years ago. So that apparently they were friends. So he
mhm,
checked on him. The pitcher got up and like he's like, "No, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay." And like the what do you call it? The medic ran out to the pitcher's mound to check on him too, and he left the game. He didn't finish, pitching the game,
mhm.
but he apparently just left and got, checked out by medics and everything. And he was okay. He hasn't had one yet, but like I was saying about the A's pitcher a few years ago that got hit in the head, he had seizures. I can't remember how long after, but a little bit after. So I'm worried. Yeah, this guy at 107 miles an hour is insane. So like even me falling on my bike, it doesn't have an impact that fast. So I'm like, holy shit, this is insane. And obviously it's a baseball game, so there is video of it, but it just came off the bat and hit him in the head so fast. I was just wondering if you guys had seen it or not.
No, I haven't watched baseball lately. Um, yeah, recently got into NASCAR, so I've been into that on Sundays.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Um,
called me the other night about that. That was a pretty good race.
yeah.
Other than Catherine Legg and her stuff. I was definitely cheering for her, but
Hmm. Um, uh, anybody? Oh, everybody here is taking Keppra, right? Some point in time.
uh
Yep.
yeah. Well, I have in the past. That's what they took me off a couple months ago in the hospital and switched me to the Compra. So I just stopped taking that, yeah, a little bit ago.
All right, I got something that says Keppra side effects. Hello, everyone. My girlfriend has had an epileptic seizure once a year. She has now started taking Keppra 500 milligrams twice a day. What we found out is that she started having anxiety. We were only at the beginning of the medication. Do you think she should stop taking the medication after what we heard, or try taking it for a while and maybe the anxiety won't come back? Thank you for your advice and similar experiences. And what did you do? I
Uh,
stayed on it because I didn't want to go to the hospital. I was living life in my early 20s. I was just like, well, just try to stick to it as much as possible. And when I finally got off of it, uh, I was just told that I wasn't a bad person, but I wasn't the best me. Um, I was very
Keppra
sarcastic.
baby.
I was very sarcastic, and I was very blunt. My mother said, or I think my stepmother said, and she said they're not a good combination. Uh, Sarcasm and then being blunt is kind of can
Mhm.
be offensive at times. But yeah, I wasn't paying attention to it, so that's how we knew it was kind of Keppra rage, kind of not.
Yeah.
Yeah, advice is: do you think she should stop taking the medication, or I think you should keep going and see how the
How
anxiety
much
changes.
is she taking?
500 twice a day.
I I think that's
Sounds like
yeah.
really low dose.
I'd keep taking it. It's not a lot.
That's a low dose.
The side effects do
Mhm.
wear off.
Okay. Uh,
Like if
yeah.
yeah, that's a low dosage. I think before they switched me, I think I was at 3,000 a day, like per day. It sounds like they're just on 1,000 a day. So try for it or try with it for a little bit. But if this person does want to really get off of it or go off of it, don't cold turkey it. Like your body is not going to work very well if you just cold turkey. Like maybe if they want to go off of it, just do the 500 a day. Again, I'm not a doctor, but yeah, don't just over one night stop taking it. That's gonna be pretty bad, no matter what your body is.
There are also similar drugs to Keppra, like the one that starts with a B. I forget what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But like
Berziak or
Compa
Yeah,
or something like
Briviac.
that, right?
uh
Briviac.
Brivy.
yeah,
There we go.
that
We had mentioned it a couple times earlier.
that's like the new version of Keppra with less side effects. I'm not sure if it's gated like uh XCOPRI and the
Um, yeah. So, oh, what am I trying to say? Um, Mark, um, I got the pickle Rick, but it's a case for my vape pen. Yeah. Uh, yeah, and I was like, I gotta show Mark this. I kept going, Pickle Rick.
Is
Mom
that
was like, "Hey,
built
you must
in
plug
to
that." And I was
the,
like, yeah,
is that
Rick and Morty.
is that like the battery itself, or is it like a little
Yeah.
sleeve that fits around that you can stick?
It is the battery. And then you
Oh,
just put it back in there. And yeah, Pickle Rick.
nice.
Yeah. Uh yeah.
Very-
Oh yeah, definitely wanted to show you these Tyson things too.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys
yeah.
smoke. Uh I know Angel doesn't. Uh but this thing is interesting. This Mike Tyson thing, I definitely gotta send you one or something.
Yeah. Tobacco-free blunt wrap sounds like an oxymoron to me. It's kind of um I don't know. I always thought that blunts, like the whole point of blunt was that it was wrapped with the tobacco leaf from a cigar. Whether you decide to mix in tobacco from the cigar with the uh, cannabis in the blunt itself was kind of a matter of personal taste, but um, I don't know. Without the tobacco, I've always just considered them a joint of varying size, basically. But I've
Yeah.
always just had papers, so I don't know what a yeah, I don't know what a tobacco-free
Bye,
blunt wrap
Angel.
even is. Bye, Angel.
Um,
But that's interesting. Yeah, I saw the picture that you shared on Reddit. Um, when you said the toad, I thought you were talking about um like the Sonoran Desert toad. Um,
I forgot
which
the
is
story. There was a
yeah,
story that the guy was saying at the dispensary. I mean, at the smoke shop, but I didn't understand any of it. You probably would have understood it better. And uh, yeah, it's toad terpene infused, which I don't know what that means.
yeah,
Something about a toad, and
yeah. When you said
yeah,
something about DMT with that, I thought that's where I got the toad venom from. But the apparently the name the toad is like Mike Tyson's signature strain that his own personal like cannabis company has specifically bred for his like I don't know
interesting.
for his face or whatever. I don't know where the name the toad came from. I don't know if has that ever been a nickname of his for something.
No
I've
idea.
never been too big on. I liked Mike Tyson in the cartoon he made. Did you ever watch Mike Tyson Mysteries on Cartoon Network?
Uh, I think
Or
I've seen it, but never really
um,
like watched too many
oh,
episodes to remember what it's about.
oh, it
But
is
yeah, I remember it.
wonderful. It is beautiful.
Now I got to check it
Yeah,
out.
it is. Yeah, it's like Mike Tyson in a semi-fictionalized version of himself where he's going around. Basically, yeah, basically the concept was Mike Tyson is the feature character of a like Scooby-Doo uh satirical knockoff, and it's like Mike Tyson and his little gang that goes around and solves the like haphazardly solves these mysteries around town. And people come to him for help and he goes and solves their problems. And um yeah, he's basically like almost self-roasting with his voice acting and the
Yeah,
writing of the character.
I know, I've seen that.
It, yeah, it is wonderful. I loved it. So, yeah, if I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know why I went off
there's
on a
a
tangent, but yeah, I loved that show. So, um yeah, I don't
before we
mind
go back to
back on
epilepsy.
a little bit of
Uh,
business.
I what that reminded me of when you were saying the cartoons. Um, Toy Story 5 comes out.
Yeah, I've seen
Yeah,
that.
yeah, I seen the guys who do the voices. That's what just made me think of it when you said Mike Tyson and the cartoon. Yeah, those guys did the voices. I did not know that was them. Um,
Who
but
was
now I see
them?
them.
What? Wait, what
Uh,
happened? Who was the voices? Who did you
I don't
see?
think I ever paid attention like to who the person was. Probably
Oh,
seen the name there, but yeah. When I seen them do the voices at this little award show, I was like, wow, shows how much
oh
I'm paying
yeah,
attention.
yeah. Yeah, because sometimes there's those voice actors who are hired because of talent in like creating all of these various different characters. And basically the person kind of fading it into the background, blending in with the character that they're voicing, versus other voice actors who are basically hired to just read the lines in their own natural voice. Um, and yeah, it's always a shock when you hear one
They
of
use the
the
regular.
former, like, yeah, one of the people who really do a lot of different voices that you never realize were all from the same person, and then you see them doing one in real life, live action. It's like shatters the window between um, character and consumer or whatever. But yeah, so
Um,
who was it that you saw from Toy Story that did the voice? Like Tom, isn't
I don't
it
know
Tom
when
Hanks?
you when
Who does
yeah,
the
it's Tom Hanks. I forgot the other guy's name, but yeah, when we were talking about Mike Tyson doing the voice in the cartoons, it reminded me. I seen that. I think that might have been this morning. I seen that on the news. Uh,
Tim Allen, maybe Keanu Reeves,
yeah, yeah, it was this morning. I seen it on the news because it comes out tonight. So, um,
Wallace Shawn.
um,
Wow. Okay.
but yeah, back to epilepsy,
Inconceivable. That's
huh?
oh man, and Angel was wearing the Inigo Montoya shirt earlier too. And here we're talking about Toy Story 5, and one of the cast is Wallace Shawn. Inconceivable that he missed this.
Um, back to epilepsy. Got something here that says abnormal sleep EEG. My daughter was diagnosed with epilepsy in December. She's 16, if that matters. Since then, she hasn't been able to go a week without a seizure, and we've been trying medication changes. Omvi helped her stop the tonic-clonic seizures. She's exhausted all the time, so we were sent for a sleep EEG. We completed it and got the results later today. I guess she's having 5+ while awake per hour. I noticed staring spells, but not to the extent at all. And said they all said during sleep she's having frequent epileptic discharges. The doctor said she stopped counting because there were so many. As a parent, I cannot stop thinking about SUDEP now. It's obviously an answer as to why she's so tired. So now, med changes and trial and error. Has anyone else had terrible EEG results like this and found a way to not stress about the scary things? Uh, yeah, I think so. I think my only stress was I didn't know everything that they were telling me. Um,
Yeah, I was I think in the same boat, and
I didn't
everything
know
was
what they were
just
telling me. With the test results they sent to me, they just sent me like the results in a bunch of words I didn't understand. And I felt like since they sent me a message, it might be something bad. So had a little panic there, and it was really scary. But eventually, I found out what all those numbers and equal signs and all that stuff meant, and it wasn't that bad. But how do I find a way to not stress about it? Uh, I just had to figure things out. As soon as I figured out what it was, that helped. Yeah, my mind was running until I figure out exactly what it is. Um,
I found out that I was wrong about all the numbers and stuff that I thought stuff meant. Nothing was wrong with me. I just received some results that were meant for me. Yeah. Mark, you had any tests that anyone had terrible EEG results? Yeah, or might it have only been me? One of the
It
says, go
it
ahead.
definitely could be have to do with the genders because I know sometimes uh I just know because I was worried that my niece was going to catch epilepsy because I have it and my brother's having a bunch of kids. Uh, it could have to do with, you know, that she's a female. I don't know, but
I'll read one of these comments. One comment here says, I'm a mom of a 15-year-old male who got diagnosed with epilepsy, focal aware, then Jin Mao once. It's been a month and a few weeks. My anxiety is getting a little better, knowing it's not severe. But my worry is always with me all throughout the day until I close my eyes. He cannot have a proper sleep with Keppra and has been very moody, but not showing any sleepiness, daytime, or tiredness. I'll go back to his neuro and ask for better medication. I will also keep searching for what will work with him in meds. I can't give up on this kid. He's my only child, and it's awful to carry this in my heart as early as now. So many things going around. Only my trust and prayers make me feel better. Hugs and heart hands emoji. Yeah, it could be the like the thing you said.
well, I
Being
don't know.
female.
I can relate being young and having bad EEG results, I believe they were saying. But I didn't know about CPAP back then. I was also not given any of the papers, seeing as I was probably 12, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Okay. Barometer falling causing seizures. Did I say that right? Barometer.
Yeah, barometer phone. Yeah, I mean, I assume so. That's
Okay.
a proper sentence. I don't know if that's the sentence that was written out in front of you that you're reading, but
Uh,
Oh
it
no,
makes
I was just
perfect
saying.
sense what it is. I'm just trying
It
to
says
give you as much of a
barometer
hard time as
falling causing seizures.
yeah.
I've been trying to
So
figure out.
basically, like the atmospheric pressure dropping, causing seizures, like stormy weather coming in, basically, right?
Okay.
Barometric pressure is how they gauge the relative strength of hurricanes. In addition to like the wind, the sustained wind, I mean, that's how they determine the categories. But the barometric pressure is really more important than maximum measured sustained winds because that has to be actually measured at a given point and it has to be sustained for like they have all these different rules for setting the wind speed. It's not just the fastest gust. It has to be, for a
Persistent.
while. Yes, persistent. Thank you. Yeah. Um So yeah, it sounds like they're wondering if like a big weather system coming in, a big low pressure drop, if that could cause seizures. So it's a very interesting question.
That's true because I
I'll read
heard
it.
that uh there is something going on with the currents and not here, but over in the UK is going to have extreme climates,
Oh,
changes.
is that okay?
You
Maybe
know how because they took out some kind of measuring device, like safety device, those buoys that measure currents. I forget what the current's called.
the Gulf Stream
That's probably it.
that goes up like up the east coast of the United States across the North Atlantic and kind of brings a lot of the
Yeah.
rainy weather to the UK that makes it so characteristically like overcast and rainy all the time.
I mean,
I know that
it
this year they are saying that there is going to be a strong El Nino, which
Yeah,
is the
heard
heating of
that.
the
yeah, because the
current over
ocean's
in the Pacific. So that
getting
might be influencing the weather up across the Atlantic. It's supposed to give the Atlantic a quieter than typical hurricane season.
yeah.
So that could
Is
alter.
this another question or uh
Oh no, I was going to read it, and we went off into something else. I read the post. It says barometer falling causing seizures. I've been trying to figure out all the possible triggers for my seizures. This month, I noticed that the times I get focal seizures are when the barometric pressure is dropping. Curious if anyone else noticed. There's one comment here that says, I get really bad seizures from the barometric pressure, especially in the spring, totally a thing. Another comment here says, Google it. There is research showing a connection for sure. Maybe that's
I
something I
wonder
should check out next time I have it.
that's probably why Jeff gets such relief over in the desert compared to up at like over Philly area.
hmm,
I don't know,
Yeah.
just he complains about New England so much and likes the dry desert. Um, not many
California's
pressure
amazing. That's
changes
why.
in that sort of climate,
yeah,
you know.
in New England it's kind of you have seasons hot and then cold and then hot and
Yeah,
cold.
yeah. Actual seasonal changes. Yeah.
Lately there's been a bunch of ticks because they're
Oh,
just going crazy.
wow. Yeah. That's kind of scary.
Yeah.
Good reason to stay indoors,
Well,
aside from just the temperature, right?
I only know about them because I've been pulling them off my dog.
Oh,
Every time he comes in, it doesn't seem like the tick collar's working.
mm.
But
Try to find another brand might work. I don't
uh,
know.
yeah. Well, I mean, it was a new tick collar. You would think out of the box tick collar would work.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I think they're just
And
bad this year.
yeah, that's just got to keep an eye, I guess. That's,
Yeah.
I don't know. The dog wouldn't be happy staying inside all day, I'm sure, right?
No, he likes
Can get
walking
away with
around.
that with these with pets. That's what I've got here.
Dogs
Kid,
love going out.
yeah.
Would have
She
the
would love
door
going
open.
out if she could. She just doesn't go far. When she manages to escape, she went all of like 10 feet and just stared at me from the other side of the screen in the backyard. So cool. Easy to catch.
Well, when they get older, they're easier to catch.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're like, oh, you're not gonna listen? Well, I'm faster than you now. Can't play hide and seek anymore.
Yeah. The
Um,
advantage has changed.
I got something here. It says ketone monitor. I know not everyone here is on keto, but my son is, and I'm looking for some opinions on ketone monitors. He's 13 months. When we were in the hospital last year, we were told to use urine test strips because he was so little. He was 5 weeks when he was diagnosed with group 1 and epilepsy. Also, in slight possibility, does anyone have a ketone monitor that they're using or that they're not using anymore?
No.
You guys have
Are
ketone monitors?
Are they talking about the ketogenic diet?
I think so. Ketone monitor might be to monitor how much something he might have in the system. Let's
Is
see.
it for their baby?
Yeah, I think they're saying 3 months.
Yeah,
Uh,
I really have no idea. I don't know. I'm not sure what they're
I
even talking about.
I wouldn't ask for use of medical equipment from this
From
this
internet strangers.
yeah.
Hmm.
Um,
Hmm.
I was gonna say my device is
What
frozen,
is
but
the
I'll ask Kate to look it up later for me. But yeah,
Look what up. I got
ketone monitor. Just wanted to see what it was,
track the
but
levels of ketones in your body to a variety of to verify if you are in ketosis, whatever that means. I'm not quite
price
sure. I don't have any.
from $25 to 300 plus, depending on the type that they're
So
looking for.
it's like a blood thing.
Yeah, it looks like it. How it works is standard to similar to a standard glucose test. Prick the finger. Oh wait, is that?
Well, this is for
That's
like a
probably not.
baby. That like they're saying
Yeah,
it's eight. Was it 8 months or three weeks old?
I I don't know.
might have been be 100%
Breath.
sure without
Oh,
knowing.
there's breath ketone analyzers. Get the baby to exhale into it. A reusable device to measure acetone. The
I mean,
ketone produced when your body burns fat.
I know
But
the
they
key.
said you're sorry, I keep
Oh no,
go ahead.
Um, oh, go ahead, Seamus.
oh no. I am looking at the urine tests one, and I don't know why they would be asking for used, any used stuff.
Yeah, for urine.
Yeah, you don't know who's doing that.
Yeah.
uh,
I mean, breath maybe, but try and get a baby to do what you want. That's like even peeing on it, you might have trouble.
I got something else. It says changes with traveling and vacations. I'm a newly diagnosed epileptic here. What changes have you made to taking vacations or trips due to your epilepsy? Are there any places or activities you avoid now? We love cruising, but have to put that out of our minds now. We love kayaking and fishing, but that's done for now. Are there places or trips you take now that works for you as an epileptic, looking for a ray of sunshine in the storm? I know my and our anxiety is probably factoring too much into making plans, but I don't want to be reckless either. What considerations should we be determining a trip or vacation? Things we may not have been aware of. I don't go anywhere that's just for the beach. So if there's a beach trip, then obviously that's a trip you're not going to go on unless you're just going to hang out and sit, chill, watch everybody at the beach.
I don't
Go with
see
someone.
why kayaking or fishing should be avoided necessarily, as long as you're like responsible and wear a life vest or whatever. If you're out in the water, and fishing can be done from, the bank of a lake or from a dock or bridge pier or wherever,
Yeah,
so
docks are good,
uh,
and life
Yeah, I knew
jackets.
a guy, or I know a guy who he went and rode dolphins. Like you get on the boat and they pull you, and then you got the dolphins is what you're standing on. He did that.
really.
Yeah. Angel.
Angel,
Uh,
oh, we just saw
yeah,
him.
yeah. He showed me a picture. It was dope. He was
That's
smiling, and I know that's exciting. He said he went to Mexico and got and seen the dolphins and got to ride on them and all that. Very interesting. Uh,
I mean, I usually just try and keep my medicine on me if I'm going on a longer trip, because you don't want to be stuck somewhere without your medication. If they take medication, I don't know if they do.
correct.
Yeah, yeah, and a rescue med if they have one or need one.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, good. Um, yeah, in the back,
Uh,
I have a backpack that I keep the nasal am rescue med in, and I have a little tag on it that says medical bag and epilepsy medication inside, so that um, like right on the little zipper thing, so that it's boom right there, and nasal am right in anybody's face if they. I don't know if a stranger would necessarily go that far, but any friends or family that I have knows about my rescue meds
yeah.
and would be able to find them. So,
You
and
know what I heard?
a
I heard
EMT
that.
would see the tag.
Oh,
Sorry, go ahead.
the. Oh no! If you were talking and I interrupted, you finish.
Oh no, that was it. I just finished up. The EMTs would see the medical alert tag on the zipper too. So
Oh,
go ahead.
that's what they. Just because I didn't. Uh, I don't think that they look for. They just look for bracelets. They wouldn't.
Oh really?
I don't
Well,
know.
they've got it's I've got the medical like
Oh,
caduceus symbol thing on the tags on the backpack too.
yeah.
So if they happen to see it, yeah. Maybe I should get a new bracelet that says, rescue medication in bag or
Uh,
something.
I thought you could just get a tattoo, but turns out they don't really care
They don't
about
look at tattoos.
tattoos.
Yeah, everybody's got tattoos these days, I guess.
yeah.
It doesn't pop out like it used to.
Like I would just get you know the epilepsy something the epilepsy tattooed on my arm. I have epilepsy. If it would mean
I mean,
You get
facial
forehead.
tattoos, facial tattoos still jump out at people. So, that's one option. I have epilepsy.
yeah, I don't want to get any facial tattoos.
Medication in my backpack.
Enter here. I mean,
Yeah.
medication. Put medication here.
Insert medication here.
I don't know why I opened my mouth. Yeah.
Oh, that would be hilarious.
Oh man.
That-
So yeah, this person was saying kayaking and stuff like that. Go at your own risk. Go with people who make you comfortable. I wouldn't say don't do things because of epilepsy, because that sounds so to be kayaking. And if that's something you're used to,
Yeah, if it's something they've done before, they're familiar with, that makes
Yeah.
it even safer.
right,
I wouldn't do anything like rock climbing or
Yeah.
right.
that's like something you
That-
probably couldn't do because that if you have a seizure, then
Splat.
yeah, basically. But
Yeah.
Oh man.
I wouldn't be worried about kayaking or fishing.
Oh man.
They
I
actually
was
sound like fun,
thinking
honestly.
when you said, come again?
The kayaking and fishing honestly sound like fun.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like you said, especially if that's something you've been doing, do it. Don't let epilepsy hold you back from anything. Just take precautions. One of the comments here says, hi, so growing up, I was super into roller coasters. Immediately after being diagnosed, I knew those were out of the picture. I've been to Alabama, Florida, and the Ozarks since being diagnosed. And the biggest thing that has helped me staying hydrated, continuing my medication cycle, and tracking how long I'm outside. If I'm at the lake, my boat rides are 30-ish minutes before I get an aura, so things have definitely changed, but my biggest advice is to keep doing things you did, but limit yourself. I'm not sure if I let epilepsy hold me back from anything, except for driving. Yeah. One more comment here says, newly diagnosed epileptic who is in the midst of a vacation where I'm on the opposite coast of where I live. I was really anxious about traveling because sleep deprivation is one of my triggers. And I am an anxious flyer. My emphasis on this trip have been on being aware of maximizing my sleep, taking an extra dose of meds during travel due to time changes, instructed by neurologists to do this, making sure I have enough medication for the trip and then some, but my meds are filled in 90-day supplies, knowing about insurance coverage, etc. In the future, knowing I could have a medical issue during travel. I'm going to consider looking more into trip insurance specifically, but don't let your diagnosis hold you back. Just be aware. Yes. Just be aware. I like that one. Do the people who like go, I never went rock climbing. Do you have to like have someone with you? Or do people just go rock climbing on their own?
Never gone. I just brought rock climbing as an example, like something dangerous.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking,
But that's something that I would consider, okay, I don't want a chance if I have a seizure, halfway up
know your
the cliff.
triggers.
Even if I have
Yeah, I was thinking when you go rock climbing, is there any way someone who trained you could go with you because for epilepsy, they have someone who tandem skydiving where you have someone on your back.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I would want that just because I like doing things on my own. You know what I
I want
mean?
to go
I wouldn't.
skydiving so bad.
I'm not sure if I would go skydiving. I'm not crazy about it.
Yeah. Yeah. I do got something here though. It says suggestions of hobbies for an epileptic. Hi, my seizures are uncontrolled, so I'm not allowed to drive. I have a job since I have a since I have a job, I have blackouts and forget what's going on. What do you guys like to do when you're just at home? Um, I had a podcast. I like to edit videos. I like binge watching stuff, especially stuff where you can learn things like documentaries and true crime and stuff like that. Um, yeah, or go find something like painting or drawing. Uh, yeah, I've heard a lot of people say they picked up different things after they could not. Nothing comes right to mind, but find a hobby.
Gardening?
Anything. Come again?
Gardening.
Yeah, just
Oh yeah.
be sure to plant vegetables so you can eat the stuff you grow.
Mm, yeah. Yeah, I grew peppers and mailed them out to a bunch of people in the
They were
podcast here
good.
last year. Grew too
Yeah,
many for
they were really
myself,
good.
but
And my mom said, whenever you get some more, let us know.
yeah, I'll try
Uh,
next year. We're too busy this year starting up the getting everything going, figuring out the Wednesday, Saturdays, and I just kind of lost track
yeah,
of what time it was, it was already too late to start seeds by the time I thought of it.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I remember I used
Um,
to have chickens.
Oh,
all
fun.
right.
Yeah. The
Homesteading?
what?
Were you homesteading?
Yes. But I ended up having too many eggs and
Hmm.
I gave them all away because they just laid so many eggs.
How often do chickens lay eggs?
It depends on the weather. If it's winter, they don't lay a lot. You might get probably about a 15th of what the eggs will do during the spring and the summer is when they were laying like 4 or 5 eggs a day, and during the fall it was, okay, there was some eggs that were, but
Is
I had a lot of chickens though.
is there a way to preserve eggs?
You can pickle them.
Hmm.
Didn't know that.
I'm pretty sure you can pickle anything.
Yeah.
I
Well,
never was pickled eggs.
how do you do that?
Uh, put them in a pickle jar, and like I said, I've never done it, but
Oh, okay.
uh, it,
I'd imagine, yeah, basically the same process for pickling anything else, right? Just
yeah, pickled
s
onions.
stick it in a jar with whatever recipe you have and let it sit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if it
Okay.
lasts forever, but it's not
Yeah,
like
you
honey.
can pickle peppers too.
No? Do you have pickled peppers? It's
Hmm.
good.
Um, how would that be? Pickling peppers. Um,
Kind of like pickling eggs.
would could you would you do
No,
what Brandon did? Like take a bite out of one?
I mean, yeah, you could. Um, I would imagine that they might be a little less hot, a little bit more diluted, simply by virtue of having the pickle juice, like pick up some of whatever the capsaicin is inside of the pepper itself. So you take a bite and more of it is still left in the jar, right? Than if you hadn't cut it open and, you know, pickled it. But
Um,
um once you get to peppers that spicy, um doesn't really matter that much, you know. Um a ghost is gonna be hot whether it's been pickled or not, you know. Same with the habanero. Maybe
okay.
like jalapenos might be notably diluted, but you know, even
Mhm.
jalapenos aren't really, most of them have been kind of, or most of what you see in mainstream grocery stores are a strain that was bred in New Mexico for broad marketability and had like a low heat, a high um like time to ripeness after being picked. So it could be picked early and stay green for a long time and not have much heat. So most Americans can handle it without, you know, any issue. So, um, yeah, the actual natural, real jalapeno itself is quite a bit spicier than what most people realize if all they've gotten were like grocery store jalapenos, like Walmart, Kroger, um, Whole Foods, wherever. But farmers markets, you can get some um, different jalapeno varieties, lineages, so to speak. But
Okay.
yeah,
Um, do peppers grow? Do they change like some that might be hotter when they grow in different weather?
hmm yep, all peppers produce hotter fruit when they are exposed to higher heat and lower um, rainfall. So that's another, yeah, that's one way that you can kind of boost up if you're, oh,
See you later.
oops, yeah, bye, Seamus. But
Nice to meet
yeah,
you.
all peppers grow hotter fruit when they are not watered as much. So the that's the way if you're like gonna try to go for the Guinness record, you can give your plants a little mini drought before picking fruit that the inspectors will come and taste or measure, however they do it, whatever their process is. But yeah, I mean, all Guinness World Records are bought basically by the people who hold them. So, I mean, that's not to say that they don't actually have to break the record too, but you have to pay in order to have the opportunity to get the record tested and broken. So some things where there has not yet been a record set, you can make it up or whatever, and then basically go and say, hey, Guinness, I I hold the record in, whatever, I don't know, underwater basket weaving is like the standard joke thing from 20 years ago that was super funny, used as the example of uselessness and pointlessness. But um yeah, underwater basket weaving race,
Um,
break that record. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody bothers to do it. Nobody's gonna bother to take it away from you. So you just give the money to Guinness to get it tested, do it however fast you want because nobody's set the record before you. And then boom, bing, bang, boom, you're a world record holder.
yeah, like those guys who have the biggest drop in Red Bull record. The one guy who's in Vegas, he did the
Well,
longest drop in.
that's actually a pretty legit record though. But
It's hard
yeah,
to beat it.
huh?
He said it's gonna be hard to beat it.
Yeah, right. That's why it's a legit record. But there's others where nobody has set a record before. So, the record holder basically just bought it, went to Guinness and said, "Hey, I want this record." And they went and watched the person do it just to make sure that they actually do that. So, you know,
Is it like Guinness the beer?
it is Guinness the beer.
Yeah.
Yes. Same company, same the world record the world record book actually came about as a marketing tool by Guinness, the beer manufacturer themselves. They wanted to come up with a creative way for uh uh well, not for a creative way to keep people in taverns talking and drinking and creative and happy or whatever. So they did this um, book of world records for as a conversation piece in taverns in Ireland,
Oh
and
wow.
it kind of made its way wherever Guinness was sold. Um, and yeah, I mean, it was a great idea, I think. Um, Definitely got a lot of people talking. I don't think that they really needed to give people that much extra help if their goal was having them drink alcohol. They would be doing it anyway. Like it basically sells itself. But uh Guinness, yeah, it did work. I think it did actually increase the sales. So yeah.
Um,
Yeah. That, and did you know that the Michelin and Michelin star restaurants is the same as the Michelin tire company?
I did not know that. I
Yeah.
know a lot of places that have Michelin stars because I watch the cooking shows a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some of those people have restaurants in different countries that have a Michelin star, and I'm like, okay, well, you're cool. Well, you got a Michelin star, and then there's like this one girl, she has four different restaurants. Um,
Yeah.
but I don't
Yeah.
know how important that is. I know
It
if
is
you get it when
very
it's good,
important. Yeah, in the
but
restaurant world, it is very important. It's like the uh Olympic gold medal of chef cookingness or whatever. But basically, the idea at the time, at its inception, was we want people to burn rubber. We want them driving around, and the more people drive around, the more they will need their tires replaced. And the more the tires they replace, the more money we make. So they set about to come up with a marketing scheme again. And the idea was restaurants. They will go rate restaurants around the world and give stars to the best ones, award them and note them, particularly honor them. And the further apart they are across the world, the further people will have to drive their cars and the more their tires will need to be changed in order to go and eat at all of these wonderful um, restaurants all over the world. So yeah, it's you can thank the automotive industry for the um, restaurant industry's highest honor.
interesting. Uh,
Kitty says hi.
Cody, welcome back. If this is the Cody that I remember, this might be a new Cody.
Same guy.
Same Cody. Nice.
How you
Hey,
doing,
Welcome
Mark?
back.
James,
I like the
wherever
hat.
where James is at, thanks, man. It's like
Yeah.
my yeah. I don't know if I mentioned this last time, but I was part of a study for an RNS device up in my head, and I had a much there was a there was more hair there, and it grew in a much more like a pattern, like just as it should. And it was a good looking head of hair, and then they cut open and like left a big old like scar up there. And now it's not what it used to be, and so I wear hats a lot
yeah.
more often now. I
Yeah,
mean, not
90%
not
of
to
the
be like a
time.
meh, but I was just like, ugh, no, this is annoying.
Yeah, 90% of the time if I'm out of the house, I have a hat on. And
Yeah.
like 15 years ago or so, my hair was like down past my shoulders. I think I've shown the rest of the people on here my ID picture because it's still that old because obviously I'm not driving, so they've never changed the picture and it's still the old one from then. Like I have no beard or facial hair almost, and my hair is
Oh,
like
wild.
down past my
They're
shoulders and
like, is this you? It's like, are you sure, sir? Yeah. You should be like,
exactly.
I
I'm
don't know.
sure if I wasn't like 40, if I was still 21 trying to go to a bar or something, it would definitely get questioned like every day. But that's what I've joked before. Like somebody kind of looked at it and then looked at me, and it was a couple of years ago, and I'm like, dude, if I was trying to get a fake ID, why would I have it say 38? Like, come the fuck on, dude. Like, I would have it say 21, right?
Well,
Like,
I seen this lady.
get it one that
it was
says
so
your name
sad.
is McLovin, right?
yeah, McLovin,
This
yes.
Oh my God.
I seen this lady walk. She had to walk to the
Let me
dispensary,
grab it.
and then she had to walk home. And she said she had to walk home because they didn't want to take her ID. They told her it was expired by 2 weeks,
What?
and yeah, and they were like, if it wasn't, if it was ever it was over 2 weeks old. And they were talking after she left, and they were like, man, 2 days old.
Everybody
Let
loves
her
the
back.
DMZ, man. It's everybody's favorite place to be.
Well, exactly, and like, in at least the SF Bay Area where I live, you can't just like if you forget about it, like obviously you don't look at your own ID like every day, right? So if it's a couple weeks out, you can't get an appointment within like a month. Like you gotta wait like way the hell
Yeah.
like out, right? So anyway, I don't know if you can
Oh my
tell, but
gosh.
yeah, exactly right. No glasses, no facial
Wow.
hair, like
Wow. That's wild, dude.
super long hair, like yeah. But like I said, like would I get one that says, I was born in 86 if I wanted to get a fake one? That's why like when I have a couple people like look at it for a sec, I'm like, what the who's doing this, right? Like who would actually
Yeah.
do that shit?
Yeah, I think last year I had a good picture. Now that I know you can do it online, they'll send you the last picture.
You just be like, instead of like taking a picture, being like, how I have to show that for like the next like however long.
Yeah, they make you take your hat off now.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
Do
they made
they
me take my
do they
glasses
let
off, and I'm like,
you?
I've had glasses since third grade. Like, I can't see more than like a foot in front of me without them. I'm never gonna not have them on. Why are you making me
Yeah,
take them off? They're like, well,
right.
it's just procedure, sir. And I'm like, what? I was
You
like, well,
want to
your
be as
procedure is shit.
recognizable as
But anyway, I'll
possible,
take them
right?
off.
James, my last one that I had for years, like I think I got it like maybe I was like 22, 23 or something, which is probably why. But when I went in, I was like, I was so high. And you can tell in the picture on my old ID, I've got like this huge smile on my face with my little mustache, and my eyes are just like super glassy over, but I'm obviously
That,
so happy to be
yeah,
there.
that's great. That's awesome.
Yeah, this what you're saying. Make yourself as recognizable as possible.
Yeah,
If
it's
that
pretty
you
funny.
look stoned as hell in your license picture, then that's when the
Recognizable.
officer,
Yeah, it's like this
yeah,
looks like him. This looks
the
like him.
officer's looking
Yeah,
as oh yeah, okay, I guess
yeah,
that's
you could be,
normal for this guy.
And then I
yeah, you could be
recently had to
driving
take
high as
another
hell, and
one,
they'll
and
be
now
like,
it's
all right.
like, yeah, yeah.
Um, any of you guys ever seen this?
No.
No, what is
No.
that?
Terp
Uh,
wraps. Oh, is that like the Tyson thing?
no, it's made by Raw.
Yeah, but is
Uh,
it like it? Is it,
Oh,
I
I've
mean,
heard of that
cocaine
brand, but
infused
yeah.
wrap or cone or something?
that one said toad terpene infused. This one is
I do have the cones actually right now from that brand, but
Does
What are these?
Pookie, did you freeze? Did Pookie freeze?
Looks that way.
I didn't.
What is he talking about?
I don't know. It was these raw terp something.
it looks like just
It
wraps or
looked
something,
like
right?
it. Yeah. Um,
Is he okay?
I mean,
It's like, no, I've been live this whole time. No, I
connection
mean,
problems, hopefully. It doesn't
Hopefully it's
look
just
like
that. Yeah.
that doesn't look like a medical issue. That's got to be technical. I don't know.
oh,
Okay.
there he goes.
No, all right.
Okay. Um, Trying to find. Yeah, okay. Raw X, Lyrical, Lemonade, Bud Wrap, Terpene Cone. Hey, they even have them on Amazon.
What?
Amazon.
Really?
Yeah.
I
What
mean,
are
Raw.
these like?
Yeah, Leary, Cal,
it looked like
Raw,
just blunt wraps, but
Lyrical, Lemonade, Bud Wrap. Yeah, they're just cones. Well,
oh, there
just
we go. He
Oh,
just yeah, he just did
collaboration
BRB. So
between Raw and Lyrical. Lemonade is the Raw and the Lyrical Bud Wrap.
mm,
Features Bud Wraps enhanced with 100% terpene infused lemonade flavor, emphasizing a potent and flavorful experience. I don't
nice.
know. If you're if you're smoking a joint, do you want it to taste like lemonade, to smell and taste like lemonade? Or do you want
I mean,
to taste the flower that you have?
I was gonna say it depends where you're at. You may want to cover up the smell, right? At least the smell part of it.
Yeah, I suppose. Well,
Like I
yeah,
wouldn't care
I was
here in
gonna say, yeah, out
California,
in
but
public, but I think that yeah, in the state of Florida, at least, I think it's not legal anywhere out in public.
nope,
But,
nope.
so,
I smell it a
which is
lot.
BS. Yeah, it's I know that.
I feel like I smell even, and I live in Sarasota, which is like nice old like retirees,
Yeah,
but I feel like
retiree.
I don't know if it's like if it's the real stuff, but there are times I'm like
Oh,
yeah,
oh, those
that
little.
smells like yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Even pens and stuff we can't do out in public, which is again bullshit. But I mean, nobody's gonna be able to catch and enforce that unless you're trying to,
yeah.
go right up to a cop
So
and
Mark, do you
you know,
live in Florida?
yes, yeah, Orlando area.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. But
Yeah,
there's no place
I
for us to
was down
buy
in
like
Miami when I was like younger, or yeah, born in Miami and then like Palm Beach and then Naples now. So Orlando is the furthest north in Florida
yeah,
that I've lived. A brief year and
okay.
a half up in South Dakota, but I am going to choose to write that off and just say I'm a lifelong Floridian.
Yeah,
That was
I've
just an
driven through South
intermission.
Dakota and there is an exaggeration to say there is not nothing going on up there.
Corn.
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 Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
it's
And
it's not
there was
legal anywhere in Florida.
a meat
I don't think
processing
so.
facility in
Dang.
like right downtown in Sioux Falls. Well, not right down, but you know, right there.
It's medically like available, but I feel like because I see a lot of cannabis places that are medical cannabis places, but no
Mm,
places are like just straight up dispensaries.
that's crazy. Yeah, like here I can ride my bike like I don't know the exact distance, but it's like about just 5 miles from my house. There's a dispensary. That's the local one I always go to. As long, I mean, you can just walk right in. Well, I mean, as long as you're over 18, right? But you can just walk right in and just buy, whatever you want: vapes, pens, actual flour, they actually have like soda cans, and it's whatever injected, whatever you want to call it, with
Infused.
yeah, infused. There
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah.
That's a better word.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
everything in
with
That
Florida
stuff.
is limited to a
Yeah. That
I've
stuff
maximum
gotten them
hits
dose
a
of
couple
hard.
10
times, but
milligrams.
I'm not a fan of them. The couple that I've gotten are like super sugary, I guess, maybe to cover up the flavor or whatever, but I'm just like, nah, I'm good. Like, cause I don't drink like even like soda, lemonade. I don't know why. I just, yeah, I'm usually stick to water. But so like it's even more sugary like for me, and I'm just like, no, I'll just, smoke a little bit real quick and
Well,
I'll take that as
That's just
my
what
dose.
goes,
Because you
that's
can
just
get
what
like
goes
with
over
the
with the
sugar can like make you
populations,
jittery
the
too.
sugar. Oh yeah.
hmm
Like if you're not used to like James, if you don't regularly drink sugar, then like all of that sugar plus the weed is definitely not going to be a pleasant experience.
Yeah, exactly. Like one time, like I said, it's about 5 miles or so from my house. So I got it and like I went around the corner and I was like, oh, I just want to try this for the first time. And I just drank most of it and then like yeah, it started to kick in and I was like, fuck, I still gotta ride like a few more miles home. This is not
Uh,
good. Yeah, that was not fun. And then like I got another one like later on, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna try this while I'm chilling out at home. And then it was a different brand, but yeah, it was still super sugary and like not my thing. You know, all the other stuff, yeah, but the other that I was like, nope, I'm done with this shit. Like,
no, pass. Yeah. No, I haven't smoked in a while just because like oh man, it's probably been like I don't know, a couple of years. I smoked a lot for
oh
a
well.
while. Like probably like I smoked a little bit like when I was like in my early 20s and then when I moved to
Mhm.
Seattle and then like I didn't have any friends and then suddenly found friends who like smoked and drank a lot. Like that's kind of I smoked and drank a lot for like a few years afterwards
Mhm.
to like I was like taking edibles at work and I would just like
Oh,
I was pretty much like high all the time, and it wasn't good for it. I don't think it was, I know it wasn't good for like, I know it wasn't good for my epilepsy. Um, but I could never, but my girlfriend was like, the gal who saw something in me was like, this is, you're not living healthy. Like you're really abusing the stuff. So you gotta lay off. And so I miss it
Oh,
sometimes.
bad.
Like I
mhm.
do, I do miss like just a good joint, like, sitting on the beach or something like that, or just
Yeah.
Oh,
going for a walk.
yeah. If you're in
Um,
Sarasota, have you been to the Ringling Museum yet?
oh
The
yeah.
Ringling and oh
Couple
my
of
gosh.
times.
Oh my gosh. I love that place. Uh,
Yeah.
I haven't been in years, but
They have
I
Mondays are
was
free, dude.
uh I mean it's like it's a 3.5 hour 3 hour 3.5 hour drive.
Yeah, it's a
That'd be
ways for
a
you.
hell of an Uber.
Oh
Okay,
shit. Yeah, dude.
but
Yeah.
yeah, but
I love
the
museums. A free
yeah,
Monday would be
if
perfect.
I if I ever am able to manage to get down there on a Monday, yeah, I'm gonna. And it was great sober when I was a kid, but with, a little bit of this and just sit and just
Oh yeah, man.
that
Yeah. I
first
miss I
room
miss
with
that kind of stuff.
the
I miss that kind of
Rubens
stuff.
tapestries just blew my mind. I did not know that people made paintings that big, you
It's
know.
wild, man. It's wild. I had
Yeah.
never I had never seen anything of that like grandeur. But if you would want something that would like really trip you out, like go to the Dolly Museum in St. Petersburg. That's some
Yeah.
wacky shit. That is
Yeah.
that is some weird stuff.
Yeah,
Weird name.
I've been there too.
Oh, you've been
They
there? Yeah.
yeah.
Please
Yeah. Yeah,
elaborate.
well, I was homeschooled as a kid, so
Oh,
that
I
was
was
kind
too,
of part
dude.
of. Oh, hey, awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was part of the whole thing. We didn't have a classroom schedule to tie us down, or to hold us back. So my mom just said, "Okay, we're gonna go drive to this museum." Just your kids
That's,
behave. Uh,
That's cool, man.
I,
yeah,
That's not the
I
way
didn't I
like I
didn't do
never
that.
had.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I was just gonna say I wasn't homeschooled, but I was private, like a private school. So it seems like
A lot
all
of
of us that didn't go to
educational
public
field trips.
school got into this.
Um,
I was just gonna show this real quick. I don't know if y'all can see it, but yeah, 420
Oh,
lemonade.
jeez.
That's the
Okay.
dispensary out here. And if you spent a certain amount on 420, then you got this free bag, a free joint, and then like a couple of extra other things. So all you had to do was do that on April 20th, obviously, and that's why I'm like, when you guys are just like, no, we don't have any dispensaries here. I'm like, what the fuck? Really?
Yeah.
I'm like, you go to a certain place here, you get free shit, and there's nothing out there.
I mean, they did do giveaways
That's
here, but
crazy.
there's not dispensaries everywhere across the
Yeah, he
state.
said it
Just
was the medical
certain
place.
certain
Yeah.
Or
regional. Well,
technically.
no, even the medical, there's not access
Well, and
to
Trump too. Trump
medical
just like
everywhere.
lowered the like altered like what marijuana actually is registered at. Like I don't remember. Like he
Yeah, it
basically
was like
made it like
District 1 or
less.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah,
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 Schedule
yeah.
1 to Schedule 3, but
There we go. Schedule. Yeah.
it's still not clear what that difference is going to entail, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I At the very least, it's not going to be send people to prison anymore
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
Yay.
It's not
medication.
Yeah.
like a felony,
But
right? Yeah.
yeah, well, I don't know. It is still technically, if you're, you can have a felony violation of the Controlled Substances Act for things that are not Schedule 1, you know. The cocaine is Schedule 2. It's used legally as a topical
Really?
anesthetic in eye
Really?
surgeries. Yeah,
Oh, wild. I
That's
never knew
crazy.
that.
yeah, yeah. And
What's the like painkiller type one that's like super bad?
fentanyl.
Yeah,
Fentanyl is
there we go.
Schedule 2. Yeah, fentanyl is
Yeah, I think I
Schedule
said
2
this
because
before, but
it's
after I
in
got my gallbladder taken out, like they gave me fentanyl as a painkiller. I'm like,
What?
yeah.
yeah, I was like, wait, what the fuck? Like this stuff is legal? You're gonna give it to me in the
Yeah.
hospital? Like, all right,
I was
sounds
gonna,
fine.
yeah.
How long
That's
ago was
when I
that,
had my
James?
VNS, they gave
About
me
a year, between
Just
a
a
year and
year.
2 years, like not that long
Just a
ago.
year and 2 years. What?
yeah,
But
when
between that time frame, I don't remember exactly, but yeah, because they would give me morphine usually when I was in there, and I was
yeah.
like, it's killing me right now. I was like, I need some more. And they were like, well, we can't give you any more morphine because you're already at this dose. Like, we have,
So
fentanyl. It's
let's
like,
give you the shit that's like killing the rest of the nation, and we'll just like call it
yeah,
good.
Well,
I mean,
they can
it's at the hospital, so they give the
measure it
right
out,
dosage,
meter it
obviously,
out a
right?
lot more
Yeah, I don't
accurately.
know. I guess I'm just maybe it's just the fact that it was at all is what shocked me, I
I
guess, because
No, that's why I'm telling the story, is because I was fucking shocked too. That's the only
Yeah.
time I've ever been given it, is because I just came out of
When I had
surgery,
my
right? But
VNS installed, they when I came out of anesthesia, the guy
mhm.
asked me, do you need any painkiller? Are you in any pain? And I was kind of like, this isn't bad. I don't need, and so I said, yeah, a little bit, and they gave me some, and he said, you need any more? And I was like, it's like he gave me this like winky face, like, come on, man, you can, and so I was like, yeah, okay, and yeah, he gave me, and I felt good. I
Yeah,
liked it,
I
and they
did too
asked me.
after they gave
I
me.
asked what it was, and they said fentanyl. I was like, whoa. But after thinking about that, it kind of makes a lot of sense because a lot of people that they need to deal with in hospitals are going to be opioid addicts already. And if they're in pain, they need something that can, scratch that, well, scratch that itch. Touch, well, yeah, hey, itching is a characteristic symptom of opioid
Yeah.
withdrawal. So yeah, scratch that itch. Maybe stop that itch might be a better thing. But
Like
um
at first I was a little scared. I just kind of thought about it. I was just like, well, in the hospital, they're going to give you the right dosage. It won't be a big deal. But then, as I told you guys, I don't know how long ago, like a month ago or whatever, I told you the story about my grandfather and how he was killed on the operating table. So like at first I was like, yeah, okay, that sounds good. And then I was like, wait a minute, they actually could mess up here. Like, should I take it? And then I was like, I'm in a lot of pain. Like, give it to me. It was
yeah,
a
if you're
50-50
genuinely in
situation, but
pain, it's not a bad thing to ask for it to sell, tell people. And
yeah, it wasn't like I was there for like the 10th day and they were giving it to me every hour, something crazy like that.
yeah. Or
I
my
was just
my
like,
example
it's
where
gonna
it
get
was
me,
absolutely
through
not
these
necessary,
decisions.
and I just
And
like, yeah, okay, just for, just because you're offering, okay. Yeah, when it really wasn't, I wasn't in that
yeah,
much pain.
it
I
kind of
mean,
felt
come on,
weird.
like
Like
the
I said, that's
VNS, it's like it's just a little cut, basically. It's not a big deal.
yeah,
Not been surgery that needs a lot of painkiller afterwards, but
yeah, and same same with my gallbladder. Like you can barely see like this one little nick on my abdomen, and you can't like since it's been I don't know like 8-9 years. How or oh wait, no, I'm thinking of another one. Sorry, it's been like 1 or 2 years, and it's pretty much healed up. Like if you saw me at like a swimming pool, like you wouldn't notice. Like if I sit there and like stare and look at it, you might see it, but that's about it. Like it's healed and gone, and yeah.
It's 102 degrees.
Is it wait? Is it me or
I'm not
Pookie that
sure who's,
there's some
No, I mean like
uh,
Pookie's like
auto
season up
disruption?
is
yeah.
okay. Kind of moving. Kind of moving.
I'm here. Yeah.
Mm, mm, mm,
I'm here. Um,
Oh,
it is
there's
moving really slow.
some crackly sound noise or whatever.
yeah,
I'll be
Oh
right
yeah, like a lot of delay, a lot of delay, a lot of choppy.
Oh,
are you?
now I can move. Is it delayed anymore?
There is an offset between your voice and your video, but I don't hear any garbled uh, feedback or anything, you know. Um, it's quiet now, so I guess there's that. But then again, none of us were saying anything to feed back through any issue. So I guess there's that. Oh, there we go. I'm hearing it come back, hearing echoes of my own voice. It's always unsettling. I don't like the sound. I don't like hearing my own voice. It's so weird.
No, neither do I, dude.
Yeah. I've heard that that's a common a common thing. A lot of
Oh,
people
really?
don't
Yeah,
like or are unsettled by the sound of their own voice.
they're
Kevin,
very
you
shocked by it. They go, they
Well,
hear
yeah,
it, they're
because I
like, "Oh
mean,
my God,
you
it's
have
so
to.
nasally." Mm, you hear it, or it's either, yeah. Same thing with a reflection in the mirror. Reflection in the mirror is much better than on camera.
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know why.
And that's why everybody's like selfies are flipped. Um, yeah. That's always bothered me too, and I've seen on social media people's videos, they're talking and the text on their shirt is mirrored, and it's like, yeah, they, I don't know. Don't most phones these days know to flip it back the other way in order to be correct? Or do you think these are people intentionally posting a mirror of themselves in these videos just because they like it more and it matches the mirror, you think?
Well, I think video just has so much depth, and you know, it's why it picks up all the you know, so much all the ugliness of all the uh, stuff you don't want to see, and
Because everything's
yeah,
so like high
all the pixels and stuff in your
definition
face.
or
Yeah,
resolution,
the,
whatever you want to
the
call
high,
it.
high definition.
Yeah.
Uh, a mirror is just too
Real
definite,
quick, guys, I just want to show.
2D. Look good.
No, we can go right back to that. I just want to show. I was doing some takeout, getting stuff from a sushi place that's really close to me, but I don't know if you guys can see that. Look at what the name of that roll is called.
Cannot,
Oh,
dude. You just
the
gotta tell us.
text is, yeah,
Was it?
cannot
Oh,
see
my
it.
super. Yeah, it's super small. It's literally called Pookie.
Except
Oh,
he is
It's
nowhere to be found except on the sushi menu.
I know, right? I
uh,
saw that and I started
yeah.
laughing. So inside is cucumber, avocado, and fried shrimp, and then on the outside of it is obviously the rice, but then fried salmon, unagi sauce, and spicy mayo. But I saw that and I started dying. I was like, no way, there's actually something else named that. That's hella funny.
That's doesn't sound too bad, to be honest. I'd give that
I
a
don't like
try.
the I
At
don't like
least a
cucumber,
try.
but the rest of it's good to me.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not normally a fan of cucumber either, but the rest of it sounds good enough that I'd
Hmm.
at least give it a shot. You never know.
I usually get some mango on it somewhere like that.
I'm not
Sushi.
a fan of mango either. I don't know
Well,
why. I've tried it a few times, and
Mango,
it's
but not on sushi.
Really? It's really good.
No, I don't know if I've even ever, mango on sushi. No, I don't think so. I like mango in other things, like as itself or as in like boba or other kind of slushy, but
smoothies.
I've never had it in sushi before, I guess.
Uh,
it's funny. We have a lot of
I've
sushi
heard that
places out here.
the terpene myrcene in it, myrcine. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce that, but it's heavily um, uh, discussed in a lot of the medical marijuana
Hmm.
product listings as one of the featured terpenes in a lot of it seems to be particularly common in the heavily sedating
Oh
indica
wow.
strains. And they say that um, apparently when it comes to the entourage effect, that the myrcene aids in the transport of the THC across the blood-brain barrier, as well
Oh,
as,
interesting.
yeah, right, as well as it having some of its own mild sedating, calming effects, just, you know, by itself. So, um, that's something I always think of when I see mango. And I wonder if mango edibles have a little extra help because of that, you know? Or if you put a little bit of like a drop of RSO on some of that mango sushi, if it would kick in a little quicker, you know?
Hmm.
Men around here?
Might
I do. I don't like looking for
probably
it.
a little.
I was thinking about starting medical marijuana this month because they
Yeah.
broke my wrist and
Oh
you
man,
know
what happened?
just a sports injury and something
Well,
stupid.
sports injury, I still want to know what happened.
Uh,
You know,
dodgeball.
okay.
Yeah, someone didn't throw the ball, like a million miles an hour. I was dodging and I fell back and landed on my wrist.
Mm,
Hard
ouch.
floor,
That, yeah.
big fat body landed on my wrist. So you know,
A lot of
do the
nerve,
math on that. Yeah.
nerve endings. It sounds like it had to be painful.
Oh yeah. Broke the ulna and the fibula. Yeah. Small fracture in the
But
fibula. So
on the,
yeah. All right. So
yeah, okay.
I got to wear this for at least a month, and I'm taking a lot of ibuprofen, but I figured maybe just some edibles might be easier.
Edibles are a great way to like go about an afternoon and not have to think about it, you know.
Yeah.
The vape pens kind of are great, I think, to kick in quick, touch up and stuff. But
Hmm.
I need to go back to them every hour or so throughout an entire day. So yeah, the edibles would be
The
great
weird thing is,
way.
I might have to talk to Jeff because Jeff, he does that. He's in PA, so he might have experience with doing the paperwork,
Oh yeah.
or I'll just go through it. I don't talk to my doctor because there's a lot of paperwork to get medical evidence and everything, but try to get on
Is
it right away.
is a really restrictive state.
Well, as of recently, providing medical evidence for stuff has become uh, tedious and yeah.
Dude, as time has gone on, man, like especially, I'm not gonna get like political or anything like that, but like the newest, not newest, but like the current administration has not made like disabled people or like Social Security or like anything like that any easier. Like it's really sad. Like Social Security or like anything like that any easier.
Mm,
Yeah, that.
yeah, that
Um,
big bill that everybody was so proud of was not quite as beautiful as they made it out to be, I think.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
just
well,
Like
it's
saying.
like I don't want to spend like 3 weeks getting paperwork through and then like have the cast come off the next week, you know. Kind of
3 weeks is 3 weeks would probably be a shorter amount of time, dude. Like
That's, I
so
mean, I'm surprised about that because I typically think of, you know, New England and the more heavily Democrat leaning states as being more liberal, less restrictive with those sorts of regulations.
Washington
California.
definitely is. I'm not there anymore, but like that's, you know, about as blue as it gets. And they were, you know, get it pretty much wherever you want it, whenever you want it.
well,
Yeah,
well, that's the thing. I live in
That's what I was
a
saying about
very
Cali,
blue
too.
city. Well, that's the thing. I'm in a very blue city, but the it's a purple state, and the lady
okay.
running for governor, Republican governor, next term said, as long as I'm governor, and as long as the Republican House holds the majority, we will never allow marijuana to be legal in this state. Oh, we're getting the feedback
Bullshit.
there.
That's
That's what she said.
Yeah,
Such wonderful
I'm
people.
sorry. I'm sorry. You have to deal with that. That's bullshit. That. And meanwhile, down here, the bar is so low, you basically just have to step over it. It's just tell one of these marijuana doctors somewhere that I have trouble sleeping sometimes. They'll be okay, you know, well, I'll take your blood pressure and pulse, and then you'll be good to go after you pay me $200.
Sounds
So,
good. That sounds
yeah.
real good.
And then
there-
the state says, okay, you got to pay us $75 in order to put your name on this list here. And that's basically it. Even that's more than it should be. But I'm grateful that it is what it is.
You don't have to have like medical like a note
Is that
from your doctor
75?
being like he has this issue and I think, you know, marijuana would help with it or anything.
No, that's what that doctor is for that you go to. They, I guess not every doctor in the state can do it. You have to, like register with the state of Florida in order to be able to make those recommendations. But basically, this doctor 1 day a week goes and has an office in a little strip mall place, and they just see people come in on, you know, 15-minute basis. Just and that's where the
Wow.
assessment is, the medical. So they have to document that they actually saw you and actually assessed your health in some way. So that's what the blood pressure is for. But aside from that, it's what you tell them your medical history is. Some of them might be more restrictive than others, but that's really all that the state forces them to do. So good side hustle if you're a doctor and you
Yeah.
feel like, you know. But
I mean, California used to be like that. I can't remember how many, but you know, several years ago. I don't remember now. And then now it slowly turned into, like I said, I can ride my bike a few miles and just go pick shit up at
Yeah, I
things.
had a friend who got
It might turn into that for you guys.
I had a friend who got a California medical card with a telehealth appointment.
Nice.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even and they were living in Florida
No,
when they got it
no,
done.
she was living in LA at the time. This was,
Oh,
years.
gotcha.
I don't remember exactly how long ago it was,
Yeah,
but
years and
yeah,
years ago, right?
she basically had a phone call and I think she printed out like some sheet of paper or something from them that they emailed and then
Oh, wow.
went to the dispensary and that was it.
Nice.
Yeah, but someday we'll reach a sane position on this.
think so.
Optimistic, Mark.
Oh yeah, definitely out there for sure. So
Well, I'm nationwide.
oh yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's what I always think too, is like you can just go buy, or go into any store or you know what I mean? Like most stores and just buy a beer. Like how
Yeah.
many people get like, DUIs or way too drunk and pass out somewhere? Like why is that legal? But
That's the dumb thing,
smoking a
man.
joint
And that's
Yeah,
isn't.
what
that's why the alcohol industry is one of the biggest anti-marijuana campaigners and financiers. They
Hmm.
they don't want people smoking recreationally because they drink less when they're stoned.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they're funding a lot of all of that anti-campaign.
Yeah.
Um,
Same with how like the cigarette industry used to be in like the, I don't know, 80s, 90s, whatever you want to call it.
yeah, but
Like
they're actually getting behind it because they can like redirect their whole existing
the smoking thing,
framework
yeah.
and everything, and yeah, just fill them with the cannabis instead of with the tobacco. So,
Yep.
yeah, it's kind of interesting how two historical haven't they kind of historically been kind of chummy, the tobacco and the alcohol industry?
They yeah, they kind of used to be, but then like I don't know laws for other stuff, but you guys know I'm like a racing fan, and so it
Hmm.
was like late 90s, early 2000s, I don't remember the exact year, but it became illegal to advertise for cigarettes and tobacco.
Mm.
Maybe early 2000s, I can't remember now, but like
I mean, I definitely
Marlboro and
remember
other
seeing
companies.
Marlboro on the sides of cars through the 90s, but yeah.
Yeah, and then like once it became illegal, they would like make things that looked like the Marlboro logo on it and still have the same
Isn't
colors, and
isn't
it
Coors
it became
still
ridiculous.
feel like I remember Coors on the side of a stock car like in the
They
past year
still
or
have
so.
Sterling. That'd be Sterling Martin. That was like the mid 2000s. I think that's when he retired. I don't remember who else took over the car after, but alcohol is still like legal to advertise. They just don't do it much. When I watch the Formula One races, they're over in Europe, so they have different um, laws about that. So most companies like Heineken, some other ones that are over there, they all now have non-alcoholic beer. So they can still get
Oh,
their name out there,
right.
but have it
Yeah.
non-alcoholic and
Mm,
make it technically legal. It's stupid. It's funny,
some
but
non-alcoholic beers
why doesn't
actually.
the tobacco industry then just make some line of herbal cigarettes,
No nicotine.
tobacco-free
because
herbal cigarettes, and then advertise those with the
I,
same
you know,
brand
that's a good
name.
point. I
Just
don't.
put NA
Yeah,
or NT at the bottom. No tobacco, like
yeah.
NA
I guess
non.
because it's not as addictive as tobacco is, or they can't sell it for, make as much of a profit off of it too.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
I
I don't
guess
know the
smoking
exact
isn't as
reason, but
popular as it is.
I think it's the social element nowadays with alcohol.
yeah,
You
that's
go
very
out,
true too. Yeah,
I've been out with people recently and we went to a bar and I don't drink and you know, like they all order drinks and I ordered a sandwich and a soda, it just felt like, like
Feel like the
you know,
right thing to do.
I could order like a mocktail or something, but not every bar sells mocktails or, you know, non-alcoholic beer. So
It's
it,
coming
it's
around, but
it's
it's still taking a while. It's certainly not everywhere.
yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, and I'm
it's
sure that
interesting.
those companies aren't making as much money off of it. They're, like I said, they're just using it to legally, advertise and everything. So they're probably losing money on it just, so they can get their name out there and then make money on the actual, alcoholic beer or something. I don't know how all that works, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's interesting like Kevin, when you mentioned the mocktails becoming more of a thing. Um, I was is that those are like the
Yeah.
fake drinks that
Yeah.
Fake
They're like
cocktails, dude. They're just like, sorry,
What?
Kevin. Just go ahead.
no, it's cool. I mean, yeah, they pretty much just fake cocktails with
Like
no alcohol in them.
okay
like a Long Island iced tea with
with
no Long Island. Just the iced
I
tea.
remember
Yeah,
the
I was gonna say kind of like a
a cup of
margarita,
ice.
but instead of the alcohol, they just put in like soda or something. Like, yeah,
Just Sarita.
a
something like
Long
Is
that.
it
Island
No
iced tea with no
alcohol.
alcohol would just be iced tea, wouldn't it?
Right.
Just get a can of Arizona. That's just 99 cents, right?
is
Ugh.
it
All iced tea, no Long Island.
is
Um,
like not drinking becoming more of a uh thing among the crowd these days?
Younger crowds, yes.
Yeah,
I think Gen Z or is Gen Z old enough to drink?
they're
I
just
forget.
getting there. I
yeah,
think
some are just getting there.
start moving to the
Well,
workforce
yeah,
now.
I think they drink less. The younger crowds are definitely not drinking as much. I know I've seen that fact.
Interesting.
Gen
Any
Some
idea
Z,
some nice weed
Jose?
gummies instead
the
now. So
ones, the Gen Zers born after, born before 2000, those ones are drinking already. Uh, Gen Z starts in 2000, no, 1997. So
but
yeah, those ones
no,
are.
but Kevin was just saying like they're drinking less than like our generation would be.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know they're not as smart.
I think they're
Hmm.
more smart because they have everything just on a couple taps of their phone, right?
No,
Like you
That
and me,
doesn't make them
Pookie, we
smart.
didn't have, or some of the
no.
other guys too, but like we didn't have, instant knowledge on our phone. Like we had to be like, oh, I want to hear that one song. I have to wait for it to come on the radio, or I have to like figure out how to get on LimeWire.
That's not
Hey James,
smart. That's
I
just
know not
that.
everybody, and I'm
But
no, we
older
did
than
some
is
research on it. That's the
there
only
is
reason I said it because
Mhm.
it's actually been proven that
yeah.
this is the only generation that is not as smart as their parents.
The first time since these metrics have
That's
been
true.
issued that a generation is scoring worse than their parents' generation did.
And like
So
on reading and shit for
yeah,
like across the nation, where they're talking like
yeah,
sixth,
like
seventh grade level,
Six,
or
seven.
people getting to college and not even knowing really how to read. Like
Well,
it's some
yeah.
weird shit, dude.
what's
Yeah.
that?
Especially
High
with
school graduate.
AI
Oh,
now, like they don't have to do like anything. They could just be like, you know, book a report on this book, and then like that shit pops up for them instantly. Like they don't have to read the book, they don't have to type it out. Like
hence
that
they're
could be.
not smarter.
I know it's not
Well,
that
like
easy, but yeah.
going back to what was being said about drinking less. I think it's also because, and I think people have talked about this as well, it's that people are going out less because people aren't like interacting as much with other people and they're happy staying home. And so they're just drinking less because they're not going out as much.
Well, and it's more expensive too than you could go
Yeah.
to a place and get like. Does anybody remember? Well, I was talking about baseball earlier. There was a I think Brewers game back like in the 70s, and they had 10-cent beers, and basically everybody got drunk, and a riot happened after, and shit got, you know, broken and all that crazy shit. But yeah, I mean, can you imagine a fucking 10-cent beer today? Like you
There
go out
was a
to a bar
place
and that shit's like $8, right?
There
Like
was a place here in Orlando that did nickel beer Wednesdays.
Oh my God.
oh
And that
god.
was that was like legit, not even back in the 70s. That was when since I had moved here, since I had been drinking age.
Oh my
So
god.
within
Yeah,
20 years.
people, how many
Yeah, the
people
whole
died?
point was get you in, get you drinking. You buy one of these little like plastic mugs or something, and then
Mhm.
you bring it in and they just refill it. So, I mean, it's not like they're giving you full-size beer pours every time you do
Yeah.
it, but it's still, so many that the point is to get you in and buying wings or whatever else.
Mhm.
Um,
They'll
which
make their
worked. We definitely
oh yeah.
ate a lot of wings.
Because I was gonna say the money they're losing on the beer, they're way more making back on whatever else they're selling, sandwich, wings,
Alcohol.
other
Yeah,
stuff, right?
yeah, 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 yeah.
Selling a lot of alcohol.
No other specials on nickel beer night.
Exactly. Yeah,
Um,
that night, my friend's dad. The reason I know about that is when I was like, I don't know, I want to say like 20 or 21. My friend's dad told us about it because he was there, and he said there was literally a line of a few people to go pee in the trash can because so many people
Uh,
were drunk and like had to go pee, that there was a line to pee in the trash can. I was dying. I was dying after
gross.
he told that. Yeah, it was probably the worst promotion ever done, or at least for a
Well,
baseball game.
it depends on how you define success. They
that's
got a
that's
lot
true.
of
Some
people
people
in
might have
there.
thought it was the best night of their lives,
They
right?
sold a lot of tickets. The
Yeah.
people who were
That, yep, I
doing
didn't even
the
think about
selling.
that. That's what they
Yep.
make most of their money off of, right?
Mhm.
I think I can beat that. They had to get rid of Dollar Dog Nights in Philadelphia
Oh, we had those at
because
A's too.
they were the
That
Phillies
was
were
good.
playing really bad at one point. So they were buying so many hot dogs and throwing them at the players
Oh,
one
geez.
day.
What?
That's
I know
like
Philadelphia gets
how
a bad
long
rap,
ago was
but
that?
this was a few years ago. This was,
Holy
I don't know. I'll have to Google that, but it did
I,
happen, and
that's funny.
they,
I
they
thought you were
were
gonna
they
be
were
like,
playing
"Oh, it's when I
awful.
was a little kid," or like.
No, this was recently. This was like in the past maybe 6 years, maybe
That's
less.
crazy.
I'm definitely gonna have to Google that.
Mm.
When I was in high school, so like I can't remember now, but like 2003, 2004, my me and some friends, we cram in one of our cars, be like 4 or 5 people or something. On Wednesdays, the Oakland A's had um dollar Wednesdays for the tickets, even, and then dollar hot dog nights. So like for $10, like 5 of us could like go to the game and eat a hot dog. It was crazy. The A's were, also pretty much shit at the time. And then they had, I don't know if you guys know baseball, but they had, the huge win streak, and then they went to the playoffs, and they actually have the record for the most people at a baseball game because of one of those Wednesday nights. And it was fucking nuts. It was over 50,000 people.
Wow.
Because the stadium was so huge, because they expanded it, because the Oakland Raiders, or whatever they were called. I'm not a football fan, but the Raiders were playing there at the time. So they both shared the stadium. They had to like switch it over on weekends. It's a weird ass story. That's why they both play in different cities now. But yeah, it was just an absolutely insane night. Like the A's got a hit, and the runners were running around, and everybody was just so excited that they were scoring, they were taking the lead of the game. And like literally I was looking over at my friend next to me, and I was like, "Holy shit!" And like I was yelling at the top of my lungs, and I couldn't even hear myself in my own ears. Like the stadium was so loud that night. It was just that crazy. It was a blast, especially when you're, 16, 17, right? So it was yeah, it was a fun times, those couple of seasons, for sure. And I guarantee you that no team, which are all the ones that we're talking about, I can guarantee you that all those teams are never going to do anything like that again. Probably no team will. Nothing is going to get that cheap again.
Um, so I got some stuff here. Um, Back to epilepsy. Um, I got this one because someone told me that I also could have ADHD. I need to go look into it, she said. So I got something here that says epilepsy and ADHD. Just wondering how many of us struggle with ADHD, whether you're medicated for it or have other ways to handle ADHD. I have JME, and I take Keppra, but trying to change into another med because Kepra's doing my head in. And when I got screened for my ADHD, they said they shouldn't, or they wouldn't recommend meds for me as my seizures aren't entirely controlled. Got diagnosed with my epilepsy at 16, ADHD at 21, and I'm almost 23. Would love to hear from anyone else. I don't know much about ADHD, but my attention span was one of the things we were talking about, and then she told me I should be checked for ADHD. Uh, yeah. Anybody know anything about ADHD and its connections to epilepsy?
I can tell you how I would think that one might affect the other because, well, like I have epilepsy, my girlfriend does not, but she definitely has ADHD. And I can see how the two would definitely, how the ADHD could definitely like really aggravate the epilepsy because if with the ADHD and at least my understanding with it, just like seeing how my girlfriend behaves, it's like it's very easy from what I can see to get like hyper focused on like one thing for a little bit and then get like hyper focused on another thing for a little bit and then just kind of bounce around and be like super hyper focused on like one thing, which I see, you know, can be stressful, even though she says it's not stressful, and puts just like a lot of extra like stress and like weight on her mind and whatnot. So if there's all that extra stuff going on with the ADHD, I would say that would definitely like aggravate the epilepsy when you have to like do your best to maintain such a level head, um, minimal stress to, avoid being at risk.
I read a couple of these comments. One says, I have them both. One said, yep, ADHD is very common with epilepsy, much more than the general population.
Yeah, both autism and ADHD are known to be associated with epilepsy, higher than average incidence of epilepsy in autistic patients and in ADHD. I know with autism in particular, it's about 30 times higher prevalence of epilepsy than in the non-autistic community. I'm not sure about ADHD, but there is such an overlap between those two as well in terms of both diagnosis and symptomology that I wouldn't be surprised if it's, somewhere in that ballpark as well. Um, so yeah, it's just toss that out there, I guess.
All right. What's the weather? How's the weather where you guys are at?
Still hot. How's hell today?
Oh my gosh, yeah. I did not leave the house. I left the house to go get breakfast and then just the 10-minute walk to the cafe and the 10-minute walk back was awful. Like I didn't leave the house pretty much like for the rest of the day. It was like 85 plus.
It's 102 right now.
Almost like you were walking through a
102?
swamp, wasn't it?
You know when you have like sweat running down your leg that it's hot outside?
Yeah,
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
so like right now.
yeah.
I'm sure
Yeah.
you're comfortable, James. Like,
What the? I'm in California, bro. It's lit. My phone app says it's 83 outside.
really? But where are you have
It's
you don't have
82
the
out
humidity
here.
though.
The San Francisco Bay Area, like around a city around that. I I go on a bike ride nearly
What's
every
the
day.
relative
I
humidity
left.
there then?
What was that?
What's the relative humidity there then?
I do not know. I did not check that. But
Uh,
I go on a bike ride pretty much every day. It was 77 at 8 a.m. when I left. It was just nuts well, and yesterday it hit 100 yesterday. Humidity is 57 right now, or according to my app, it says noticeable humidity is 57. So
Noticeable humidity is
I have no idea what that means. I have
57,
no, or yeah,
57
dew
what though?
point.
Oh, dew point. Okay. Dew point would be useful. What's the dew
That's
point?
what it says right above it.
Wait, dew point
18% humidity.
57?
Yeah, like I said, I have no clue what that means because I never check it.
18, 1-8 is like
What am I looking at?
dry as
Oh no,
hell.
I'm sure it gets much more humid
Yeah.
in Florida, or like where um
Yeah.
what like where Andrea is. She's in the
So
the middle of the country, so it must get more
Um,
humid out there than
yeah,
California for sure. But
86% humidity outside here right now.
oh
It
gee,
looks like a swamp. Yeah. And
so
that's
it's
not
might as
bad.
well just go
That's not bad.
swimming so it's less humidity.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's
it
not
was
bad either.
103
Tomorrow
earlier.
morning, like the low temperature is supposed to be 75, and it's about that
Oh
humidity
god.
percentage.
Like
For the
low,
next
like is in middle of the
5 days.
night?
Yeah,
Uh,
well, right
Damn.
before sunrise. That's the lowest low temperature for the whole week.
Mm, that's
Supposed to be a
crazy.
low of about 80 degrees for the rest of the week.
James, I mean Mark,
Mm.
for the next until next Wednesday, it will be at least 102 degrees here every day.
Oh,
Oof.
that.
Ooh.
That's brutal, Pookie. Whereabouts do you live exactly?
Um, they call it the Central Valley, California. We're under a fire
California.
warning right now. Heat advisory until 11 p.m. tomorrow night.
Oh shit. Well, I
Yeah.
hope.
You're
I
or
hope.
now, according to your post yesterday, you're about 3 to 4 hours from me, Pookie.
Yeah,
Depending on
uh,
traffic. Like you said
102
earlier,
right
you used
now.
to live 3 to 4 miles, but
Sweating.
yeah,
Yeah,
I'm drenched.
yeah, man. It's so hot here. We got a heat
Yeah,
advisory warning till tomorrow night. Um, yeah. And there's a fire warning, so you can't do any fires. Of course, I don't know why people
ooh,
would. If they're asking you, do not light your firefighters. I guess you have to ask people that these days because it's not common
yeah.
sense. Uh,
Well, especially during the
Nothing,
summer when stuff is
there is
more
no such thing as
dry.
common
You don't want
sense
to do
these
that.
days.
whew, my neck is sweating. Anyhow, I got one here that
Get
says,
an AC, get a little wall mount AC thing or window mount.
that'd be nice.
I just have two fans, but I have no AC in my house, so it's not even opening a window because it's hotter outside than it is inside. It's not a comfortable situation, but hey, fans directly on you, ice water, you good.
Yeah.
I got regular water, but I got something here. It says, "What can trigger a seizure?" I'm just wondering, like, what could trigger a seizure for you? Maybe a dumb question, but I want to know, like, someone ever got a seizure because they didn't take the right dose, or maybe because of the sun or the heat or something, or something else that is unheard of. Um, Never had a seizure during the heat. Uh, Heat was never a factor in mine so far because, man, I'm sweating like no one's business, my grandmother would say. And yeah, it's
I
not a
would just
trigger.
say like you gotta, at least for me, I know that like one of the like I had a seizure like right after moving to Florida, because I was like dehydrated and just sweating real tough in the humidity, and I didn't think it was a big deal, and like I had like warnings I could feel in my head that maybe something was wrong, but I decided to push, and I think it was definitely like heat related. Like if I stay or if I become dehydrated and then it's really, really hot, I think
Mhm.
I think it can be, I think it can easily be a trigger, but also that means even if it's not, hot, we should just stay hydrated, I think, as a rule, you know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
specifically related to the epilepsy.
I was gonna say too, it's it's more harder, or what's the right words? Hard, yeah, just harder to tell, if you've already had like 20 in your life, then sure it might have been hot that day, but you don't know if that was the trigger, right? You know what I mean? I don't know how many you've had or anything, but if you've had 20, 30, 40, then maybe it was hot that day, but how could, a person know that that was the specific trigger? It just could have been that,
Yeah, it's true.
you know, time of a couple of months and your time went by and then you had one. It might have
Strange
Yeah.
just
thing
been
about my heat seizures is I've
Mhm.
had no aura leading up to it. In the heat, I just had
Sorry.
I just blanked out, and yeah, there was nothing that I remember. There was
I,
no
I'm
aura. And
pretty sure in the past you said that you do have auras, but I'm gonna
I
ask
do
again.
have auras, but in
You do?
the
Okay,
extreme heat, I didn't have auras
gotcha.
because there was one really distinct. Yeah, that was a really bad one. Uh,
Mm.
yeah, during the summer in
You
July.
gotta
Um,
like hit up like a smoothie place and get like a cold ass drink or something.
Yeah, just stay hydrated and keep
Yeah.
the air on.
Um,
Yeah.
I got another post here. Oh man. Are you- shit. I was asking you guys how's the weather where you guys were at, because that was the icebreaker, and Kevin and Cody.
I wish I could
That
be
was
walking
actually the
on
icebreaker. How's the weather?
How's it going, Cody? How's it over there?
how is the weather? Oh gosh, the weather here is, I think I just read it was 60 or 76 percent humidity, and it's like, I think it's down to like 82 degrees. What is it? So it's 83 degrees, and then humidity is at 76.
I
So
was just gonna say the humidity is way higher for you.
yeah. Yeah, I would say that's definitely because, I mean, like 83 isn't like terrible, but if like pretty much I've been learning, like I said, and I think, I don't know, I
Mhm.
may have told this to Mark, but I've definitely been learning. And my girlfriend's like, no, pretty much between now and like, August or September, like you don't leave the house like after noon or maybe even after like 11 or something like that. I was like, oh, okay. All right. This is okay. I'll just, but I mean, yeah, we gotta probably get a different apartment because we're in an old building and I don't know how good these AC units actually are because I've been home all day and I've been still really hot home all day. So
Mm, have
Yeah,
a
like
plan
like I said,
ready
I got
of
no
some
AC.
sort if AC fails, God forbid, make sure you've got a good like ice maker and some a good reserve of ice built up,
Hmm.
and try not to open the door too many times. So for
yeah, right. Yeah.
know exactly who to call for the AC,
Hmm.
get a good guy, you know. But most of the places around here are really you know, really heavily reliant on HVAC. So there's no shortage of repairmen who will
Oh
be.
If
yeah.
if
Yeah. It's
if you
like we're
guys
just
need any tips on no AC, just message me and I'll let you know.
okay. It's good to know. Yeah,
I'm
like
not. I'm
we
making a joke, but yeah,
But
my house
for
doesn't
the
have AC. Just like I said earlier, fans and ice water, and
but for
just
the
deal
for
with
the
it.
any post hurricane issues and stuff plans, when everybody's are knocked out, you gotta make sure to know what to do, how to stock. Well, your girlfriend, you said she's a Florida girl, right? So,
my
okay, she'll
girlfriend grew
know.
up in Venice, so
Oh, okay,
we've
she'll
got
know
like a
how to handle
yeah,
hurricane
exactly.
season.
She
Yeah,
knows what's up. She knows what's
you'll
up. I
be in
don't
good
think I would
hands.
have moved across the country, with somebody that wasn't from here in the first place.
Mm, yeah. It should be a lighter than average hurricane season, though, they're expecting, because it's supposed to be a super El Nino going on over in the Pacific. So, um, good year to have moved here.
Yeah.
Nice, quiet storm season.
I
But
can't believe, I mean, like Mark, I mean, because back up in like Seattle area, like we never really get like thunder and lightning. But I love that down here though. Like I'm like
uh,
on I've got my headphones in like last night and I can hear like the thunder, like through my headphones and I see like the bright flashes like through the blinds and I'm just like, whoa, this is crazy.
yeah, yeah. Uh, things get energetic here. It's just part of it all. The storm convection, because what we've got the Atlantic sea breeze coming in from the east side, and then we've got the warm, shallower Gulf on the west side blowing in. So at some point in the middle of the peninsula, those two sea breezes will meet and converge, and two streams of really warm tropical air kind of mixing together. That convection, that's where the storms generally build up in like the rainy season, tropical monsoons. So then it's kind of a fight between the Atlantic and the Gulf, which one is stronger, and that's kind of the direction that the storms get blown. But that meat of the two there, that's where all the energy comes from, the lightning and stuff. So out in the like well, when I was in South Dakota, I missed the thunder. They had storms, but they didn't have like
Uh,
thunderstorms and stuff. And it's, the storms blowing across the Great Plains are all kind of going in the same direction. There's not the same degree of meeting, converging, mixing, and highly energetic warm air going on there. So that's kind of the whole recipe that we've got for the Florida thunderstorm season.
How's
And
the
it's
weather
it's
out
like
there, South Dakota? Like, is it
uh,
just cold or
it's windy,
tor-
basically.
tornadoes?
There was we didn't have any tornadoes while I was there.
Okay.
There was one really big storm that made the news because there was this rare convergence of effects that had the sky turn green because of it. Something with I don't remember. It's that storm, it has its own Wikipedia article, I think, when I tried to look up um uh
Get one of
but
these.
Must be
um
boring for weather reporters out there.
It's
yeah,
interesting for weather reporters out here. Do you know that my devices are turning off and said it is too hot?
Oh,
I
okay.
cannot.
meant
Come
South
on.
Dakota.
I had to
That
use this camera because it's the only thing that's going to work. It's not an Apple device, and Apple devices are like, nope, too hot. We don't want you to
okay.
use us until we cool down.
Mm. Popsicle looks
Uh,
good though.
huh?
popsicle looks good.
How's the camera look? Does it look any better? Or I think the Apple one looks better, right?
2022.
Can't tell.
Here we go.
Yeah, much better definition, better
Check.
lighting.
Oh, yeah. I'm sweating. My shirt is wet.
Check this. There was a
Yeah. It is super hot here. Laptop turned off. What is the world coming to?
Oof.
I think that's good though, right? That it warns me that it cannot be used and they don't overheat.
yes.
I remember
That's
when, I know my phone does that, for me plenty
derecho.
often.
Yeah. So
Here in the Zoom meeting chat that I dropped a link that has it goes to a Reddit thread with a handful of pictures of that big storm in 2022 in South Dakota that turned the sky green. And I mean, it was green. It was weird. And it's kind of interesting too because there's pictures that were like, wait, which one? The Yeah, the first picture was taken almost like right out front of the doorstep of the apartment building that I lived at the time. So it was weird. I had to do a double take when I first saw that picture of this thing. But yeah, it's but there wasn't thunder with it. No thunder or lightning, just green sky. What the hell?
That's weird, man. That's
Yeah.
really
The last
weird.
picture is pretty something. That's really cool.
Yeah, some people
They're all
have a real knack for photography and for being in the right place at the right time. Yeah, because it was kind of overcast, and then all of a sudden, this front just so right there. Yeah, that last photo is. I want to save that photo. Actually, it's
I got something. It says random intrusive thoughts. I don't know if this is just a me thing, but whenever someone who is non-epileptic gets stressed out or overwhelmed, my brain immediately goes to, oh my God, I have to back off. They're going to have a seizure and it's going to be my fault. My brain thinks that just because I have it, it means everyone around me has it too, even though that's so not the case. Along with the sudden unpleasant thought of, end quote, what if this person randomly has a seizure? Will I freeze up? Like, girl, try to remove that trauma from your head every once in a while. Disclaimer, I know anyone can have one, and PNES is a very real thing, but this was more of a general statement question. Does anybody ever get random intrusive thoughts? I used to way more than now, and I think it was the medication. That was when I was on Keppra. I don't get those random intrusive thoughts or ideations anymore after I got off Keppra, noticeably.
See, I've never taken Keppra, but every time I'm looking on Reddit, people talk about it, people are like, oh, Keppra rage. Why does everybody seem to take it and why does everybody talk shit about it or can't wait to get off of it? I don't understand.
Um, for mine, they gave me Keppra as my second medication. And yeah, I was on it for about 4 years, maybe a little longer. and just the suicidal ideation and the dumb thoughts that was going through my head was all fault to the medication. And I didn't get those thoughts just randomly, just like out of anywhere. And that wasn't just like, I think they said well, no, I don't think they said. They said I threatened to commit suicide, jump off the second-story balcony. I woke up in I don't want to say crazy house, but that's the word they use, for lack of a better word. Oh no, psych ward is what they call it now. They used to call it the
Jeez,
crazy house.
that's a nice term for it.
Yeah.
The loony bin.
I like that term.
Yeah. After getting off of Keppra, that stuff doesn't happen anymore. And I knew that wasn't me. Just I hated that one. But does anyone else get intrusive thoughts? That was the main question. Random intrusive thoughts. Oh, and what can cause it?
I feel like anybody can get intrusive thoughts, whether or not it's like related to epilepsy. Like you can just get stuff stuck in your mind that you don't like, and you don't know how it got there in the first place. And
It's a
I guess like the
pretty
hardest part is,
oh, sorry.
I guess the hardest part would be to just like it's easy to get, like it's really easy to get intrusive thoughts, but then like getting the intrusive thought out of your head is so much harder, I guess I would say.
The speaking of comorbidity with disorders like OCD and PTSD and things like that, I think those are intrusive thoughts come along a lot with OCD and all that. And they're very those disorders are very comorbid with epilepsy.
That makes sense. I hadn't even thought about PTSD.
Um,
I wonder
I
how
got
much
something
of
that
that might be simply like, well, not simply, but uh, circumstantial in terms of, PTSD might be comorbid with epilepsy in some people whose seizures are due to a TBI and they received it in, combat overseas or something. It's not necessarily as or the same as I don't know, without such a direct causal link. I wonder how much of it is non-circumstantial, for lack of a better word. You know, just strictly causal. Causal is not the right word. I don't know. I don't know why I even brought it up.
And
I'm sorry.
could be.
Not an easy, that's a tough one. That's a tough one because it can come from so many different directions for so many reasons.
um, yeah.
Yeah.
I got another post here, and it says, "Unknown. Does anyone have seizures where their entire body shuts down? You can't hear anything going on around you, and you can't talk. I've always thought this was anxiety attacks, but my doctor recently said it's like a computer restarting, which makes a lot of sense." Um,
Is that
This
it?
person sounds like they're asking, does anybody know what a seizure is like? Because that's kind of what a seizure is like.
Well, some seizures might be like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's some seizures you can hear and all that stuff. Um,
Um, I don't know.
yeah,
It could also be anxiety, like they said. That sounds like um, it, those that language could describe a dissociative state and experience that come along with a severely anxiety inducing situation. But you would need to have that situation to induce some sort of anxiety for that to be happening, right? That's what I've kind of come around to because my vocals had been misdiagnosed for well over a decade as anxiety attacks because they sound like that. Like I mean, mine don't sound like that, like OPs do, but my vocals sound like they could be descriptive of a person having an anxiety attack. So um, the problem was they were happening in situations that in no way would induce an anxiety attack or a panic attack, right? So um, I do have genuine panic attacks, but they happen when there is a panic-inducing stimulus. So absent that, that's when you start to uh, question more uh, of what is really going on here. Is it really anxiety, or could there be more to it, like neurologically? That would be my suggestion.
yeah, you guys should get a popsicle because the one I just had it helped.
I gotta go feed the cats. I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right. Yeah, man. Needed that. But I got something else here. Uh, it says ick because of washing hands before seizure. Hi, everyone. Yesterday I had a seizure. I was washing my hands and felt the intense ick because of it. My partner told me several times to sit down. I was like, no, I'm fine. It's just an ick. LOL. After he asked me nicely a few times, I sat down. After I sat down, I noticed my response was slower. I started to scratch my head with my left hand. While I was doing this, he asked me if my head was itchy, and I answered yes. This was my last response. I was staring, smacking my lips, and scratching my head. I regained consciousness, but couldn't answer basic questions like what my name was, the name of my dog. After a few minutes of him questioning me, I could only tell him to stop because I had difficulties remembering things. After that, I fell asleep instantly for 1 minute, headache on the right side afterwards. I'm getting 24-hour EEG. Does anyone experience this? And what do I do? It kind of sounds like a seizure. Uh, Wait for that EEG appointment, and you might that sounds like you need that. Uh, what does that sound like? Pre-seizure ick. Oh no, that's what the other person said. Does that sound familiar, Kevin?
Sort of. pin down what that is exactly.
Yeah, I was too. The ick, I don't know. I don't exactly know what that is. They said they just felt ick. Um,
Yeah, a lot of these feelings are yeah, we all have different descriptions for them. So
right, different words for everything. Um, yeah, I didn't read that before I brought it here, or I would have known that. But I do have something else. It says, should I celebrate my partner making a full year with no seizure? Context. I'm a 21-year-old male, recently started going out with this wonderful person, a 20-year-old female, and she's coming up on a full year without an epileptic seizure. In my mind, I see that as a huge release and headspace and a great achievement that I would want to celebrate from my girlfriend's perspective. Uh, I'm just worried about possibly coming off as insensitive, or if it's something that's if it's something that the members of said community would have input on. Um,
I would say like sorry, go ahead, Pookie.
I was just gonna say, if you like, I wouldn't say it's overbearing. I mean, what was the word you used? Um, insensitive. I mean, me, I don't. You can if you want to, but I don't mind. I'm not gonna throw a party, but I mean, if my partner would like to do something because I'm 2 years seizure free, then do something. But a party, don't do that. Don't waste your time. Uh, I don't want to remind her about seizures, but I don't mind if my partner does something for me because it's me and them. But like I said, party, not in the mood for a party ever. Or that I need a fair warning of that. Um, but I wouldn't mind if my partner was just like, okay, me and you are gonna do this. You've been 2 years without. I planned this. Me and you. Cool. Uh, yeah. You think it's a big deal if your partner does throws a party, or is it insensitive? And the other words here were, yeah,
I would
coming off
say just
as
try to
insensitive.
read the room a little, just get a sense of the feeling of a partner, your partner, so you would know her best. So,
It doesn't need in I don't know, speaking from everybody's different in how much attention they want to draw to it. Like, I mean, if it's something that they've talked about a lot with you or something, like maybe do something nice for them, but maybe I don't know.
I
Everybody's
mean, it,
like Kevin said, read the room, but I wouldn't throw a party for him. She could have a seizure like the day after, like, you
it,
know, the party. So who knows?
yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
like
but
you said, don't want to
it
party.
is something to be celebrated. It is an accomplishment. So, I mean, yeah, and maybe just
Or just show them that you're at the very least, just show that you're excited for them and that, maybe ask if the relationship is still new, just ask what more you can do to help them stay healthy. I think that would be probably the biggest, offer you could make.
Yeah, anything but a party.
Yeah,
I
don't throw a
definitely
party.
don't.
Don't throw a party.
Yeah, definitely anything but a party. Make a meal, dinner, anything like that. That's cool, but
Sure,
I don't want to
yeah.
make a big about 2 years. I mean, if I go 10 years seizure free, party hard. But if I'm 2 years without a seizure as a significant other, I don't want to party when I'm 2 years seizure free. You can give me a high five or something. Congrats. But I don't need anything. Yeah.
Does
2 years, I
Hallmark
don't
make a
want you to
card for that or something?
Oh my God.
There's so many other ways to celebrate.
Yeah, this person's asking, what could they do? They don't want to seem insensitive, they said.
For their significant other?
Yeah. Yeah, she's about to be 2 years seizure free.
What the fuck? How is that not an answer in your face? Okay.
Say that again?
How is that not like the most obvious answer? How many of those comments are just saying like, you know, how many times did you get her off before? Like beat that, you know, total. Hello. That's the most
sorry.
obvious answer. Come on.
What? I don't know. What
I'm sure that's not something that's in the post, but I mean, come on. That's an obvious one.
Wait, because I think I'm lost.
How many
was
times
reading
have you
the
gotten her
comment.
off like all at the same, you know, all in the same night and beat that total?
I'm very
One more
confused.
climax is a celebration.
Said it was
Okay,
definitely
gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, who knows? It's a fresh relationship, he says. So, I mean, he might still be working
So it
on
should
that
still be an
himself.
easy total to beat then.
But then is it really a celebration if it's only like, if it's, you know, only a couple of times or something like that?
Fuck yeah. Especially knowing in her head, knowing that like this, you know, this is happening and I'm not having a seizure. Like a little less apprehensive about having a seizure after when, you know,
But if
your
he's
legs
too
are all
good at
shaking and
it,
about to fall over and,
if
you know, you're
he's too
still
good at
not
it
worrying
and he
about.
gives her a
Okay, no,
seizure,
not
then
not possible. Like I can't say anything about the seizure part, but yeah, that other too good to be true is just possible.
Yeah, the question was, the person said, should I celebrate my partner making it a year with no seizure? It is a good achievement that they're saying that. I think it's a good achievement, something to be recognized, but don't want to possibly come off as insensitive. And like I was thinking, is yeah, you can do something for me, but I just don't need a party. Anything besides that. High five, give me a card, tell me good night, nothing big. I don't mind what's being done
Put
between
in a
me and
my
my
chart message
significant
about
other.
reducing the medication.
Huh?
Put in a my chart message about reducing the medication. That would be a gift too. I mean, imagine how long they
After
still
1
want you on
year?
the meds, even after you've been seizure free. I mean, my doctors all said you're going to be on meds for the rest of your life, no matter what, after the RNS. So,
Kevin, you ever
Yeah.
thought about coming off the pills since you're seizure free? I mean, since you're controlled?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, I'm at 75 twice a day of topiramate, and I'm thinking about just coming off, just taking the 25 and doing 50 topiramate because I don't know. Yeah, I might do that after the summer. Yeah,
Um,
I know that's
you
a
ever
very
thought
small step, but come on, you know,
that'll still make it a
you
big
ever
year.
thought you'd be here?
yeah. I think I could go down a lot. You know, I want to drop a lot of the Depakote. And, you know, I think I could
Which
go.
one do you think is controlling your seizures more?
Um, right now, probably the Depakote a lot more, but I'm not taking a lot of you know, I'm taking so little of topiramate. It's like, you know, I could almost come off that. Yeah, I'm taking 150 of that a day, so that's not a lot.
No, that's not a lot at all, Kevin.
No?
Is that just one kind of medication is 150?
Yeah, 150 of that a day.
Wow,
And
that's
You're
cool,
only on
man.
I'm also taking let me do the math. I always forget this. I'm taking 1,500 Depakote a day and 40 milligrams Onfi a day. Clobazam a day. So, and I got the VNS, so it's technically 4 medications.
That can never come out, right?
I can turn it off.
So it
But
can never
that
come
would
out,
not
right?
be. Oh no, I can't take it out. But no, I could just lower the dosage of, you know,
Okay.
I could just turn it off. Yeah.
Oh wow. I had one, but it was someone asking should they get a boob job with epilepsy. We can't really say because I don't know about you guys, but I'm not getting a boob job, so I can't say I know what's best.
Well, it depends too on what like meds they're gonna give them during the surgery and after the surgery. So unless they know, they should look into that specifically or talk to a neurologist too.
We can go through this.
Like you said, I don't know what it's like to get one, but still, they should ask their doctors and other ones what it's going to be like.
Okay, since James has an opinion, we'll read it. It says, new diagnosis. A week ago, I had no clue that I would be writing this. I always thought epilepsy was a childhood disease. I went to bed well after work, feeling guilty for being lazy and not going to do some work in the Airbnb I had to reserve. I had already picked up the key and left some stuff, but part of me was too exhausted, so I went to my family. I am so grateful because this might have been the last. This might have been my last. Later that night, all I could see were emergency lights dragged into an ambulance, being dragged into an ambulance. Um, Even after being in the hospital later that day, I still had no idea what happened. I heard that I had a seizure, fractured bones, bit my mouth so badly, had an EEG and MRIs, and got diagnosed the next day. I'm a 23-year-old woman who had a tough childhood, and earlier this year, I was happy about the growth and new phase of life I was in. I understand that many things are out of reach now, but at the same time, I won't let it suck the joy out of my life. This will even drive me to seeking happiness out of every other moment since I have seen the end also clearly. It comes any second. Hope this is not a bad question. Can I still get a boob job even after getting diagnosed with epilepsy?
Watch out for the anesthetics. A lot of anesthetics, even the topical ones where you don't go all the way under, they interact with the medications, for the benzos especially.
You cannot go all the way under when you get a boob job? Isn't that kind of dangerous?
I don't know anything about cosmetic procedures, but I know other surgeries that we had to talk about and how they had to change the meds before. I did something, I think it was an SEEG. It was something more invasive before the RNS, but they modified the medication saying that it was risky for interaction with the anesthesia. I think it was one of the benzos though. I don't think AEDs were the problem, but like I said, I don't know about cosmetic stuff either. So they might not even use like the same anesthetic.
Yeah, and the reason I chimed in is because, like we were talking earlier, I've been given morphine, I've been given fentanyl, I've had my gallbladder taken out, I've had, um, I don't know what the, like the, I don't know, the medical term is, but um, pancreas endoscopic procedures, basically where they knock you out, they stick a camera all the way down you, and they look inside your pancreas to see what's going on. I've had a bunch of them since my first procedure, and I
Put the
haven't.
tube in your throat.
What was that?
That looked weird. So they put the tube in your throat.
Yeah, it's like the diameter of like a chopstick or something, and it goes all the way down into your pancreas, and they look inside you to see what's going on
Yeah,
there.
had one
And
of those. But go ahead, move on.
oh,
Yeah.
sorry, your pancreas?
No, I've had the camera down there.
Oh, gotcha. And then
Keep
yeah, like I
going.
said, the other stuff I've had all of those done, and it was after I've had multiple seizures. So I would think that they'd be okay with a boob job, but like I said, or also like we always say, we're not doctors, but also like I said, it depends on um what medication they give them before and after, and you know what it does to their body, because obviously you and I don't know anything about that, right? So
And
so
those are the
I know a
muscles. Like
little
a
bit.
lot of us are really, really sore in our chest, like after a seizure. So like convulsions, maybe that would be a risky thing too. I don't really know how they do the implants nowadays, but
I
you
do.
know,
oh yeah, for
Bad.
man or woman, it's you're you're sore in the same places. It doesn't matter if you have, you know,
no, but I
boobs
mean,
or not,
what if
it's
one of those
still
were
gonna
like
be
punctured
sore.
internally? Like
Uh,
that might be
it's
risky
kind
too.
of when I seen them do it, they just go in the boob. They look in there. They put the little bag in there, or they pull it out.
That's what I mean.
I
If
don't.
the little bag is punctured, like that
When
might
you've
be
seen
risky.
them
So
do
maybe
it,
if
how
a
is that like?
physician, doing that, maybe the surgeon wouldn't be comfortable doing that, thinking, okay, it really only takes this much pressure and convulsions included. Like that might be risky too. Who knows?
I don't know. Um, Man, that would suck.
Talk about that,
I
yeah.
I would think it's the same as, the other procedures I'd mentioned. You're just opening up another part of the body and doing something. I don't think it would be much different than my other ones or having my gallbladder removed, but it's yeah, like I said, I don't
Yeah,
really
except for
know
the part where they're
anything.
putting something foreign in your body.
But yeah, that is true, but it could be, I mean, it obviously is something that's
All
like,
right, James, just say you like big tits on chicks, so we got to let it go.
no, I'm not directly saying that. I'm just
It was
saying
just too easy, bro.
I'm trying I okay.
Not directly saying it.
I'm
That says it.
I'm
Oh,
not
Mike, you'd be
adding to this.
surprised.
I'm not adding this to this right now, but I'm just saying I don't know what I've had something taken out. She's asking about something being put in. I'm just giving my opinion, and not even on that. I'm talking about the actual
You
medical
are trying to make as
procedure.
many "that's what she said" jokes in like a 30-second span. Yeah.
Did I? Damn it.
Just move
At,
on.
at least I didn't do one of the voices, right, Pookie?
Oh, good.
what the other women suggested that might have better experience than me and James. One comment says, happened to me in December. I can't remember anything after the seizure. I think the boob job should still be possible. Talk to your neurologist. Another one says, sorry this happened to you. It is great that this diagnosis will drive you to seeking happiness. That is one of the great mindsets that will make you better as a person and control of the epilepsy. Another one says, I got one done with epilepsy. Should be all good. If your surgeon needs doctor's notes, doctor is likely to approve it. No dramas unless you had a known trigger that surgery could cause. Another one is really sorry to hear about your diagnosis. Can't understand. Another one here says, yeah, you can still undergo any kind of cosmetic surgery as long as you have a signed order. You can still get a boob job. I do not suggest it though.
Because we're not doctors. Yep. Now I feel like a asshole again.
Oh, sorry. Is Poogie's sound fading out to anybody else, or am I the only one that can't hear?
No, it's
Okay.
been doing that kind of throughout the whole night.
Yeah, it's been
Okay.
on and off for a while now.
Okay.
Oh wow.
It's
Still delayed reduction?
it's good for now, but I miss like 2 seconds at a time. It kind of and it fades out, so you just have to like listen closer. It's not cutting it. I don't think it's totally ruining the post.
Yeah, that'd be something to pay attention to. Thank you though. My devices just keep telling me one or another. This one's gonna turn off because it's too hot. This one's gonna turn off because it's too hot. So I'm switching back and
So
forth.
hey, now that we have Cody the author here, let's get some more, valuable information from him. What's your input on your most like successful attempt at controlling seizures?
My most successful attempt.
Yeah, so was it a
Are we
strategy of
talking-
just medication or lifestyle changes or diet or
Oh gosh, I would say like it's been like it's been a whole like smatter of things. I would say probably I was drinking pretty hard for a few years back around like COVID and whatnot. Smoking a lot of weed too, and then
Nothing
like
else to
also
do, right?
just work was really stressful. And so the alcohol does not mesh well, at least for me, with my medication that I was taking at the time. And so once I met my girlfriend, she was like, you gotta stop drinking. This is just aggravating your epilepsy. So diet has definitely, for me, made a big difference. I also got a good amount of I think probably that, like not drinking anymore and not smoking cigarettes and not smoking weed for me personally, I think probably made the biggest difference. I can't hear you if you're saying anything.
It. I mean,
You're on mute.
I say everybody's body is different. But when they put me on the new med, I was like, I'm gonna even stop smoking. Like, I'm gonna stop anything else into my body, and it made no difference. So I was just like, all right, I'm gonna start smoking again, and
Yeah.
it made no difference to my medication. So I was just like, all right, this is like helping me go to sleep, helping me do this, like I'm gonna go back to it. So it for me personally, it made no differences to my medications. It just was annoying the medication, and I would want to stop the medication before, smoking, drinking, doing whatever. It just it was just annoying. Like I said earlier, I don't do other, any other stuff, so that wasn't an issue, but any smoking or anything just didn't. I still had, a seizure here and there. It made no difference in how I feel in the middle of the night. Nothing like that. It was, yeah, just annoying.
So
So for
overall,
some
Cody said
people,
you changed like diet and like the alcohol made a big difference. Were there any
for
things that you
Cody,
kind of wish you had tried earlier, or you think would have made a bigger difference at like a different point in your diagnosis?
I definitely think that like better management of like stress probably, because for
Okay.
me, for a really long time, I was definitely always a person that like kind of overthink and overanalyzed, and like I did a lot of journaling. Um, sorry, but I think that just that exasperating that stress as much as I was trying to like solve things that I was going through, I kept going in loops. And
Yes.
that can end up like, for all the best intentions, that can just end up aggravating it. Um, so I think that was definitely also another thing that I had to um, work on or just get out of my system. And so now like I'm a lot less anxious overall too as a result of that.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how often we hear a lot of similar things from people who join, basically saying that it took them a long time to even acknowledge that stress is a trigger, or at least, you know, I had to say the same way you did, like exacerbated a lot of the stuff that was already going on. But just because we don't want to admit that it's an issue, it takes that much longer to handle.
And jobs too. I mean, jobs make such a like jobs are tough. And I've seen the stuff like on Epilepsy Universe and whatnot, and like a lot of our jobs are really tough, and like we can't do anything to get out of them, but that can also be like one of the worst things to that aggravates it too on a daily basis.
Yeah, agreed.
yeah, the
Well, once
annoyance
again,
out of
we can all relate.
it. For sure. And I at least for my body, I don't feel like diet has anything to do with it. Um, and I've said it a few times. I don't know if Cody knows, but I have severe pancreatic issues. So I've gotten down to yeah, um, I have a lot of issues with that. I have to eat very, very strictly with that. I don't eat beef. I don't eat pork. I don't eat fried food. And it's not like a religious thing or whatever you want to call it. My body just can't handle it. And so sometimes it sets off and I have issues with it. Um, One of my hospital stays, it was for a little bit over a couple of weeks, and I couldn't eat the entire, time. I got down I don't know if I was lower or not, but my lowest weight, at least on a scale, was 113 pounds. I'm 5'8", so I was like, you could like see my ribs and like, or not literally see them, but you know what I mean, like they're very sticking out. I got like really
Protruding
really low
collarbones.
in weight, so I mean, you can't eat less or healthier than that. So I don't think that has anything to do with the epilepsy. Somebody's body might be different, but that's my experience with it, at least.
So in that time that you were dropping weight steadily, you weren't having more seizures?
No, this was, I mean, this was early on. This was probably about 10-ish years ago. So I wasn't having the seizures as often, but it's not like the entire, I had none the entire time I was there. So it definitely didn't affect it, at least at that time.
Something
It
we
was,
rarely hear about, I'm kind of surprised, is that a lot of us say that, you know, the way that epilepsy got diagnosed, like it's always progressively worse. Like you think about if some of the, you know, things that you got into like earlier on in the diagnosis, or like just some of the habits, like how we would go days without eating or drink. Definitely not. It's for me anyway. It's not as much, nearly as much as I'm drinking now, and I know that would have caused a lot more seizures back then. But like I wasn't even having tonic-clonics when I was first, you know, getting seen. But I don't know.
yeah,
Overall, has it gotten worse for everybody, or been like more controlled, like steadily more controlled since the beginning?
I think mine's got worse, definitely. But it's
I
been
think
over
mine has
what,
gotten better.
29 years?
yeah, mine too, Angel. Yeah, I had like 2 or 3 within the first 5 or 6 years, and then the last how many ever, it's gotten way worse, way more medications, procedures, whatever you want to,
Okay,
or
were you
all
saying
of
it got
that,
better?
but whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Huh?
Sorry, Katie, I didn't hear you.
I think Pookie was one of the only ones saying it had steadily gotten better, like more controlled.
Oh yeah.
Excellent.
Like I tell
Right.
everybody, it's gonna get better with time, but it's gonna get worse first. So
It went up and down over
Yeah.
time, but then it got it
up and
leveled
down, and
out.
then it was just
Okay.
yeah.
What
It
about you,
has
Cody?
its full
I
time to time, but
for me
we've been on the
for me
up and up.
Nice. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, I was
for
just
me
saying. Go
they
ahead. I've been on the
started
up and up lately, so
they started when I was like 16 years old, or at least I had my first one when I was 16 years old, and then it was
same here.
maybe like a year
A
after I had
fellow
my second
teenager.
one. And then another one happened like not long after, and then they started happening more frequently. And I really did not want to take medication in the beginning because I knew all the side effects that would come with it. And then I finally just had to start taking them. And then I was exhausted like all the time, which I hated, you know, being 17 years old and just not wanting to just be like laid out on the couch.
All-nighters
And
are literally
then
possible.
yeah. And
My
then,
dad
but
was a
I would say
death
up
like
until
that.
now, I would definitely say like the longest I went without a seizure in like the last 25 years was a year. And
Oh,
then it
nice.
was
Nice.
and then it was, but then it developed a pattern to where it was like, then it became like every 6 months, and then it became like every 3 months, and then it became every month. And then I got a new neurologist after moving to Florida, and he upped my Depakote by like half again, and he added some clobazam, and now I haven't had a seizure in like 3 months. So
Are you med
that's been pretty
resistant too,
cool.
Cody?
Medication resistant?
Yeah, are you med resistant?
I mean, I would say so, considering like the even considering even after like I worked hard to like you know, not drink and like not smoke and stuff, and all the things that I knew that were unique to my body that like did not mesh well with the medication. I was still having I was still having like semi-frequent seizures while I was on the medication.
Yeah.
Um,
And I've been on Depakote and lamotrigine like since they started like back when I was 16.
when
Oh,
mine
so
started at 16, I've been on 3 medications. Um, but they say med resistant is when you do more than two. Um, one of them I quit by choice. So I was wondering if maybe I'm not med resistant yet because I only got on 2, not more than 2 yet. The
I
Keppra
think
I
I'm going on
asked to
number
get off of.
13.
Huh?
I think I'm going on number 13.
Oh, damn. I mean, oh, sorry.
Yeah,
That's a
15
lot.
before surgery.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So would I be considered med resistant still? Because I mean, I've been on more than 2, but the other one, it was working. I just got
I
off of
think the
it
doctor
because
would want
I
to
didn't
see
like
the
it.
progression though, like how I want to say like the time frame maybe on like how quickly they increase the dose versus how quickly like your seizure frequency increased. You know, like they would have to
Um,
kind of look at the big picture, all the numbers to determine the med resistant diagnosis. Because then I think
Yeah,
that
like
that influences how quickly they start going through the meds. That's when they have you back every 3 months, and they're like, okay, did you have 4, 5, 6 this month? And if they don't see enough of a decline right away, they're just going to keep following that same
okay.
strategy of up the dose, up the dose. When you get to,
yep.
level out, throw in a new pill.
Okay.
And
I
most
think
Go
of
ahead,
them you'll
Boogie.
max out on those pills.
I think mine is different because I got mine's is different from everybody else because I got mine's from a TBI. So it's like every time I see a doctor, it's usually just a catch up or catching up. We're not doing any tests. I haven't done an EEG in so long, and I think it's because we already know why you have it. So what are we looking for? I think that's how they feel. It's like, what else is there to look for? Uh, yeah. So my medication, they never was like, you should try this because it's this or that. I mean, they did that with oxygarbazepine, but then they also said don't do it. But yeah, I've only been on 2 medications by choice because the second one it was working, it was doing whatever it might have been doing. Just I didn't like how I was feeling on Keppra, so I was like, let's get off of that. So would I still be med resistant? The second one wasn't actually bad. It was just I didn't like
I
it.
don't know. I don't think so because like as a 14-year-old, well, even as a teen, I was getting maxed out on doses of Tegatrol and Carbatrol before they had to start switching me again.
Mm. Yeah. 13 medications is what stuck in my head with what you said. Angel, that is a lot of meds.
Well, that'll be the next one I'm going to, but I got a lot of things in my head right now. I got to think about, and
Have you like after 13, have any of your neurologists or doctors like suggested any kind of surgery or anything like that?
the last one we talked, the last appointment I had, we talked about that, and the only thing suitable for my type of epilepsy is probably a DBS.
And what's a DBS? I've
that
heard of a VNS and an RNS, but what's a DBS?
I heard of
Deep
it, but like
deep
deep brain
brain
stimulator.
stimulation. Yeah, yeah, deep brain stimulation.
I'm glad I
Okay.
was right.
I haven't heard of that either.
Yeah.
I've heard of it. I've been here for a while. Been doing this for a while. I've heard it all.
But yeah,
I just
I didn't hear of an EMU until like February or March. Like I've had this for so long and none of the doctors had mentioned an EMU. I had 2 EMSs, but they never mentioned an EMU or the VNS or RNS, surgeries. And I'm like, I've had this shit for like over 20 years and none of you have mentioned any of this to me. Like, what the heck is going going on, I was glad to hear about it, but I was also kind of a little angry at the same time that none of my doctors had told me about that over that time. It was, yeah, annoying.
Mm. Yeah, man. The deep brain stimulator. What is that, Angel? Or I mean, is that
Cody?
gonna be like an RNS but deeper?
No, I think that what they explained to me that you couldn't be a candidate for DBS if you had too many focal points. That's why they eliminated me. So those tests where they always say like bilateral, they just end up getting like more focal points, and that was the only the way that the EMU stays backfired. When I thought it was like successful having all these seizures, they came back with all this data saying, okay, now we know you can't get like any of these procedures done. So yeah, pros and cons.
When did you first hear about it, Katie? No, I said, when did you first hear about it, the DBS?
2015 was when I got eliminated from DBS. Possibilities.
I haven't even heard of it, and you heard about it 11 years. I have some crappy doctors, don't I?
Dude, a good neurologist is hard to find, man. Like, it's, yeah, a good neurologist is hard to find. Because, I mean,
like we were joking around earlier, it's like most doctors just want to be like, oh, this is what's on your chart. Okay, get out of my office so I can get the next person in here. Like, we were all
no,
talking
dude,
about that.
that's not a joke in the least bit, man. Like, I had the same gal for a couple of years, and I thought she was real nice, and she was the one that even like suggested I try like the study, with the RNS that I told you about. But every time I talked to her on our telehealth, she just like was like, "Oh, that's too bad that that's not working for you," and she would write me a prescription for something else, and then that wouldn't work for like a few months, and then she just keep doing that like over and over, and it just, yeah, like.
It seems annoying. It's like if you just did your job, took care of it, like this would all be over. You wouldn't have to write me prescriptions every 3 months, and
Yeah.
it's like you're wasting more of your time than you're wasting, mine. Like, wait, yeah.
I'm very fortunate in that, like, since moving to Florida, I've been able to, I like quickly found a neurologist that's like actually really interested in the condition itself and like really wants to like listen every time I go in and talk to the guy. And he's probably younger than us. Um, so I felt really lucky.
That is
Yeah,
hilarious these days. When I find doctors and stuff, and they're younger than me, and they're always excited because I think that sometimes they think I'm like 20 something, so they think we can relate so much that they're excited, and then I go.
I saw this guy out at like
Like
the
right at the
cafe,
top of the
like
chart.
buying matcha and stuff, dude. Like, it's like, how old is this guy?
That has been happening
My
lately. Like I
neurologist.
walk in there and I'm like, "Have you even graduated school yet?" Like,
Oh, not when you get a lot of this stuff done at a teaching hospital.
That's hella funny.
Ew.
Be like, I've been having seizures longer than you've been born.
I know. That's what I tell kids at school all the time. They ask me about my mustache, and I'm just like, this mustache is older than you.
Older than you.
Like, I'm like, I started growing this before you were even born. So shut up.
Um,
It's fun.
I got
It's fun.
something.
Yeah.
something here that says, in your experience, what do you consider the hardest part about having epilepsy? Amongst everything, I'd have to say showing a brave face for everyone when it's the polar opposite on the inside. Seems like the feeling of worrying daily just won't go away. What is the worst part, the hardest part about having epilepsy?
Memory.
Memory?
Between memory and trying to get other people to understand.
Yep.
That's why you really have to let that part go. Like abandoning the goal of getting a non-epileptic to actually understand.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's worth it. It's a lot more stress on you.
It is, but it's like it's also more stress when they don't understand and you live with them.
Yeah, so I mean, reminding them of the facts, but a lot of the this is how I feel
Gotcha.
for 6 to 8 hours after, total waste of breath.
Yeah, exactly. Because they don't understand it, especially when it's just somebody you, I don't know what the right word, like you
Yeah, when you live with,
casually.
that's when you warn them. I'll tell
Yeah.
you when I have a seizure, so don't be surprised if that last drop of milk for your coffee ends up down the drain, because that's the kind of shit I might do post-ictal.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to say, is like when it's somebody you casually know, like they're only a coworker or like a friend, then that's when it's, not worth it. Like if it's somebody, yeah, you live with, then yeah, you need to let them know. Like if you walk into a room and you just find me, you know, passed out on the floor, then here's what you need to do. But when it's just somebody you see for a couple hours a day, then yeah, it's more stress on yourself than explaining it to them unless they already know. Then you tell them about your certain situation, but you don't start like explaining everything. You're like, well, back in this time I had this, and then this is what for me happens, and blah 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 blah. Every single like certain situation for yourself. You're just like, if one happens, they'll find me, passed out on the ground. They're gonna call 911 anyway. Doesn't matter what I tell them. That's most likely what they're gonna do. Like for me. And if you know somebody that has epilepsy or has that whatever situation, then you know what to do. You know to take care of them. You know not to call 911 and make a huge deal out of it. So it's a whole different thing. So like I said, it's more stress on us having to explain everything than it is for the other person just to hold their ear out and listen for a couple of minutes. Or that's what I think, at least. I don't know about you guys, but yeah.
I think the worst part about it is the awareness, because with the awareness comes with a lot of people just thinking it's easier than it is. And I think if a lot more people knew about it and like looked more into it, they know. Like there's those people who just think they know everything about it, like it's just so simple, just because you've seen it somewhere. If there was more awareness, people would know how hard it is and what to do and what not to do. Like, for instance, I don't know if you heard the story, but when I got diagnosed, it was because the teacher ran to the office when I had a seizure. And I could understand how that could be traumatizing to that teacher, but the teacher literally ran to the office instead of calling on the phone. I think it was a woman. She took off running and went to the front office instead of just using the phone. Yeah, and then she came back and she was crying when I was getting wheeled off. So it was kind of hard. I'm assuming kind of hard for her. But then it happened 2 days later, and it happened again like that. And another person who was there told me that. He was messaging me on, I think it was Facebook, and he was like, "Yeah, man, last time I seen you, you were laying on the floor, like crumbled up under your He said I was entangled with the desk, and he was crying, and that's the last time he's seen me. Because they made me drop web design class because they assumed it was because of the computers, which it was not. So now I don't know how to design the web, and I don't have seizures.
That's what I was gonna say too. Is like, I mean, I don't know the exact number, obviously, but it seems like, you know, like half the people that, probably maybe even more, whatever, that know about epilepsy, they've only learned of it from like a movie or a TV show, and they don't truly, you know about it. And then what they see in the, you know, in the movie or whatever, it's generally a stereotype. It's like a blinking light, or they just fall down and start moving around or something. Like, people have other different types of epilepsy, or have other things that set them off. It's not just that, you know, that type of it.
But nowadays, one of the bright parts of you know, just time moving on, is that there are, I don't know, ways that epileptics can get the word out there. Great authors, for example, kind of find like ways to describe things that can actually be true for all epileptics. Like, okay, one of the lines out of the book is psychological shifts last longer. And I find that to be true from basically everybody we've spoken to. Another part that seemed really accurate is saying my thinking lagged behind what I was seeing. Like, my eyes and my mind were no longer synchronized. And I really appreciated that statement because, again, like, it's accurate, and a lot of times you don't know, especially in a post-ictal state, you definitely can't describe what you're feeling. And then when you're all the way back, in my case anyway, I don't remember. So seeing things like this actually published and, you know, giving to somebody else to who genuinely wants to understand. But I mean, that's kind of awkward for me because like I said, I don't remember. I have my notes to go on, and I stopped taking detailed notes on how I was, you know, what I was thinking a long time ago. I just stuck to like all the physical details, like how long it took my, you know, different injuries to heal. So yeah. I'm grateful for books and things out there that can give the message, and this book will be posted on the chat for any, or on the Reddit page and the YouTube channel for anybody who's watching.
Yeah, Cody,
cool. Thank you.
I'm hearing it's great from several people around me who have read it, so I'm definitely going to look into it. Everybody tells me do this and do that. There's so much to do when it's outside of this podcast. I got all these videos myself. I'm doing a lot right now. I'll check it out though. I will definitely, because I definitely want to support it.
I was just gonna
shout
ask
it out to everybody.
I gotta get my laundry. I was just gonna ask if you had posted it on the Reddit.
I couldn't because it was like, I mean, Pookie
like
knows this and Kate knows
own,
this.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I sent it to Katie and whatnot, and you know, they'll figure it out. But I had to build, even like I even built like a landing page for it, and I've tried to post that to like other ones. I think like the focal epilepsy site that you guys are partnered with. Anyway, I've tried to put it other places, but there are like mods have, like, you know, deleted this because it's such and such.
Yeah,
and such.
the Reddit
so I'm just
bot.
kind of like, yeah,
it's doing it yourself. Could whoever has the link, could somebody send it to me, Pookie?
I think Mark it's.
Well, we're gonna figure out a way to maybe just my, I don't know, hypothesis is maybe we can just put it in a post as far as like title and author, and then just mention, like, avoid a link. So we'll
maybe we should put it
word for word.
Yeah, I mean, definitely we need to do that too. But I meant somebody just like message me or post it in the the group chat that's on Reddit or something
for
like just
free?
any like something that sends me the link so I can find the book and then get it myself, basically.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We're gonna get that all straightened out. But Reddit is wicked strict about like anything with a link, so
Okay,
we're definitely gonna work it out.
gotcha.
Oh, sorry, I just sent that to Katie, but this is just the link to the Gumroad page. I think this is I
Okay.
think
Then okay,
this
if you
should
send
be
it
in
to her,
here.
I'll have her message
Yeah,
me or
never
something
mind.
It's right
whenever.
I'll
there in the
Yeah.
let
chat.
Oh, I trust Katie at this point. Seems to know what she's
I
doing.
was gonna say she's on here every time, so yeah, it should be fine. She's not gonna take the link and yeah, give it like 10 bad reviews or something.
I would hope not anyway.
I got something here. It says focal aware seizures. How do I know when I'm having them? New account because despite lurking, it's probably been 15 years since I posted on Reddit, and I can barely remember my current logins. After a few years of struggling with fatigue, OSA, anemia, and who knows what else, I had an EEG that confirmed I've been having focal seizures in the temporal occipital region. My last dog had epilepsy and lived a long, happy life with us for 8 years. So thankfully, my spouse and I have some experiencing managing it. I started Briviact, and so far, I definitely feel tons more alert, better rested, and clear-headed. The problem is, I still have no idea how to identify if I'm experiencing a seizure. Obviously, the signs can be completely different depending on the person and the part of the brain affected. But if I've been having them for years and the best I could figure was, end quote, I sure do feel like shit all the time. I have no clue how to track how often I'm having them or how long they're lasting. I'm taking notes and I try to be more aware of how I'm feeling throughout the day. Any suggestions for how I can sort out seizures from all the other stuff? I only found out I was having focals last year after a whole 10 years of going with them, at least 10, could be more. But when I told my doctor that I had been experiencing like just blank out spells, and I thought those were just like, I thought I would like blank out and just come back. I thought that was just a precursor, honestly. Things like that would happen, and then I'd be like, okay, yeah, maybe I should sit down before I have a seizure. Did not know I had already had a seizure or that focal would have been written down as a focal. It was just looked at as a precursor until I got on Reddit and someone told me there's more than one seizure. It's like, oh yeah, doing a podcast for epilepsy definitely be better for the people who thought like me thought you were only having grand mal seizures. I didn't even know the such thing was TC.
Me neither.
Yeah, and they don't really teach like the neurologist. I mean, I feel like he could have told me. He told me I had epilepsy. He didn't tell me how many types of seizures there were. I had to learn all that on my own. So yeah, um, that's a part I'd like if the awareness. A lot more people should know. There's a lot more than what you can see when it comes to epilepsy.
Weirdest thing for me is that like I think I was like starting to develop it when I was like much younger and I had like no idea because I remember there was like a time that I distinctly remember let me see when was I'm trying to think. It was like around the time that like the first Star Wars like prequel movie came out, like The Phantom Menace, what year that was. And I was born in 87. So however old I was, however old I was then. But I remember this only happened like a couple of times. But like I remember I had like a novel, I had the novelization of that movie, and I was reading it, and I thought it would, and like I was reading it, and then for like a few seconds, like I was unable to actually, like I was looking at the letters, but I was unable to actually like read the letters. And I kind of got like a very, very faint like ringing in my voice, in my ear. And it didn't last for very long, but I was like, this is like the weirdest like fucking thing. And it only happened like a couple of times, but I wonder if I had said something like sooner, maybe, something might have come up. Like my parents might have just been like, oh, that's bizarre. Okay, whatever. But I mean, looking back now, I'm like, maybe it was just my body just, gearing up, but it took a while for it to actually like kick in, so to speak.
Um, yeah, my devices are cooling down because it's cooling down now. Yeah, because the service was tripping earlier with me earlier, right? Much better now.
Yeah,
Oh,
just in time for bedtime for me here.
Oh, yeah.
Knocking my stuff over. Yeah.
Getting late on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button and spam the comments. Tell Mark to stay.
Spam the comments.
Back
No,
more
I'm
thumbs.
not. I need to go. I need to eat something, and I need to get to bed.
I know how to open it.
If I'm not
Spam the
gonna
comments and he'll
I
stay.
gotta stay healthy, right? Well rested is a good part of what
I'll
we
see you
tell
in the
everybody
morning.
to do. Yes. Take care. Goodbye. Or good take care. Good night. And great seeing everyone. There we go.
Have a good night,
Those are the
Mark.
words I wanted to say. But oh, it says I can end meeting for all.
Oh, because you're the host.
Oh, that's the first time you see that.
So how do can I just
As soon as you say leave meeting, it'll ask you to transfer. It says
Send
something
it
to
to
that
me.
effect.
Oh,
I decided
okay.
to leave you as the host.
We'll just, yeah.
So it's like leave and
Pookie.
don't end or something.
Pookie.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So that's funny because you said that's the first time you seen that. Yeah.
I couldn't resist. Okay. All right. So the issue with the Seizn Life Gumroad post being removed is the link that was in the chat. When it's in a post, that automatically gets it deleted.
Because I had two things. Oh, this is tricky to explain.
It's
so
okay. I'm gonna try
this
that, and you'll see the post is going up in a second, and we'll just see how long it stays. And just writing a brief review.
Oh, okay, cool. Thanks.
Okay, so let's see how that one comes across, and if it happens to not get deleted, and the link that was in the Zoom chat and the checkout. I took the little purple I want this link and put that in there too, and we'll see if Reddit tells us which one they don't like more.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh, maybe it won't even both. Doesn't look like it's even gonna work. Oh well. We'll figure this out.
What's the problem that you're having?
I pushed post now and I'm refreshing the Reddit and not seeing it.
Oh, okay. There was, I did that. I had a problem with that like the other day, and I was like, what's the deal here? And it's like, oh, it may not, it like might edit it so fast that you don't see it or something like that. But whenever, are you talking about your review or
No, no, no.
talking
I'm
about
just
the
talking about
Reddit?
the Reddit post.
Oh, okay.
So if we put something on, all right. So if we add something without a link, can we just say what website? Search this chapter, this title on. Let's see. Okay, so
Because I remember
like,
Pookie was able to put something up with like with a working link. I know you were
oh,
able
okay.
to do that.
I think that Mark figured it out for us. I think they did post like last week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
But
Mark fixed it, but I think we should like have it.
So we'll continue this conversation when after he wakes up.
We should have it near the top so everyone new who comes to the page can see it.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do. And setting a reminder to actually make sure it actually gets done. Go.
okay, so here's the that's the Reddit post.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So this is the one that actually works. Oh, okay. So I wonder why I edited mine so fast. I wonder if that little hyphen before the dash before the link has anything to do with it. All right, we'll just get his like direct expertise because the only other thing that's like really annoying about Reddit is when something doesn't work, it doesn't save the post. So, so now like everything I just wrote in there and yeah, it's all gone. And I always remind myself to like take a screenshot, copy paste. I have a whole notes page with like every Fitness Friday post ever done.
I have the sloppiest set of notes just like that I have to pull up for countless things that are completely unrelated.
Oh yeah, that's relatable. So, haven't gotten done reading the novel yet, but overall,
It's
from
not
your
to
perspective, is there a positive or something you're, kind of grateful for overall, epilepsy included?
something that I'm grateful for.
Yeah, in other words, like I always come across as just saying like the memory loss is not always a negative. Like there are pros and cons to that too. So
What pros do you see as memory? What kind of pros of memory loss do you see? Well, okay, I
having no
will give you
trouble
this
moving on
one.
from relationships.
Okay. It's funny because like for some things that are frustrating is that like I have not always been like the most organized or consistent person when it comes to some things. Um and so that so my girlfriend puts up with that and then also she understands that my memory, and this is apparent to me as well, is like growing worse with time. So sometimes it can be frustrating because like I want to be better for this person in my life, but also at the same time, like I live with this disability. And so there's this kind of like, so it, like there's the self-doubt and then there's like, oh, I should just be better. But then like how much of me just like trying to be better is like really held back by the epilepsy and how much of it is just me not working hard enough to be better, while also dealing with like the memory loss. And so that part is frustrating.
So
But
how
then
often
there's
has
other
your
times,
definition of being better changed?
yeah. But then there's other times that are kind of funny where like, we might be walking by a restaurant and be like, oh, that place looks cool. And she'd be like, we went there like, a few months ago. You really liked it. I was like, oh, well, I'll have to go back.
Oh man. Whew.
Yeah, I know
Oh,
how that
man.
goes.
Yeah.
If we don't have
So,
pictures, yeah, you can't even prove it to me.
yeah, there was, but yeah, no, like forgetting bad parts of life. That's for sure. Um,
I mean, and it sounds ridiculous to say it like that, but then that's the other reason why I probably would not discuss this so casually unless I was around a lot of other people who get it. Because when you say something like that, like wanting to forget something, then you can tell like what's running through their head of like, then how do you learn from it? How do you really, enjoy your own life if you can't remember those major events? And it's just like, I can't explain this to you, I can't really make you see how it is. But when you don't let the epilepsy slow you down or hold you back or just let it get in the way, then it is what it is.
yeah, yeah, it's the whole self-empowerment, like resilience thing and whatnot is it's a hard line to walk between like how much am I lying to myself and how much do I like genuinely need to like ignore and like not justify, but be like, this is just, how I live and um, the disability that I have to deal with and whatnot. So ultimately, sometimes you gotta cut yourself way more slack than you might not be originally inclined to and just roll with it. And that's not always the easiest thing to do because pride, like personal pride or ego or something like that can stand in the way of that too. I know that, I don't know, definitely like, pride and like sense of self-worth and whatnot has always been like, we can all be very lucky if we have like good people in our lives.
Because they make for the easiest excuse too, to be able to put on that strong face and say this shit is not going to hold me back because I have to be an example for the family.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is
Are you a
very true.
mother, Katie? Are you a mom?
You'd think. Mom 1021 username, right?
Yeah, I have like a TikTok channel as well, and there have been so many like single moms that have commented and on my stuff, and I'm like, I have nothing but the utmost respect for you. I have no idea how you would go about doing that.
By being super.
Pookie, how's that blunt treating you?
uh, it's going. Yeah. So I got something here. Just waiting for you guys. It says a huge clot on my bicep after a seizure. I was traveling in a bus between two cities in India. I woke up in the middle of the journey with a terrible pain in my back and arm. I thought I might have had a seizure while I was sleeping, but then a few days later, I noticed a clot on my bicep. It's a scary big and easily the size of the palm of my hand or bigger.
A
Is this
clot?
something I should be worried about?
Yes.
I don't know if it's epilepsy related, but it's a clot like CLOT.
Yeah.
Yes, it says CLOT.
I don't know if that would be epilepsy related, especially if it's on their arm, but
I think any clot you should be worried about.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And if it was a seizure and the way they're explaining it, it could have been a nocturnal.
Yeah, if you wake up with that thing, clot, they said as big as their hand. It hasn't said if it's a woman or a man, but I'm assuming maybe a man. That'll be a big spot to cover. Yeah, big hand. Yeah, I think they're asking what do they think we should do? Is it something they should be worried about? I think it is something you should be worried about. I think it's something. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm thinking you should,
ER,
be at
urgent
the
care.
ER like just.
Yeah, because the big deal about blood clots is that if it progresses to your heart, then like no good.
Right.
Yeah.
They're
Oh,
dangerous
wow.
no matter what size.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
Easy to
consensus
call
is
it
go
like
to the
that.
hospital.
Very rarely denied on insurance claims. You
Say
can
that
get away
again?
with a major blood clot for sure.
Huh. You guys ever heard of stem cell and gene therapy?
Heard of it, but don't know anything about it.
I'll read this post.
Oh, stem cell. I know. I don't know anything of my niece had, I think, is it I don't know, to be honest. Stem cell, I think she has a stem cell, and it like goes into the back of her head. And so, yeah, I have heard of it. I don't know exactly what it entails, but I know it's certainly not simple.
All right. I got a post here asking for advice, and I guess we can help. Is this stem cell and gene therapy? I think about this regularly because it means there could be a time when we don't need to take our medications daily. Prayer hands emoji. Stem cell therapy is already being performed in some parts of the world for epilepsy. We need a day when it's the first line treatment here instead of variously horrible medications. Do you think this is the key to curing epilepsy? Every time I read curing epilepsy, it makes me think about somebody who's either early in or somebody who doesn't have epilepsy. There is no cure to this. Stem cell, I have no idea what research they might be doing. So, but as far as I know, that's not going to be the cure. Might have to find another word for that.
Well, Google kind of agrees with you, it sounds like, because their first, little summary description is saying, aside from established blood stem cell transplants for cancers, many commercial regenerative treatments remain experimental or unapproved, and patients are cautioned to carefully verify their claims. So they're saying, like, it sounds like it's so early on that if they're saying the stem cell therapy is advertised as using these special cells to repair, replace, or regenerate diseased and damaged tissue. So the first thing that comes to mind is, like, have you ever heard of people that just like lose feeling and from or have like less whatever that word is, like sensory is damaged on one side more than the other, like using stem cells, these special cells, to just fix things, it sounds like it's still very unapproved for the most part. So I can see why they're asking questions about this, but it's another one of those, is the risk worth it kind of things. Like when they put you on a new medication, if your seizures go down a little bit, are the side effects making everything else worse? So that's, it just sounds like another medical treatment where you really have to verify all the pros and cons, get a couple opinions, and see which of these professionals can actually relate to how it would impact your life all the way, or the life of your loved one who you're researching this for.
I definitely know they're used to treat, minor, oh, hit my computer there. They're definitely used to treat uh, physical ailments, and athletes go across to other countries um, to treat issues like back issues and such, physical ailments. Um, I don't know uh, to what extent they treat neurological issues, but uh,
I don't see how they can treat neurological issues like epilepsy when they don't even know what causes epilepsy in the first place, you know?
Hey, why do you think they're so busy collecting data from everybody they're getting RNS in? You guys
well,
realize I had to do data transfers for 2 years before they even turned it on? They're just
it's a
getting
very
every day.
it's a
How long
very
do you have to
open
do that?
experimental field, So
They tell me to do a data transfer every day, but now supposedly, it's teaching or adjusting the whatever it's called, how this thing thinks to, when to intervene, and how whatever it's called, like the level to not kill the battery faster.
Katie, are you in part of a study right now?
Not right now. I was in 2017. Starting in
Okay.
2017,
Okay.
the surgeries were done in 2019, and it was turned on in 21.
Okay. Gotcha. Did they hook them up to your um hypothalamus, or
It's two depth the I forget what they call. They call them depth electrodes, but there's like 6 of them on each side. And
6? Okay.
right. And I think they said that they needed that one because on a couple of the EEGs it came up as a focal on hippocampus. So that's why they wanted those electrodes instead of the ones that are on the surface. Get your foot away from your mouth. And then yeah, it's all good. I forget where I was going with that now, but okay, yeah, they did the depth electrodes, collecting data, and then turned it on 2 years later, just saying that verifying that they wouldn't have to replace the battery any sooner. And then every time we go back now, it's just talking about if they're going to change the settings. And like I said, I haven't got a new neurologist yet where we live now, so we'll see what they say up here. Because I'm not on any medication anymore. That's the best part.
Oh, wow. Nice.
But that is also against medical advice, so.
I was gonna say that's by choice, Cody. So this isn't a medical
Well, they
advice.
don't know everything 100% of the time.
Yeah,
We
they
can
didn't
pay for
know
them. We
that.
can talk to them. All that
They didn't know
stuff.
that I was
Maybe.
having focals because of B12. I fixed that myself. Shout out to Nature Man. Because cured that myself. No focals, year without. So did that on
Always
my
worth
own.
celebrating.
Right. All it took was Reddit.
Yeah.
Without you guys, I wouldn't have known this information. I needed to get to know you guys and other people and several people for this year we've made it through. What a
Hey, we
great
can
one.
pretty much all relate to or contribute to that. What is the best thing? I mean, is the existence of focal seizures the best thing you've learned since Epilepsy Universe?
Yeah. Sorry to say it like that. Yes, ever since I found out there was a focal seizures. Yeah, once I was able to stop it, oh man.
What's the best part of in season for you, Kev?
Come again?
The probably the drugs. The
The
no,
best part of in season
I
is
say
drugs.
drugs. No, not like you know what I
I know
mean.
what you're
Shut
talking
up.
about, like the discussion of
Yeah, the difference between the benzos and
put out of your mouth.
everything, yeah, yeah. So that's been a very important, which drugs treat what, and yeah, that's been very uh, useful uh, and eye-opening. So that's been important. That I've gone so long and not known the
And
potency of.
how many times have we heard like other people on the same cocktail of medications also get these horrible side effects, but their doctors listen? And like,
Right.
They're so sick of hearing over and over. Well, try it for another 2 months. Take better notes. Are you sure you really didn't just get up too fast? Like, they yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's probably my favorite part of in season has been the, I don't know, verification from other people with epilepsy that I'm not losing it. Like those feelings were real. And the longer it goes, since the doctor tells you like that's not true, I forgot if it how legit it felt. So yeah, it was very refreshing to hear from other people that we know what we're talking about. What about you, Angel? What's your favorite part of it in season so far?
I think it's more of, well, other than meeting everyone who's been going through everything I've been through, and I'm like, I was alone. I thought I was alone in the world doing this, but I learned things like Deja Renee and Reve and stuff like that. And it's like, that's something I experienced.
Right. I love that it's just so. It's easier to talk to someone when you put a face to a name. You know what I mean? Can hold a conversation longer once I actually seen your faces. Way more interesting just than typing to someone. But yeah, it's freaking awesome, man. I love that just everyone comes together. Yeah, you learn stuff about yourself. Well, I have over this past year. Kevin, you actually been here as long as me. Well, actually, yeah, you were on the first day with me, but I was there a couple hours earlier. So you've been doing this for as well as me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the last person I know from the first day. Oh no, still Rick. Okay, yeah, you and Rick.
Well, that's amazing that you can remember that much.
Yeah,
I was deleting the contacts. My phone told me I couldn't take pictures anymore because there was like no more storage. So messages, it turns out, was like what took up the most room. And I was holding on to messages to try to remember who I even knew. Because if it's if somebody's a contact, but I don't have notes, detailed notes that I don't know. So yeah, remembering you guys, it turns out that like a lot of in-season crowd I've stayed in touch with for a lot longer than regular people. That's for sure. So that was I don't know, kind of surprising conclusion, but it's been fun.
Yeah.
Still got these notepads you sent me last year.
Yeah, I got mine too. Everything that was
I have no clue what you guys are talking about.
You sent a care package and
the gift bags.
How the fuck did I do that? Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
You don't remember the
That's
gift
fine.
bags?
No, and I think if that was some kind of like welcome to thing, that should be like an anniversary, like, you know, let's shoot for that every year or something.
It was actually my birthday.
Oh shoot! So that is coming up. Your birthday's in like after September, right?
Yeah.
It's, before September. My birthday is in August, the last week of August.
Oh, that's right, August before September. My bad.
That's why we're both Virgos, and
Stop.
we had the little gift bags. Yeah,
Stop
we had the
stressing it.
stuff in it.
Okay, well, I know that was an Amazon.
Yeah. Computer's tripping out. All
right, we're being too loud. All right,
I got
Liam.
something here.
Oh, my bad. I was unmuted. Okay. All right, you guys. I'll see you next time.
We'll be here. I got something here that says, do you ever feel like you fixed your depression? You're actually feeling good for a chance, but then you have more seizures and you're back at square one. I've tried therapy, psychedelics, diet, exercise, and socializing to help with depression, and in many years, I've had treatment-resistant epilepsy. I've managed a few times to actually feel like I'm not depressed anymore, but then it just takes a few seizure days to put me right back in the gutter. This seems to just be built into my brain. It's not like there's some event I'm depressed about that I need to get over. It's my brain doesn't function properly and puts me in a depression state. I don't know what else to do except surgery, for which I'm being evaluated for, thankfully. Do you think I should try antidepressants? That's one you should talk to your neurologist about. Antidepressants. I don't want you to just get on antidepressants just because, I don't want to suggest that one. Try lamotrigine. You already have epilepsy, and then lamotrigine is a mood stabilizer. Could be good. Talk to your neurologist.
Yeah. Not being a professional in that area, I can't suggest anything. In that area, other than I would suggest, getting professional help, therapist. That's
Yeah, they said they went to therapy. They said they tried therapy, psychedelics, diet, exercise, and socializing.
Yeah.
Everything except surgery. That's what they have with them. So,
I've tried all that except psychedelics. So
that was cool. I'm not sure if they can deal with. Yeah, go back to therapy. Like Kevin was saying, you need someone to talk to, or come here. Plenty of people to talk to. Get stuff off of your mind. Release some of the. I don't want to say depression. That's a strong word. Get some of the stress out. Come here and vent. Yeah. Anybody out there watching? Click the thumbs up button. Yeah.
On that, I'm gonna go.
Yeah,
make some dinner.
I'm gonna do the same, Kevin.
Same
Alrighty,
here. Hope everybody
Cody,
out there
have
watching
I met you before, Cody?
No, I don't think so, man.
All right,
Last
well,
Friday?
Nice meeting you, Cody.
Huh?
I said, nice meeting you.
Oh, nice meeting you, Angel.
Oh, I was asking Kevin, were you here last Friday when Cody first came?
No, I wasn't.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah.
So it was good
Nice to
meeting
meet
you.
both of you guys.
And all right, have a good night.
Likewise.
See you later, guys.
Everybody out there watching, have a good night and